What's poppin' people, SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video, and today's build video covers none other than Potan from the Adventures of Aipom. Potan is a female Saiyan if you guys aren't familiar with the channel, and much like the other recent CAC builds, you guys will be seeing the stats, skills, and a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves on the set. Since it is an Adventures of Aipom build as per tradition, you guys will also be seeing how the build does on the grading table. This build is packing some insane firepower and a super simple setup to link from super to super, or damaging options. But if you're new to the channel, pop, listen, you gotta subscribe for the one time. Just do me a favor. Listen, if you like what you see, just subscribe, because listen, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. Because if we don't, listen, pop, I just heard, listen, you gotta understand. You're gonna have a life-changing encounter in the bathroom with a spider the size of a puppy. You gotta understand. Subscribe to stop that spider from coming through, guys. You gotta listen. If you didn't know, CACs in most cases can actually combo directly into ultimates without needing stamina breaks at all for great damage output. Potan runs Saiyan Spirit and Super Kamehameha, both moves that are exceptionally easy to combo into depending on where you're on the map. Believe it or not, unlike the male Saiyan builds, these are actually not our main sources of damage, but the ability to link into them at a moment's notice is going to catch your opponent off guard. Even though Potan's mastered all of the key techniques, in the series she uses the most simple and practical things to handle situations, all while keeping a nice little blue ki blast theme. So guys, you gotta understand, we're going with blue skills for this one. Let's go! Our setup has some of the most damaging loop potential, explosive comeback ability, and damage output trade-offs with the moves that we chose. We'll be going with Burning Slash, Ki Blast Cannon, Flash Strike, Super Dragon Flight, Saiyan Spirit, and Super Kamehameha for the main skills on the set. Potan's got no problem dumping out damage with any of her super attack options. Burning Slash has a powerful loop you can pull off by triggering it after any one of your melee attacks. Tilt the analog stick towards your opponent as these slashes are going on to cancel out some of the recovery and use it again during the time where your opponent cannot move. This basically means you can kind of keep your opponent in one spot and keep on slicing them up as if you had a sword for your combos. This loop is great for racking up some damage on a standing opponent without giving them bonus stamina recovery, and can literally go on until they snap vanish. It's amazing for pressure, and you can use it right before a stamina break if your opponent is below 2 bars to squeeze in some more damage. Either way, I'd say Burning Slash is kinda litty. Super Dragon Flight is on our set because we can combo directly into it in a couple of ways. It's a very slept on skill and does quite a bit of damage even without investment. You can immediately follow it up with any super attack as soon as it connects, and we've got 2 or so skills that we can link from it depending on what you want to do in the matchup. At the ceiling of the map, cancel it with Ki Blast Cannon to do an insane loop for great damage, or while anywhere else you can kinda cancel it with Flash Strike to do damage. It's either way, Potan can do damage, guys. Ki Blast Cannon is a great way to restand enemies that have been knocked back, knocked down, juggled, or during one of their offensive actions. The stun is a special state, so if an attack that marks your opponent's location does more damage to a knockback opponent, I believe, it'll actually still do more damage on an opponent being stood up by Ki Blast Cannon, which is great for Flash Strike. You'll see it in the PvP clips in the background when they start to play. You have so many options on how to follow this thing up on this moveset, guys, from standing to doing the Burning Slash setup, or the Super Dragon Flight, or Saiyan Spirit, or Flash Strike, guys. This skill is pretty much the glue of the moveset and will let you do pretty much anything you want to. Flash Strike is our secret nuke on the set. You can confirm it to this thing at a moment's notice off simple dashing heavy attack if you wanted to. The attack does more than triple damage when used after a knockback, if I'm not mistaken. And since female Saiyans have so many ways to knock their opponent back naturally, use this after any one of your combos for a bonus 4,000 or so plus damage to shave off your opponent's health and even things out. Potan is a firecracker with this moveset, and you guys will see it in the PvP clips if they haven't played just yet. Super Kamehameha is a skill that we've got at least 2 confirms into. If your opponent sits in certain combos, you can combo directly into this thing without needing a stamina break to get them to pay attention or wipe out their health or their will to fight entirely. After any heavy knockdown, you're able to pull this one off as a haymaker, and believe it or not, Saiyan Spirit is your other ultimate on this set that actually does a heavy knockdown at most places on the map. This means if you've got at least 6 bars of ki, you can shave off exactly around 17,000 health from your opponent with just these 2 skills alone, with or without a stamina break. Congratulations, Potan is kinda busted. In the best way. We'll be hitting up the grading table real quick for some unbiased thoughts on the build, in case you guys wanted that. We'll start with the ease of use for short. This build catches the 5 out of 5 rating because it's insanely easy to fall back on any one of the skills and burst down your opponent with it. Female Saiyan combo strings are a bit floaty, so try to stick with the parts of your combos that you got cancels at, or you can at least Ki Blast cancel easily. Lucky for us, the moveset is equipped to fire off anything at a moment's notice and get you going into any loop or punish you'd like, so this thing is pretty easy to use. For damage output, this build is also going to be an easy 5 out of 5 for reasons that I don't really have to go over if you've been paying attention. At just 3 bars of ki, you can set off a combo or situation where you put on insane pressure or your opponent loses a huge chunk of health. Either way, as soon as you get ki from being hit or hitting your opponent back, you'll be set up to return any damage you've received. Knockbacks are your best friend with Flash Strike on your set, and for just 1 bar of ki with that insane damage output, there's not really much to fear. You'll have your opponent turtling in no time. Jim says this is easily worse than fighting the 2-hit Kamehameha presets on the male Saiyan, so hey guys, it's kinda scary. it's very strong. And for control and consistency, I'd give the build maybe a 4 out of 5, mostly because of the female Saiyan combo strings. Your reflexes are going to personally dictate how fast you move around with this thing, but in terms of average or learning players, I'd say the female Saiyan strings might be a bit difficult to mess around with in neutral and whatnot. Either way, it's not a hard build to mess around with, even if you whiff or like mess up your damage options. You've got more than enough ki reserves to keep on trying until something lands for a lot of damage. This build easily is going to get a 14 out of 15 on the grading table, which is a super solid score, and probably my favorite female Saiyan build that we've done so far. It's definitely a hybrid build without strike super investment, and it still has room for more damage with something like Mach Punch or Sledgehammer.
What's poppin' people? Today we got the Potara Warrior Mark II off-meta strike build. I'll be showing you guys the skills and stats and give you a few ideas for Super Souls and QQ Bangs to you. I'll also give it a quick rating so you know exactly what you're getting into before we get started. The height and bulk of the character aren't very important. If you want higher health, make the character taller. Faster movement speed, go shorter. To maximize the strike damage of the build, you can go for the widest body type. Again, this is completely optional. The main stats we're going to be focusing on for this build are strike damage, basic attack damage, and stamina. Remember, 42 points in ki or stamina is an extra bar if you want to tweak any of the numbers. Don't freak out if your build is set in stone already though, because stats aren't as important as knowing how to actually move around and land attacks. Damage is damage at the end of the day, and if you can outplay your opponent, even a Cyberman looks kinda crazy in this game. Any QQ Bang with positive strike super stats that doesn't take away from your stamina is fine. Just make sure that you got at least 5 bars of ki. When it comes to your Super Soul, try to get your hands on anything that can raise your strike super damage. I'd also make sure it's not a temporary boost. This build takes advantage of the male Saiyan knockback combos to easily cash out into big damage for a little bit of ki. Your moveset for the most part is going to be able to punish your opponent or scare them into blowing their stamina every time they get hit by the end of the match. The first skill on the moveset is going to be Savage Strike. You can use it after any of your knockbacks to cash out for quick damage. This makes even your shorter combos deadly if your opponent isn't paying attention. Use the advanced mechanic where you mash the skill twice to teleport to your opponent and deal even more damage after your knockbacks. If you're close enough to the floor when you do it, you'll get a heavy knockdown that you can follow up with ultimates if they're fast enough. Our next skill is Spirit Stab. You can use this move to interrupt an opponent's raw action or punish them when they miss. If you're close enough to the opponent, you can loop it by holding the analog stick toward your target while the move is ending. This is a good move to bait out vanishes when it hits, but be careful, it leaves you wide open if you miss or overpredict. Our next skill is Raid Blast. You can use this move to make it your combo ender and bring the fight closer to the floor. It'll do more damage if you actually touch the floor with your opponent, and it can be fully charged to break guards if you run into a block masher who's on autopilot. Tilt the analog stick while using the skill after a knockback to have it chase and catch your opponent, like Savage Strike. Your fourth slot is completely flexible and doesn't really matter much. You can go for a counter, a ki charge, Ginyu pose, meditation, anything you want or have available is fine. The main ultimate we're going for is Spirit Sword. You've got plenty of combos into this thing, and it matches with the Vegeta theme. You won't need stamina breaks to go into it, but I'd recommend making sure that your opponent has less than 2 bars of stamina if you're gonna commit. It'll do high damage, but you'll be just fine if you can't get to it. It's mostly here for style points. Any transformation that raises your strike super damage is pretty good here. Super Saiyan Blue Evolve will give you the biggest damage spike, but it's not very easy to maintain with the setup we've got for now. The build is flexible enough to make it work if you want it though. Even your evasive is all a matter of figuring out what you prefer and what you're comfortable with, so I'm going to leave that slot for you guys as well.
What's poppin'? People know the gang was happening, Box Gang was good with you though. Sound off in the comment section below. SSJAipom, aka Box Goes here, with a brand new video, and in our last little bit of catching up to stuff I owed before the big move, we're doing a Namekian build. You guys voted on a poll a while back and Namekians won, so today I've got a fun gimmick setup for you to try out. This is going to be a health manipulation / blaster build setup focused around a certain trait Namekians have. With that being said, since stats don't exactly matter, don't freak out if you have points spent already. You'll be just fine as long as you have a QQ Bang that gives you pluses in your Ki Blast super damage and your health. If you want to know why I always say stats don't matter, if you're bad at the game, someone playing as a Cyberman could beat you regardless of your build, so don't get too hung up on numbers. So what's the deal here? Namekian CACs have a passive where when their health falls below a certain point, they'll begin automatically healing until they're out of danger. Today's build is all about fighting solidly and making the fight way harder for your opponent if you do fall too low. At the same time, when you do fall too low, your damage output is going to increase and the build comes to life. I'm giving you guys a few Super Souls to work with, some of them are DLC ones, and others aren't, so you have a lot of flexibility. They'll probably cycle on screen for a few seconds, but I'll be sure to pin a comment with them for you below. Let's get to the main skills and why they're on the set in a second or two. Baby Vegeta came to the game with a bunch of comeback skills. We're going to be grabbing 2 of them because they're Ki Blast supers, and they synergize better than Riot Javelin does with Namekian combos. They share a trait that we're looking for. When your health is low, they become stronger and more effective. Revenge Final Flash is pretty much a skill you can hold down to deal more damage at the cost of more Ki. It's very easy to combo into this thing on a Namekian, and when your health falls low enough you can hold it longer. This is pretty much going to be a haymaker you can cash out Ki on after most of your combos. But it's not the most important skill. Just know it's an option if you want to dish out a bit more damage at the end of one of your strings. If you have any other skills you want to replace it with, that's perfectly fine to do. Arguably the most important skill on the set is going to be Reverse Shot. This thing fires off 4 projectiles that'll do some pretty tricky things if your opponent blocks or dodges them. When your health is low, you fire 8 instead. What's so cool about this move? For one, it has surprisingly high amounts of chip damage, meaning if your opponent blocks it, they still take enough damage to make them think twice about blocking it again. When your health is low, this chip damage is pretty much doubled because you're sending out twice as many projectiles. If a projectile misses your opponent, it'll come back around and try to hit him in the back one time. Sometimes it'll even pass over the opponent if they block it and then hit him in the back. Realistically, this means this is a skill that you can toss out whenever you want. Say you toss it out, your opponent dodges it, and then they start a combo. The blast that missed will come back and knock them off of you. Or you can just combo into it to deal more damage. It's great all around. Next up, we've got Fighting Pose F. The short and sweet of it is, when you trigger this thing, you lose stamina instead of health and you stop flinching. Poses look kinda silly, but these passives are no joke and synergize perfectly with your auto heal. I'm pretty sure someone's gonna cry about poses in the comment section or call you cheap, but these are the same people that wanna run one-hit kills and cry about everything else. Grow up, okay? Just grow up. You'll be using this skill to mitigate damage, especially when your health starts to look dicey. Land a heavy knockdown or a knockback and go for it so you're armored up. This way you give your character time to automatically heal, and you don't have to worry about suddenly dying. Damage is pretty much at an all-time high in Xenoverse 2 right now, so you can get wiped out in a split second. Pay attention or you might get hit with a random Super Saiyan Blue God Fist that takes out 95% of your health bar, you know what I mean? Last but not least, we have pretty much a free slot. If you have any skill that feels comfortable for you to put here like Meditation, a Counterattack, Do or Die, Divinity Unleashed, I'd say go for it. Personally, I went with Super Guard as a last resort to block out damage and hold it for a while without worrying about getting my stamina broken or getting grabbed. One of the Super Souls I recommended disables your normal block too, but Super Guard still works too in that regard, so again, you can use it for a strategy thing if you really want to. For Ultimate, you can run anything you want to really. I went with one of the counterattack ones with Reverse Mabaku Senko. This is because since you're going to be frustrating your opponent and healing up and hanging on by a thread when things get low, they're going to be trying extra hard to kill you and being aggressive. They pretty much run into it and then melt. Don't go for it too often early on in the fight though, because you'll just make it harder to land it later. They know it's coming, you know what I mean? My final ultimate is going to be Last Emperor, a skill you can literally use only once when your health is low. However, it doesn't cost you any Ki. Catch your opponent off guard with this one after a stamina break for a nice chunk of damage, or that finishing blow in the blink of an eye if you land a heavy knockdown. Ultimates are up to you really, and Revenge Death Ball is always going to be an option. If you don't have the DLC, grab Serious Bomb instead. All these things are great for doing damage. You're a Ki Blaster, why not use something that does a lot of damage? For your transformation, go ahead and grab Potential Unleashed for a simple damage and defense buff. And that's pretty much it. The Super Souls you choose and their limit bursts are going to change up the playstyle of this build a lot, guys, because some of these Super Souls are really cool. They trigger at different times to give you different windows to use them, and the limit bursts are always great things. They give you a lot of cool options to work with, so experiment and see which ones you like the most. Don't think that you have to play a certain way with the set or it's just not going to work. You have flexibility, dude. I'm just giving you a baseline. Go ahead and be out there and be great. This is not the only way to build Namekians. In fact, we have a few other Namekian builds on the channel already. So if you're not feeling it, try out one of the other ones we put together or make one your own. Have fun, try things, enjoy the game while you're playing it, dude. There's no reason to play it if you don't like it.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom, aka the Box Ghost here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 build video. A lot of you guys voted for it in the poll earlier this week, so here we are. I was setting up some movesets for AoE characters with the homie the other day, and we were messing around with the idea of a God of Destruction moveset, as the title of the video probably told you. You should be able to use this moveset on any custom character, so it's a universal one. The main stats we're focusing on for this one are going to be Ki Blast supers and your max Ki. Do not freak out if you already set up your build. Stats aren't as important as actually knowing how to play the game, so if you're one of the guys who don't really know how to move around and stuff like that, don't worry too much. Focus on that first. Damage is damage. Look for any QQ bang that gives you pluses in your max Ki or Ki Blast super damage, and a Super Soul that raises Ki Blast super or ultimate attack damage in any way, and you should be good to go. The main idea for this set was to be able to create entirely new combo enders. Since a lot of the races have combos that act kinda wonky or unreliable online, you'd swap out one of those funky animations or parts of the combo with a skill from the moveset to get it to work. It looks kinda cool. Let's talk about the main skills. You'll be able to find even more options for substitutes in the skills in the description of this video. If you watched the Tournament of Power arc in Dragon Ball Super and the content before it, you probably saw the Destruction Balls characters started tossing around. They were pretty much like Hakai's that move, so the visuals for this moveset are pretty much inspired by those, especially for our two main skills. God Splitter creates a black orb in front of you that shreds the opponent at close range. You can press the button again while your character is holding it to launch it as a projectile. If it's in front of you, it'll actually block lower level attacks coming your way, as long as they hit the orb. You can also block to cancel the attack out. The main mechanic of this one that I wanted to tell you guys about was the dash cancel you get after firing it off. To make the most of it, try using it at a close range and then firing it off after shredding the opponent for a little bit, only to follow it up with a dash to keep your combo going. It'll take some practice, but it's a pretty cool trick to turn your combos into some pretty cool looking punishes. Milky Cannon fires a slow moving orb of ki that'll blow up if the enemy touches it or comes near it. You can hold the skill while using it to send the orb out a little bit further if that's what you're into. I usually use this one if I wanted to slow down the pace of a match or get my bearings, especially after scrambles, because sometimes Xenoverse gets a little bit when you guys are like trying to hit each other. It's not a bad idea to cap off certain combos with it too, since it does respectable damage actually. It's pretty good. You can use this skill to cover you while you charge with Divinity Unleashed in PvE situations, or to condition your enemy to avoid taking certain routes to you in PvP. Divinity Unleashed is going to let you get a lot more ki back for every action that gives you ki, as long as you get to activate the buff. Either knock your opponent away with a strong enough knockback to go for it, or be a daredevil badass and do it out in the open. But don't be mad at me if you get shot on the side of your head. It's very straightforward and it can be replaced with meditation if you're that scared to use it, but in all honesty I think this better suits the active combat style of the moveset. Finishing Blow makes your character teleport and chop the opponent to deal damage, so long as you're in close enough range. You actually also get a step cancel to help you continue your combos. Use this one if your character is more along the physical damage side naturally, like a female Majin or a male Earthling, or if you'd like to just get a little bit stylish. I'd say only go for this one as a combo extension if your opponent hasn't been juggled yet, or you'll end up pretty much dropping the combo 9 times out of 10. During the first, I want to say, few presses of either your light or heavy combo before your opponent gets knocked off balance or knocked back or all that is where you want to do it. After knockbacks and teleports, this one is pretty much doomed to fail, so don't fall for that trap. Your ultimates are going to be where your heaviest hits are. We're packing 2 of them that are very, very capable of blowing your opponent back if you use them at the right time. Remember, you can find alternative moves or ultimates in the description of this video. They might not be as effective as the ones listed here or easy to use, but they will be in the description. So if you're like, where the hell was this? I just told you. Don't worry about it, Papa. Yo, we good. We good. The first ultimate we're rolling with is Revenge Death Ball. This one does more damage the higher your ki is when you let it off. You can also hold it to charge it up. Since we're trying to make sure we have as many ki bars as legitly possible, you can see why this one is going to be worth having. You can toss it at your opponent if they're close enough to catch them off guard, but the safest and I want to say most reliable way to do it is probably after a heavy stamina break. Just do a heavy stamina break, let your opponent get up while you're doing the whole charge thing, throw it at them. You're gonna blow someone's socks out. Like I don't know what to tell you. They're gone. They're going to be smoked. They're done. Regardless of how you want to toss this one out, be mindful of when your opponent is invulnerable. If you toss it at the wrong time, they will be able to ignore it and it's going to hit the floor and you're going to waste all your ki at once. On certain races, it might even be a one-shot from full health, so this is definitely a good one to look at. It's from one of the 9 million DLCs that came out, so just find it, get it if you didn't have it yet. It's a very good move, very good move. The second, more reliable ultimate we're going with is Serious Bomb. It gets triggered with a quick close-range uppercut, so you can combo into this one very, very easy on pretty much every race. If your opponent is below 3 bars of stamina or stamina broken when you go for it, it'll pretty much be guaranteed to hit if that first uppercut hit. And when it does, it's going to do a lot of damage. This one is my baby from before all the DLC moves. This is my baby right here. It's a really good way to put the stamp on a match if it dragged on for a bit, or if you catch the opponent off guard early to get a really, really, really big life lead. Your evasive is up to you entirely. It's not exactly important, and it's where you either put personality or practicality. Instant Rise is a pretty safe bet, but if you wanted to do headshot and be fierce, it's up to you, to be honest. This is a pretty ki heavy moveset, so getting Divinity Unleashed is like the most important thing. If you have that, as long as you got that boosted ki gauge going, you'll be able to do a lot of stuff and make new combos up on the fly. I said ki gauge, I meant to say ki gauge, but you know what? It's Pride Month, so we're going to hashtag ki gauge in the comment section. What's poppin', people? SSJAipom, aka The Box Goes here with a special build video requested by my man Matthew over on Patreon. It was actually kind of fun to put this one together with a couple of limits and thoughts in mind, and if you can read the title, you probably see what we're going for here. This is a very beginner-friendly PvP moveset, but of course, when you've got a better grasp on Frieza race characters or PvP in general, you can check out some of the other strategies and builds we have on the channel already. This build is set up around the Frieza race characters, so to get the biggest bang for our buck, we're going to be making a Ki Blast super base setup. Your most important stats are pretty much Ki Blast supers and max Ki, but don't freak out if you spent your points already. Stats aren't that important, or they're not as important as learning how to play the game and use the actual controls, so don't worry if you can't min-max, just, you know, do your thing. Any QQ bang that gives you pluses in your max Ki and Ki Blast super damage are good to go, so don't freak out if you can't find any of the random ones flashing by on screen. For your Super Soul, there's a specific one that we're going to be grabbing from the TP Metal Shop. It's called You and This Entire Planet Are As Good as Space Dust. It's going to boost our most important skill, and every time we go for that skill, it'll boost our ultimates a little bit more, up to 5 times. And itself, again, it's pretty good. If you can't catch this one in the TP Metal Shop, get anything that boosts Ki Blast Super Damage XL. That'll be fine. So, here's the mission. We got to make a Ki Blaster build that's beginner friendly and it doesn't rely on stamina breaks. And we got to be sure to add one of the beam abilities. Gallic Gun, Kamehameha, any variation like that. We're also going to try to make this one open-ended enough so that you can start shifting things around or incorporating strategies from the existing builds as you get more comfortable. Let's see if we can actually pull it off, guys. I'm excited here. We're going to kick off the build with Earth-Splitting Gallic Gun. This is our most important move on the set. Using this skill tosses out a fast beam at the cost of 2 bars of Ki. It's a kind of heavy price, but with our Super Soul, every time we toss this one out, it's worth it. We're going to be getting something for it. There are a couple of places you can toss it out during the Frieza race characters combos, and hopefully it'll cover the points in your combos where things get a little bit questionable online. If you play in deteriorating connections, you might notice that Frieza race characters, like all other characters, have little points in their combo strings where things get a little ugly, quote unquote. That's gonna get ugly online, you know. Our Super Soul gives this skill an extra large boost of damage, and every time you use it up to 5 times, it'll boost your Ki Blast supers in general, including itself. You can swap this one out for the regular Gallic Gun if you want to reduce the Ki cost a bit, but you'll be giving up a little bit of damage output for that trade-off. With the Super Soul, this thing hits very, very hard actually. It's kind of ridiculous. Fights might end within 3 of these things if you combo into it correctly. So keep that in mind. You're getting your bang for your buck here, alright? One of our favorites here on the channel is going to be Wild Hunt. This skill makes it so you pull off a canned cinematic combo that gives you a heavy knockdown if you use it close enough to the floor. Your opponent is able to vanish out of the skill if they have enough stamina, so be ready for that. You basically want to use the skill as an alternative combo ender instead of the problematic strings online. This one will get you used to comboing into strike supers, and because of the heavy knockdown the skill gives you, you're able to use either of your ultimates for free without worrying about a stamina break. Alternatively, use this skill to pressure your opponent into wasting their stamina on vanish. The entire time you use the skill in this animation, keep on trying to step or dash so that if they do free themselves, you aren't left wide open, you can actually escape. This one is really, really good, guys. I like this move a lot. This is my baby right here. Phantom Fist is a counterattack, or I guess you could call it a counterattack, that gets you out of harm's way when you toss it out. It's one of my favorites because of the control it gives you when you actually trigger it. You get to manipulate where your character pops up if your opponent actually triggers it themselves. If you use the skill after going for either a light or heavy attack, it has almost no startup and does an animation when your character has their arms crossed over their chest. If you use it raw, it's a bit slower to set up and it might get you punished, to be honest. Get used to making reads on your opponent and toss this one out, and if you make the wrong call, keep on trying to step or dash to get a little bit of recovery out of the way and kind of move safely. It's not going to be safe 100% of the time, but if you do call wrong, you might be able to save yourself by stepping or dashing. You've seen me do it in a couple of videos before. Divinity Unleashed is a staple pretty much on any build that needs high Ki upkeep and will keep you from getting stuck without the resource you need for your highest damage. It's very easy to use this one, it's very straightforward, it's not hard at all. Realistically, you want to use it to increase how much Ki any action gives you. To get this passive effect, you just have to charge up for 1 bar or more of Ki without getting disturbed. Use it after one of your knockbacks or if you find your opponent are a decent range from you, and that's pretty much how you get the buff. This way you'll pretty much always be ready to fire off an Earth-Splitting Gallic Gun at the end of your combos. Remember, Earth-Splitting Gallic Gun is pretty much what we want to do the most because it gives us the most bang for our buck, for our Ki, gives us a lot of damage, no stamina breaks needed, baby, we hit. And your default ultimates are pretty much beams you can do fairly easily in your combo strings. To be honest, any ultimates can go here realistically since Earth-Splitting Gallic Gun is going to be hitting so hard regardless. These are kind of just here for visual flair if you want to use them, so don't freak out about ultimates. You don't have to really snatch anything up. Like, nothing here is going to make or break the moveset. I promise you that. Super Gallic Gun has been getting buffs lately for its firing speed, and now it's fast enough to be launched after certain knockbacks and heavy knockdowns. It does okay damage, and in the event that you end up getting a heavy stamina break somehow, you can actually charge it up to full power. Don't bank on this one too much because, again, Earth Splitting Gallic Gun is just that good. This move is mostly just here for aesthetic. I mean, we had the Earth Splitting, so now we gotta have the super one. We gotta have it here. It's here for a reason. You can easily swap this one out for Emperor's Death Beam or something more practical, though. ×4 Kaioken Kamehameha launches a really fast beam that has low startup actually. This thing comes out of the blue and can be used after most of your combos for decent damage. It'll shred your opponent as if you would expect if you just fire it normally. Toss this one out and repeat the command to activate the boost mechanic where your character uses more ki for more damage, but has to recover for a very long period of time afterwards. Obviously you want to go for the boost when you have the attack actually landing and burning your opponent. When they have no stamina to use an evasive, I would say too, because if they evasive out of it, you're going to get punished really hard. You might get stamina broken and lose immediately, so that is a thing. These slots, along with your evasive, are honestly all to personal preference here. So if there are any ultimates you want to test out and get a bit creative with, you have the space, and thanks to our Super Soul setup, it's going to help you out with the damage as well. Wild Hunt makes it so you can use a lot of the ultimates actually without needing stamina breaks because of the heavy knockdown. So explore, get used to the ones that you have, experiment with ones. I know Angry Explosion is really good. It's a really good one. No, I don't think Final Explosion works that way, but Angry Explosion is a really cool one too if you can use it after a heavy knockdown. Just explore, and you might find something you like the most, to be honest with you. We're rolling with Golden Form to give ourselves that nice 30% boost to Ki Blast super damage and the speed boost, so if the damage you were getting to start off wasn't good enough for you, you have even more firepower here. And you can also hold the circle button to charge up a death beam and shoot it at someone's chest for a nice chunk of damage as well. This build is at its core one to get your feet wet in PvP if you're new, of course. There's a meta and things that you have to learn if you plan on taking this Xenoverse 2 seriously.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Xenoverse 2 build video. Today's subject is none other than the original character from Dragon Ball FighterZ, the wonderful, the lovely, the thick with 2 C's Android 21. I'll be giving you guys the stats and anything relevant to make the character, while trying to base the moveset off the skills that the character has in the original game. As of right now, I'm unsure of the clothing items being available in the console version of the game just yet. This is being recorded on the PC version where I modded it a little ahead to get the items to make the character. One little note about the moveset before we go on though, unfortunately the candy beam bug hasn't been fixed on Xenoverse at all, so we'll be skipping that skill entirely. I can recommend it for PvE, but you might as well ignore it altogether for PvP. In Dragon Ball FighterZ, Android 21 is a dope character with some nice range on her attacks. I tried to copy some of the more visually noticeable moves and keep them in the theme of the character. That being said, this is a blaster version of the moveset. You'll have some alternate skills in the description to try out a strike version, or if you wanted to mix them together to make a hybrid of the two. The main motif I went with was the fact that she could grab her opponent and steal power from them on contact using the skill Connoisseur Cut in Dragon Ball FighterZ. We're grabbing Drain Charge to represent this little ability, which lets us steal about 5 bars of ki from our opponent to give them to ourselves. If you've been around the channel for a while, you already know how much I like this move on female Earthlings. Combo into this thing for 5 free bars of ki. It's very simple, very straightforward, and lets you move ahead in the fight without having to worry about getting your ki up too many times after exchanges. You know, it's very straightforward. Vanishing Ball is going to be taking the place of her Total Detonation Ball in FighterZ. This skill is going to do remarkable damage after any of our stronger knockback impulse combos. Go for the skill when your opponent is below 2 bars of stamina, but you don't want to go for the stamina break to kind of make them suffer a little bit. You can also use it during a break or after the stronger impulse knockback combos if your opponent didn't snap Vanish early and you kind of like, oh, well, hold this then. It's very, very good. Very remarkable skill. Sudden Death Beam is going to take the place of her Sonic Warp. It's pretty much a skill she gets that's a lot like Instant Transmission. It also serves as a counter to nail an opponent for trying to get too aggressive, and it can help you burn off your enemy's stamina if you use the close distance after a knockback combo. It's very, very nice, and I think you could also use it as a sort of I guess it's in the place of Vanish, the regular Vanish in Dragon Ball FighterZ that you do with the heavy button and the medium attack at the same time. So yeah, we covered a couple bases there. Pretty good. Gallic Cannon will serve as Android 21's stolen Kamehameha skill. You'll be using this skill to follow up basic knockbacks if you can't get to a confirm for Vanishing Ball, but you still want to tack on some extra damage. I believe the skill is going to be doing, like, at minimum 1,500, 1,300 around there, extra damage after any of your combos, and it adds up over time, so I'd say it's pretty good to just throw this out when you are able to use it. Serious Bomb is going to be our first ultimate, and it costs us about 5 bars of ki to use it. We'll use Drain Charge to make sure that we have enough ki to go into this thing when our opponent is below 2 bars of stamina, or stamina broken for a very heavy haymaker. Think about this skill as another Total Detonation Ball,
or as a replacement for her excellent full course super. Remote Serious Bomb is our second ultimate, and it only costs us like about 3 bars of ki. Use the first part of the skill to force an opponent to lose their transformation, a lot like how people lost their power in the fighter story mode. And you can trigger the second part after knockbacks to burn your opponent for a decent amount of damage too. Alternatively, for this slot, you can use Giant Storm in place of the Photon Wave skill, because it looks pretty cool, but I don't think we have any really nice beams from the fingers that kind of go up in the arcing motion that look as cinematic as fighters, you know. Like I always say, the stats don't truly matter if you know how to play the game. All you have to do is know how to abuse those invincibility frames as your step vanish, and you're pretty good. Ki Blast cancel, and you got it. That being said, the main focus of this build is going to be the Ki Blast super damage and your max ki stat. Everything else is whatever. If you wanted to try the strike variation of the build, instead of putting the points in Ki Blast damage, put it in strike damage. Your QQ bang can be anything as long as it gives you pluses in max ki and Ki Blast supers. Or if you're doing the strike version, if it gives you pluses in max ki and strike supers. I think that's, did I just mess myself up? Either way, why not use meditation? Because Shorty didn't meditate in fighters, okay? Shut up.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. And today's build video is our second Super Saiyan Blue tribute build, themed around none other than Vegeta. Yesterday's build was for strikers and themed around Goku, so today's video is going to be one for the blasters. You gotta understand, I'm not the hugest fan of doing builds for characters already in the game, but since so many of you requested Vegeta builds for whatever reason, here it is. You guys are going to see the stats, the Super Soul QQ Bang, and a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves, before you see some fillers of the skills in combat. We're trying something new out for this build video that may make doing these build videos a little bit easier and more efficient. Let's see if you noticed it already, Pop. Did you notice it? Open your eyes, bro. Look at the screen. Subscribe if you're new, though, dog. We're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. We don't have much time left, and I just got word. Listen, I just got word that a great ape was spotted like 3 blocks down from my house, dog. Like, if we don't hit 5K, it's gonna come over here, dog. The army said it themselves, and they said the ape is gonna come, and it's gonna spare anybody with 5K subs, bro. Don't make me die, bro. Like, man's gonna be vexed. Subscribe, dog, please. Like I mentioned earlier, this build is inspired by Vegeta. This is a character already in the game with several variations. If you haven't tried him out yet, he's a very fun character. You're gonna get an extended preset pool in the description of this video for more supers that you can use if you aren't feeling the base set. For now, we're going to break down everything you need to know to get started. Big Bang Attack is a signature move of Vegeta's that's pretty badass in the game. You can combo into it from just about any of our knockback combos as a male Saiyan, and it definitely does a welcome chunk of damage on your opponent with the setup that we have right now. Sometimes you can get hit while casting it to have the Big Bang stay in front of you and blast your opponent to keep you safe from harm, and I guess that's pretty cool, but it's not something that we want to rely on using 1 bar of ki for if we were trying to get the match done with as quick as possible. You can use Focus Flash in its place, but you run the risk of missing out on a lot of damage if you don't confirm into that correctly. You gotta use it right, dog. Man's gotta come correct, dog. Don't mess it up, dog. Earth Splitting Gallic Gun is our next super attack, and we'll be using it to do a nice chunk of damage after knockbacks if we do have the ki for it. This skill is mostly here to fill in space, but it does give you a bit of time to plot your next move after you do land it. Be careful when you go for this thing, though, because it will leave you wide open for a while if you miss it. You can compare this one to Kaioken Kamehameha if nothing else. And if anything else, when the Super Saiyan Blue transformation is out, we will revisit the slot to check some more stuff out and try to fix it up. Like if we have the warps in the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, which I don't see why we wouldn't, we'll probably throw in the regular Gallic Gun so we can charge that up after knockbacks. It's gonna look hot, guys, alright? We're gonna be back. Wild Hunt is there, and Godbreaker is also on the set for specific reasons that pretty much are exclusive to those moves. Wild Hunt would give you an extra heavy knockdown on your combo strings. As a male Saiyan, it's pretty easy to combo into this thing. Just go for it in the middle of any of your light combos or in the middle of your heavy string, and you'll be able to use this thing and change your combo ender entirely. When you're close enough to the floor, it will give you a heavy knockdown, which is great, and it doubles as a cool pressure tool too if you're trying to step away from your opponent while using it. This way, if they do snap vanish, you aren't in a position where you'll be punished for it. We use Godbreaker to shave off huge chunks of our opponent's health when they bump into it. I like to use it when I hit an opponent who ended up blocking, so when they do go for their counterattack, they lose way more health than my combo would have did. Godbreaker isn't a move Vegeta did, but I figured it's close enough to like the Genocide Breaker executions that Vegeta did on Planet Namek to let it slide. Guys, can I slide real quick? Can you just you know, just let me get covered up in some Crisco with some grease, you know what I mean? Got to slip and slide outside, just run, chest first, you know what I mean? And just let me glide across the water. You ever seen a rock skip across a pond? Can I do that? On the grass? Can I do that? Let me do that. Since we can combo into Final Flash and Super Gallic Gun without needing stamina breaks, you're free to use either one in your punishes. Be careful with certain connections though, because it may mess up how consistent these things are if lag is involved. Thanks to Wild Hunt though, we can make them a lot more consistent without needing a stamina break, which is great news if you're nervous about needing stamina breaks for everything.
Of course, stamina breaks are the safest way to keep things going for you, but the surprise factor is always a great thing to have when you want to knock your opponent out and they think that they're safe by going below 2 bars of stamina. You guys gotta know what we're doing over here. What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. And today's build video is one that we had stashed away in the cut for a while. It's a Striker Super Saiyan Blue themed moveset, dog. You know this, dog. You gotta understand. I modeled the moveset after Goku for this one because a couple of you guys have been asking for Goku and Vegeta builds for the longest. And just for those two, I'll do them. I don't like doing builds for characters that are already in the game, but I gotta admit this build is pretty sick with all the neat combos you can pull off. You guys are gonna see the stats, the skills, and a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves before some filler clips with the build in action. You guys know the deal if you've been around for a while. But if you're new, if you happen to be new, subscribe, pop, because we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. This is the final stretch, guys. If we don't hit 5K, guys, I just got word, okay? I just got word. Your family is gonna straight up go vegan out of the blue. There's not gonna be no warning. Like, no more meats or dairy products in the crib, dog. Like, you're gonna be eating salads and crackers and like Brita tap water for the rest of your life. Like, they're not even gonna be like regular vegans either. These are gonna be super vegans. On like the second you think about non-vegan food, you're gonna get hit with like a burnt ass biscuit. It's gonna crack you on the side of your head. You see? Subscribe. You gotta hit that 5K. This build uses a bunch of skills you probably already seen me use in PvP on the channel already if you've been around for a while. These skills were pretty much isolated before, but together with the theme of Goku in mind, it has some crazy synergy with the male Saiyan combo strings. I'll leave an extended Goku preset pool in the description of this video for moves you can swap in and out to edit the build to your liking. And of course, since he's in the game, you can just pick Goku. Like, it's kind of... Guys, why do I have to say that? When the actual Super Saiyan Blue transformation is in the game, we'll probably check it out and make an updated version of this build and the Vegeta build coming out pretty soon, with the stats and all that in mind. While I'm classifying this build as a striker, you probably noticed that we don't have any points in our strike supers. While the build is made to dominate at close ranges and weave into most of your moveset, which happens to be strike supers, your surprise burst of damage is going to come from your combo enders and your ultimate attacks that you'll be using without even needing stamina breaks. You'll see what I mean in the fillers a little bit later. If you guys have been around for a while, you know exactly what I mean by this. We're kind of legendary, guys. I don't want to pat myself on the back, but oh my god, I need a shirt. It hurt. Alright, Savage Strike is going to be on the set to mix up our combo enders. You saw us use this thing in the Ultra Instinct build video, and it does work with the male Saiyan combo strings. These things, throw out them Savage Strikes every time. Just punch them in the jaw, okay? The best gimmick with this build, though, is the fact that you can go from super attack to super attack on the set to create some insane punishes. Either your opponent sits there and eats the combo, or they waste that stamina and get one step closer to getting hit with an ultimate attack that doesn't need you to stamina break. You guys should know how I love to play my male Saiyans by now, if you've been watching. Alternatively, you can use Super God Fist, but you lose that synergy that you have from Savage Strike activating from knockbacks. If you just watch, guys, I'm telling you, it's oh my god. Yeah, it's hot. Yeah, it's hot. Meteor Blow is another move that we have on the set. It's kind of gimmicky online. I'd assume you're playing with friends or like someone at least at 4 bars or higher if you're going to be going for this move. If the teleport isn't working for you in the room that you're in, don't worry about it. You don't miss out on much with it being unusable for that round. It's just there to fill out space, but when it does work, the skill gives you a new step and dash cancel and a stamina break confirm when it works. Close enough to the floor, the second part of the attack is even a heavy knockdown, and the skill itself will, of course, let you chain directly into other super attacks on the moveset to keep your pressure going. I'm telling you guys, if you didn't think this was hot, you probably like what do you like doing? You probably like stamina breaking people and pressing circle through 30,000 times. Mr. Key Blast spammer guy. You're not ready for this. You gotta be built for this. I need to see warriors. I need to see some hashtag warriors in my goddamn comment section below. How you doing? Kaioken Assault is a skill that we showed love to a lot on the channel already. You guys should know why we like this one already. This one is crazy when it comes to pressure, and it can make your opponent snap vanish. And if they didn't, it does quite a bit of damage if they just sit in the move. Since Goku does go Kaioken Blue, it's only right that we had something to reference that, I guess. Like I always tell you guys, though, keep on trying to sidestep while you're using this move so you aren't left wide open if your opponent does decide to snap vanish midway through and you're kind of still doing the animation. This skill can be comboed into super easy after any knockback, and even after Burst Kamehameha of all things. And Burst Kamehameha itself actually does let you do a dash cancel after you hit them with the first portion of it. You see me use this a lot in the PvP clips from the Master Roshi build, and that pretty much, it works here too. It applies here. You have a lot of ways to go into Burst Kamehameha. I would say go into it after any of your light combos or in the middle of any of your light combos. Something up close so that when you do get the dash cancel, you can actually run up and loop it again. It's really neat. When I run my male Saiyans, I always go for ultimates that I can combo into without needing stamina breaks. Super Kamehameha is my personal favorite ultimate of choice, and Warp Kamehameha is pretty much there for a nice stylish finisher if we do want to go for the bonus points. What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video, and today's build video is one for the male Majins. You guys requested one for small male Majins, so I figured, why not do it? This build is based on an actual character Akira Toriyama made in a mini spin-off series named Neko Majin Z, whatever the hell you want to call it. This little dude is lit. I saw this guy's design years ago and I actually liked it a lot. Aipom, nobody asked you all that. Shut up. Carry on with the build, please. You're right, you guys are going to see the stats, the skills, and the QQ bang real quick before some mini tutorials on the main moves, and then some demonstrations of the build in action and some filler fights. You gotta understand. Subscribe if you're new, though, pop, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year, because if we don't, listen, if we don't, I just got word, okay? I just got word. If we don't hit 5K, my last name is getting changed to... Bro. I don't even know how to spell that. Please, don't make that happen. Please, subscribe. Male Majins are a funny race to me because of how hard they get punished when their stamina goes below 3 bars at any point. This build is set up so you don't have to worry about that too much if you play it right, and there is a lot of slack that'll let you run so you don't have to be too worried about it at the same time. That being said, you do have to watch your stamina. Stamina is the most important stat for Majins, period. Try and snap vanish when a loop is doing too much damage or if you feel like a stamina break is coming. Other than that, you kinda should sit there and tank and attack. It's okay to slow down a little bit as a male Majin and tank some hits. We are also running a Super Soul to constantly heal to get our opponent to play more aggressive. And at this point, I would say that Super Soul is pretty much a staple for male Majins if you plan on doing like a tanky variety or something like that. You know, all of our super attacks have a little bit of utility that we're going to try to use to keep up in the fight. We've got all sorts of armor and iframes on the set that you can get familiar with before taking this thing online. And I think it'll be really, really fun if you guys do actually put in the effort to try something out. This is a new kind of playstyle, not really if you played any of the other old male Majuub Build, but you guys understand. You gotta understand. Power Pole Combo is a dope strike super attack that we can use at any point in the middle of our combos to change up our combo enders. In some connections, this skill is completely unvanishable, which is absurd, but hey man, at this point, what isn't busted on Xenoverse? If you time it correctly, you can even punish your opponent for snap vanishing out of your combos. Jim absolutely shreds with GT Kid Goku because of this move, and it's one of the most triggering things ever. It's so annoying, guys. It's so frustrating, this move right here. Male Majins don't have much synergy with it on their combo enders, so again, I'd say try to go for this one in the middle of your combo strings instead of the end to avoid wasting your ki. God of Destruction's Rampage is an awesome super you can use to pin your opponent down for an extra burst of damage. This thing actually becomes unvanishable when your opponent starts getting hit by it, which is a thing in itself. I should warn you though that burst dashes and guard breaking skills will actually break your stamina if you use this thing and your opponent sees it coming. However, if you notice your opponent is trying to hit you with a dash and right attack as their main way of starting up their offense, or if they just kind of beeline towards you and have some pretty spotty movement, you can throw this thing out to trap them as soon as they get in the range. It's really good, and it does a little bit too much damage actually. It's kind of hot. I like how much damage it does. It's honestly a great move for irritating your opponent, and it'll give you a breather. Be sure to cancel out some of the recovery from this move by stepping or dashing as it ends, so you don't have to do that weird peace sign pose. If you don't know, Rolling Hercule Punch is one of the few moves we featured on the channel a lot because of how useful it is. It has a small hitbox, and this thing on your side is going to be hilarious because you're so little. You look at you, you're just a little dude. It's an armored counter attack basically that will catch a trigger-happy opponent off guard 9 times out of 10. You can be perfect block though, so be careful. Sometimes if you throw out the attack too early, your opponent can punch you in the mouth. That is a thing that can happen. Guys, if you're not understanding yet, I need to say it one more time for you. I'm gonna save my you gotta understand. Oh, I said it already. I messed that up. I usually use this thing hoping to trade with my opponent so they don't put in like any sort of offense on me, while at the same time I hit them with some crazy hit stun. Then again, that's pretty much it, you know. Rolling Hercule Punch is a banger. It's a banger of a move. If you haven't seen it used yet, you try it, please. That's all I ask of you to do, is to try it. I'm sorry if I'm kind of like rambling right now, bro. I'm tired. I'm so tired right now. Your ultimates are going to be some of the universal ones with universal confirms. In the basic version of the set, we run full power energy wave and warp kamehameha, both ultimates that you can fire off after a basic knockback kick from your heavy and ki blast button being tapped at the same time. Alternatively, I like ×4 Kaioken Kamehameha for male Majins because of how easy you can go into it. Feel free to go with the skill that you're most comfortable with, or whichever one flows best for you. I would say I definitely do like the ×4 Kaioken Kamehameha, just because he has a couple more confirms into it, and you can do it in all sorts of ways to kind of mess up your opponent. I'm not going to be talking through the whole video though, guys. I'm falling asleep right now. I'm sorry. I'm glad to hit you guys with another male Majin build after all this time though. These little guys don't get any love on YouTube, man. Like it's ridiculous.
Don't even do it. Don't. I see you about to type it. Don't even. Cut it out with your young ass. Stop it, okay? Young boy, stop it. What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video, and today's build video is one for the female Earthlings. Just like all the other recent CAC builds, you guys are going to see the stats, the skills, and a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves, before some filler clips showing you a demo of the build in action. We're keeping the combos as neutral as possible so you can take them online without much issues thanks to connections and all that. You guys gotta understand. Subscribe if you're new though, pop, because we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year, because if we don't, look, I just got word, okay? I just got word. There's a secret code keeping a Martian locked up in Area 51. This guy came in a Saiyan space pod, and if we don't hit 5K, the code that's kind of holding him back is gonna get scrambled, and he's gonna break free and go straight to your house. Not me, you watching the video, specifically you. See, you don't want to know what that weird ass alien's trying to do when he gets to you. See, so you might want to subscribe. We gotta, come on, guys, we don't got much time left. The build was designed to deal quite a bit of damage without needing ultimate attacks at all. Yes, the character you're seeing is using mods for visuals. The gear you see is not available in the base game, unfortunately. If you're wondering about what kind of QQ bang you should aim for, the most important stats for you are stamina, ki, and ki blast supers. You can minus any of your other stats, just kind of worry about that when you get to that. On to the skills and focus points. Our main skills on the set let us knock down our opponent in some fun ways and do tons of damage to force our opponent to use their evasive or hold that huge chunk of damage as a permanent, you just got smacked upside your head. You gotta understand that, papa. Crazy Finger Beam is a move that we're using on the set because this thing hits like a bus on contact. Holding the button down lets you keep on firing to build up damage over time, and the last hit or the hit that takes place when you let go of the button deals some very sick damage. You can hold the button down for up to 6 bars of ki, which isn't much of a problem on this build because of our other main skill. Consider this skill your ultimate attack on the setup that you can use out of nowhere at the end of any of your combo strings. It's really, really good. You don't have to worry about building up 3 bars of ki to use it, and I think you guys will like it when you get used to it. You'll see just how dangerous this thing is in the fillers. It's pretty wild in terms of damage. Lightning of Absolution is a fun little skill we have on the moveset to burst our opponent down after some knockback combos exclusively. The skill costs 2 bars of ki and does decent damage. To be honest though, if you're not feeling it, go for Flash Strike instead. It pretty much has the same use on the moveset and does better damage for the ki cost. I literally only have this on the set to mix things up when I get bored of Crazy Finger Beam, and I kinda like the way the Lightning of Absolution pose makes your character look like an evil possessed god or a deity or something like that, you know? Guys, if you don't understand yet, you gotta understand. You gotta. Saturday Crash is a neat skill we can use to disrupt our opponent and extend our combos. This skill is kind of great for pressuring your opponent to get ready to snap vanish, and if they don't, well, they're gonna take whatever punish or setup you can think of in that brief 2 to 3 second stun period, you know? It's pretty nice. This thing is super easy to combo into thanks to our combo strings, so why not set up a loop that gets your opponent irritated enough to blow 2 bars of stamina on this super weak skill for a chance to fight it back, only to get hit by it again and then get put in the same loop of wasting stamina, getting hit by this paralyzed thing, getting irritated, etc, etc. It's really neat. Our ultimates are pretty much up to you on the set. As soon as I saw how much damage Crazy Finger Beam was doing, I was like, oh yeah, nah, ultimates ain't that important here. Screw that. Like, either way, you can use something like Emperor's Death Beam, Assault Rain, Justice Combination, Super Kamehameha, etc, etc without needing a stamina break, which is a great option to have regardless of what character you're on. Feel free to make whatever changes you'd like. I just kind of went with like Meteor Burst, I think, and Vacation Delete for after stamina breaks, but they really weren't necessary. Like, for that same ki cost, I could have just did a no break Crazy Finger Beam, you know? Either way, that is up to you guys. We also have Drain Charge on the set to kind of get our ki back up. It helps us steal about 5 bars of ki from the opponent and give those bars to ourselves. If you're more focused on stamina though, you can use Super Drain instead of Drain Charge to take your opponent's stamina on contact, which is pretty neat. This build was pretty fun and I was getting victories kind of quick against the AIs. I gotta try the setup on Jiren next time we play. Either way, I hope you guys enjoy the filler clips or trying it out for yourselves.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. Why do I keep shaking like this? And today's build video is gonna be a build video that is a tribute to a certain character that everyone says that they remember and they love and they like him, but nobody really want this dude. Why you like you? You ain't gonna use no Oob. Why you like? It's Oob, guys. It's Oob. Just like all the other recent CAC builds, you guys are gonna see the stats, the skills, and a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves before some PvP clips on the build and seeing it in action. But you guys know the deal, right? Listen, you've been around for a while, you know how it works. But if you're new though, subscribe because we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. Because if we don't, listen, I just got word. Look, listen, between me and you, I just got word. It said if we don't hit 5K by the end of the year, they got an assassin under my bed, alright? His name is Tutankhamun. He's from Egypt, alright? Look, he has a blow dart aimed right at my neck right now. You see? If we don't hit that 5K, Tutankhamun's gonna shoot me in the neck with the blow dart, alright? I might catch that, alright? I might catch the, don't do me like that, guys. Between me and you might want to subscribe, because that, you know how much force they gotta put into that, it kinda hurts, guys. I'm just saying. This build is pretty much set up to restand our opponent when we start getting off our punishes, and then let off an ultimate for a good chunk of damage. That's pretty much the main goal there, but of course, you know, things don't always go as planned. Earthlings aren't the strongest hybrids in the game by any means, but we do have some pretty respectable Ki Blast damage without having to put points in our Ki Blast damage stat with this setup. Real quick though, before I start talking about the main moves, I'll let you guys know that we're going to have bonus attacks in the description that you can mess around with and change up the build if you don't like the base set. Candy Beam is a super I gotta bring attention to because it would have been a great fit, and it still is for PvE, but since it's pretty easy to use the glitch to be able to fight while Candy, I wouldn't use it in PvP anymore. It's very disappointing that that's still a thing that happens, but Xenoverse, man, I'm not surprised by anything, you know? But let's get started with Ki Blast Cannon. This is going to be our main super tech that we're going to be using to restand your opponent when they're being juggled. This way they'll be stopped from getting bonus stamina recovery and be restood so that we can go into certain combos or attacks that we wouldn't be able to do normally. You can also use it when your opponent is doing an offensive action to give them a pretty strong stun that will most likely cause them to panic and snap vanish. When it's successful, you'll be able to step or dash cancel to keep your combo going, so keep that in mind. This is a skill that we covered a couple of times on the channel already, so if you've been around for a while, you guys know how this thing works, okay? You gotta understand. It's an easy one to recommend. Give it a shot if you have not used this move yet. What the hell are you doing? Please! Justice Rush is a strike super that we can use after any of our light attacks for a great link into a super with some nice damage. The best part of this skill though is that we can cancel into it from our ultimate attacks, or no, excuse me, we can cancel into our ultimate attacks from it because it's that much of a banger, guys. Just know that the skill can only be used while your opponent is in a standing state for the most success. So try to use it after a Ki Blast Cannon or during your light combo string so you don't have to waste your Ki going for this thing. We did go over it in the Videl skill analysis video a bit more, and the main thing I can say is to pay attention to when you go for this thing, because if your opponent does have enough stamina to snap vanish, they will be able to escape it before you can actually get off your ultimate attack. Because you're a male Earthling though, this thing is naturally going to give you respectable damage because it's a strike super, and if you didn't know, these guys hit kind of hard with strike super, so I gotta recommend this one on the set. Just trust me, guys, it's hot, okay? Look, I'm getting the smiles, okay? You ever hear someone talk before, you just like, okay, I can tell you smiling, listen, Pop, I'm trying to, yo, bro, hit me with a hashtag, you gotta understand, and oh boy, you already know. Super Black Kamehameha Rose is in place of our Chocolate Kamehameha. It sounds like a really goofy move, but Oob really does have a chocolate like it's a pink beam that he fires like a Kamehameha and hits you and turns you into chocolate. Now, even though the chocolate part is kind of fugacious here in Xenoverse, I figure a pink Kamehameha that we can link into without needing a stamina break is gonna be a good enough trade. If you can agree with me on that, just come on now, just show some love, alright? Come on, we try to make it work. As you can see, this thing costs more Ki than usual as the trade-off, so be sure to go for this thing when you got the combo into it down. It hits insanely hard on Ki Blast characters, and I gotta say, with a certain preset, it's still gonna be giving you a bit over 7,000 damage on contact, which is just awesome. We also have Angry Explosion as our other ultimate, and we can use that after heavy knockdowns without needing a stamina break too. And depending on how much Ki you had when you went for it, you'll be seeing differences in your damage output with it. Phantom Fist, you guys know this one already. This is my favorite counterattack, and you'll see me use it a lot to compete with Goku after messing up and leaving myself open. I also used it in a couple of tests against Hit, but we don't have those fights in this video because they're a little bit too long. But still, Phantom Fist is pretty good for dealing with Hit and like Dash S and all that. It's semantics, you guys don't need to worry about that too much. Psycho Barrier is pretty much an interchangeable slot that we have on the set that you can use and tweak it as you see fit. I pretty much use it after trying to bait like snap vanishes to get a little bit of damage or like a bit of a breather if Jim has been kind of hitting me with the hands for a little bit, you know. As far as the bonus skills go, Candy Beam is a pretty good option for PvE missions again, since the computers can't glitch to hit you. Final Blow is awesome. You can use it after a bunch of combo strings with male Earthlings. And of course we have Trap Shooter as a way to shoot your opponent in the face after pretty much any of your knockbacks, anything up close, and you have that super strong stun with the heavy light, heavy light, heavy. Hey, this is one of those rare intros where I don't start it with the what's poppin' people? So you get the little hey. What's poppin' people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. Here is a build that I wanted to get around to doing back when we did a Caulifla Build, but you know, we had to make time for it. That's the main thing, guys. You know, schedules and timing, it just wasn't right, guys. Here you guys have a Berserker Kale moveset. I wanted to do this for a very long time. Since the creation options and clothes you can pick from are pretty weak at this point in the game, this is the best I could do. But if you've been around the channel for a while, you know how these videos go. You guys are going to be seeing the stats and the supers real quick, followed by a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves on the set. There won't be any PvP in this video, unfortunately, because I'm recording this at a very ungodly hour of the night. You gotta understand. It's literally 3:33 a.m. Thanksgiving, the day, it's Black Friday right now, guys. Guys, it is Black Friday right now. Subscribe if you like what you see, though, for the one-time pop. Listen, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year, because if we don't, listen, look, if we don't, I just got word, guys. Ribrianne is going to knock out a lot of guys from Universe 7 in the Tournament of Powers. Listen, Toyotaro just told me. He has me on speed dial, seriously. He threatened me. He said, hey, Aipom, if you don't get that 5K, Ribrianne's gonna punch Jiren in the neck, Vegeta's next, Android 17, and anyone else the person watching this video happens to like is dead. You see? And he told me that, so you gotta subscribe anyway. If you guys didn't know, CACs can actually combo into some of their ultimate attacks without needing stamina breaks at all. Unfortunately, Broly's ultimate is a bit too slow to be reliable, so in its place we're going to be using Grand Smasher from Bojack. We'll be back to PvP fillers in the next few build videos we do, but since it's pretty much the evening of Thanksgiving / Black Friday in the morning, I decided it would be more considerate to kind of let the homie Jim hang out with his family and chill and whatnot. You know, listen, he probably had a lot of food there. You know, I had to work on Thanksgiving. Kinda sucked. Listen, this build is pretty fun and it has quite a bit of firepower. I have 2 presets laid out that I love, and I actually like the second one a bit more. You can hit up the description of this video to find the extended preset pool that we won't cover here. For now, we're checking out Gigantic Omega, Destruction Concerto Meteor, Rocket Tackle, Blaster Shell, Final Shine Attack, Grand Smasher, and Blaster Meteor as the evasive. Blaster Meteor you can kind of switch out with anything that you want to use. To be honest with you, I just kind of got it in there because it's there. Your super attacks are all here to help you get some extensions going or overwhelm your opponent. Your damage is surprisingly high for how simple some of your combos are. Destruction Concerto Meteor from Vados is a skill that we're going to be trying to use to mix things up. This is not a skill I covered a lot, but we did go over it in the skill analysis days, so you can check that video out too if you want to see some stuff from there. It'll create an orb behind your opponent's back if you use it without linking into it. However, the way I tend to use it the most is launching it after doing a knockback on my opponent. 9 times out of 10, your opponent will be knocked into it and take an additional 1,000 or so damage on top of whatever combo you use. It's very easy to kind of overlook that 1,000 damage, but it adds up over time, guys, seriously. This is great if you want to condition your opponent to fear certain combos from you because this thing is annoying when it starts happening over and over, and it actually stops your opponent from traveling super far from getting knocked back. On the second preset, instead of this move, we use God of Destruction's Roar. They serve pretty much the same purpose with you kind of messing with your opponent, and the Roar being used after your warp combos to try and bait your opponent to snap vanish is kind of an added bonus. It forces a guard and absolutely shreds stamina. As long as you don't hold the button down until you get tired, you'll be able to step away with no problem. Be careful though, because this thing can be perfect blocked, so that's kind of the issue with the God of Destruction's Roar. I actually didn't know that for a while until the AI started cheesing and then doing it over and over. Like, come on, how you block matching, bro? Whoa! Gigantic Omega needs almost no introduction if you've been around for a while. This skill gives you dash cancels that you can use after your knockback combos, and believe it or not, it has a pretty neat way you can shave off your end lag after this attack goes through. If you guys don't know what end lag is, we can also call that recovery. I just kind of found it while messing around with this build. Tilt the analog stick after your Gigantic Omega goes through, and you'll actually be able to use anything else immediately after it without being in a recovery period. On this build, the only thing that we can kind of use with this thing is going to be Destruction's Concerto Meteor, but without it, you can try using Kaioken Kamehameha ×4 or like Emperor's Death Theme. It's really weird. I can't explain it without you trying it for yourself. Trust me on this one though, guys. It's kind of a banger. Rocket Tackle gives you an armored rush away from your location if your opponent snap vanishes behind you. And of course, you can use this thing to extend any of your knockback combos by firing this thing out. It's easily one of my favorite moves, and I would have felt weird not giving it to a character that pretty much powers through things in her berserk form. Blaster Shell is a pretty neat skill that we can use to extend some of our knockback combos. This thing hits way too hard for 1 bar of ki, and it's exceptionally easy to combo into. It'll actually restand your opponent if they get caught by it during a knockback, meaning you don't gotta worry about giving them back too much stamina. That's easily gonna be one of the most amazing ways you can kind of shred your opponent off. I think it was doing about 1,800 damage per blast that hit, if I'm not mistaken. I haven't seen the clips in a while, but guys, it's kind of a banger. Listen, Kale is out here with the bangers. Baby girl Kale, I see you. I see you. Grand Smasher is a super dope ultimate for Bojack. This thing can hit like a truck, and the fact that we got 2 ways to use without a stamina break means it's definitely worth running for Kale. Final Shine is pretty much the only green beam we got in the game, so it's a default for me on the set. With how much ki we got, we can actually combo into this thing after a heavy knockdown for about 18,000 damage or so, if I remember correctly, which is roughly 2 bars of health, give or take, a little bit less. But hey, that's the thing, it's insane damage, actually not all that worth it for all of your ki, but hey, it's definitely a passing score for a haymaker or knockout blow if the match went on long enough.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video.
I was knocked out of commission this week, you know, but the show must go on, so I'm gonna get my sick ass up, and we gonna record. So we're pushing back the AOA Season 1 Showcase Wave 1 just a little bit, and hitting you guys with a scheduled build video for this week. You guys are gonna be seeing the build stats, supers, and equipment with some PvP action at the very end after our mini tutorial. You still have until next week Friday to drop some hashtag AOA Season 1 submissions, so feel free to hop in on that chance because once the Season 1 event is done, you have to wait till Season 2 to get another event going. Subscribe if you like what you see. Pop, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year, because if we don't, I just got word, right? Listen, I've been sick. Jim sent a paper over here on carrier pigeon. Snail mail. I got the paper right here, okay? You hear the paper? Listen, he said, I just got word. This is real, 100%. If we don't hit 5K, this channel is going to become a Taylor Swift lyric channel. Guys, I'm dead serious. If you don't want me to sit here singing, shake it off, you might have to subscribe. Listen, there's things you got to do. You might have to do that. Guys, this build came together when we were messing around with a build for an upcoming Adventures of Aipom character that you guys haven't seen yet. Our main skill is none other than Gravity Impact, and our stat numbers are the same as the Jiren build from last week if you wanted to copy those exactly. What Gravity Impact does on the set is, it actually gives you guys a bit more freedom than the last movesets would have, you know? The main staples you want are going to be the Evasive, Fake Blast, and Gravity Impact, the super from Cell. If you're new, my main playstyle with the game has currently been finding our no-break confirms into our ultimates and running with those for huge chunks of damage. This way we don't let our opponent recover too much stamina during fights, making them go by a lot quicker when we've got them below 2 bars. Namekians hit pretty hard with their basic attacks, so that carries most of our damage, but thanks to our combo string we can go right into Gravity Impact and set a lot of stuff off. You guys will see Gravity Impact is kinda neat for landing some dope stuff if you haven't tried it out yet. Why have you not tried this move out yet, guys? Come on, you gotta understand. If you don't know about this skill, it does have one of the strongest, if not the strongest, knockback impulses in the game. This means when it connects, your opponent is helpless in the knockback state for a very long time. Meaning if you've got an ultimate attack that is fast enough, you can fire it out immediately after Gravity Impact, without a stamina break, mind you, for some very good... That's a lot of damage. There's gonna be a lot of damage, guys. For testing, we went with Warp Kamehameha and Final Kamehameha. Both skills are pretty much... you can use them thanks to Gravity Impact, and if you wanted to, you can also use Goku's DLC for Super Soul. That gives you the that gives you a boost to the damage output, about 20 to 30%. You know about that, guys. You know about that. The reason why this is a staple on the set is because with it you can make any changes you like or toss on any supers to fill in your other slots. The setup that you see me use against Jim is made to be in close ranges at all times, and trying to punish him for getting too aggressive without backpedaling too much. So you see me use Burst Rush to protect me if I run into guards, and Orin combo has some very high priority over incoming melee attacks. Of course, Jim isn't the type to make the same mistake multiple times when it comes to, like, coming in with the attack, so Orin combo doesn't get much use in the clips in the background, but you'll see me use Burst Rush and the other skills 9 times out of 10 the way I just went over them, you know. You can get super creative with the Ki Blast supers that you choose here, as shown in some of the example clips if they haven't started playing yet. Our evasive skill is going to be Fake Blast. You give yourself a huge disadvantage by choosing this one, but the trade-off with it is kind of worth it if you're going to be playing up close and personal. This evasive won't free you from no break confirms into ultimates or like ultimates that pop up super late into your enemy's stamina break punish. But what it does give you is a very nice bait when your opponent rushes in and is like in front of you. And you'll see me use this thing quite a few times to try and knock Jim momentum out. And I gotta say, it's very, very effective. In some cases, when his stamina is low enough, I'd go right into a stamina break and get the punish going to, like, you know, make a comeback or get that much more of a health lead over on him. From this thing, you can stamina break, you can Gravity Impact in some of your ultimates without needing a stamina break, or you can just like back up a little so your opponent snap vanishes if you blinded them while they had enough stamina to snap vanish. It's definitely something you want to keep in mind to get creative, and of course lesser experienced players are going to be completely lost when it comes to dealing with this thing, and you might get some complaints like, oh, that's so cheap, that's so stupid, like, don't be in front of me. It's very obvious, guys. Just make sure that you're facing your opponent's direction when you go for it. It's that simple. Burst Rush was definitely coming in handy when I would bump into some of Jim's blocks, and that happened a lot. You just got to be mindful of Ki Blast tags and Ki Blast stuns when you're trying to use this thing, because it will leave you wide open, and it's definitely an issue that the Namekians can bump into. As far as the mobility goes, you don't want to be getting Ki Blast tagged every time you kind of whiff an attack, so again, this is something you gotta kind of mess around with, guys.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. You guys voted in the CAC poll, and Frieza race characters won. Namekians were a close second, and female Saiyans weren't that far behind. So you can expect to see all the builds for them coming up over the course of the next few weeks or so. For today's video, you're going to be seeing the stats and supers real quick on the Ravager build for Frieza race characters, before some PvP clips. Subscribe if you like what you see though, Pop, and if you're new to the channel, you gotta understand we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year, because if we don't, listen, if we don't, I just got a call from Funimation. Goku's voice actor is going to get replaced by Shia LaBeouf. Who's Shia LaBeouf, you ask? Exactly. Let's not let it happen. You gotta understand. Subscribe. This is a Ki Blast super build made with the Frieza race's innate speed in mind, but not as the central focus. I know a lot of Frieza race players are basically shafted by their combos being dropped at the worst possible points online, So this build tries to keep you on the move and baiting your opponent with super attacks that let you catch a breather or catch your opponent when they think they can punish you. As much as I wanted to go all in on the speed, the fact that the race dropped its main combos that I practice offline for like 3 or so hours disheartened me so much, I decided to just go with what works for me and give you guys the build. If you're new to the channel, I'll let you know that I'm not the biggest fan of the Frieza race characters, but this is the 3rd build for them that we're showcasing. You'll be getting a 4th build tomorrow most likely, which is more strike super oriented, and fixes a lot of your combos by giving you new enders. The Ravager build is all about using your speed to make your opponent pick up their pace, and then punishing them with supers that stun them for long periods of time, allowing you to close in and deal some quick bursts of damage. Feint Shot is a phenomenal skill up close after whiffing an attack. You're able to stall the second teleport of the skill by holding the button down, and the hit stun from this thing is great if you didn't run off too far. You can even pull off insane stun links with Feint Shot and Super Ghost Kamikaze attack. You'll see me using Feint Shot a lot in the PvP clips in the background because it's really good. Super Ghost Kamikaze attack is a beastly super attack that creates a ghost for you. It's extremely inconsistent as to when it'll fly towards your opponent and hang back, but I think that's one of the better things about the skill. You can't really predict it if you're fighting against it. If it does catch your opponent at any point, they'll be stunned like they were hit by the Aura Slide's jab. Not to mention the damage this thing pumps out is pretty good too. Thanks to its hitbox covering you while you're casting it after a certain frame, it'll even work as a backswing or like a barrier around you to punish your opponent for trying to attack you from behind. I can't really explain it without showing you the visual, so you'll see it a lot in the PvP clips in the background. If your opponent has been knocked down, it'll even restand them, and this is one of the few supers that I can actually recommend just throwing out whenever you have the space for it. Wink wink nudge nudge, you're gonna have the space for this thing a lot because you're so fast. Do or Die is a great skill for Frieza race characters since it gives you armor and blows your opponent backward. It's actually pretty good for every race. Even if your opponent is blocking, they'll get knocked back as well. It gives you a 10% buff to your defense for a short period of time, which is always great, especially on squishier races like Frieza race characters. Use this skill if your opponent doesn't seem to give you a break, and follow it up with a free Super Ghost Kamikaze attack or get ready for a Feint Shot. Either way, this thing was going to force your opponent to give you space, so you can actually get a breather in and make things go back into your favor. Phantom Fist is my favorite counterattack, and when you get used to it, you'll be able to reappear anywhere on the map around your opponent once they trigger it. Use this to get the advantage in close-up exchanges, while minimizing how much damage you have to take from crazy loops or your opponent's neutral being kinda funky online. Unfortunately, these guys don't have the best combos for going straight into some of my favorite ultimates, so you're entirely free to choose ones that fit your playstyle. Since the Ravager build is fairly annoying, I threw Reverse Babaku Senko on it as a counterattack to shave off huge chunks of health when your opponent gets desperate to get some damage in. Either way, I hope you guys enjoy the build and the PvP clips we recorded fighting with it. It's actually pretty fun. It beat Goku a few times, which I'm kind of happy about, because Goku's been beating the crap out of these builds for days, guys. It's terrible. It's crazy. What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This one was actually not on the schedule, and it was a request from someone that Jim brought to my attention. I don't usually do specific build video requests, especially if they come already made, like you guys know what skills you want to be on the set, the stats, etc, etc. It's just kind of redundant for me. Like, you make the build yourself, guys. Come on. But it came with a pretty nice message, so we thought we'd drop it on the channel for the one time. Listen, you guys are going to see the stats, the supers, a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves and creation elements real quick. For Bulpan, I believe was the character's name, and unfortunately we had to make do with the lame stuff that they give CACs that can't really be recolored in the game all that much, because Xenoverse 2 character creation is not the deepest thing ever. She's a character from Dragon Ball Fusions, and I figured on our way to do another female Saiyan build, why not drop off a fun little support set for tag team matches. If you're not really interested in Bulpan though, but you are a fan of the Adventures of Aipom series, guess what, Papa? There may just be a little bit of news that I think you guys might appreciate towards the end of the video. You gotta understand. Let's go! Hey, Aipom, how long have you been a Super Saiyan anyway? Heard you're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. If you don't, you're gonna have to do this voice for every video. Subscribe! I already shared a ton of super high damaging builds or super practical ones for pretty much all the races, so I thought it'd be kind of fun to mess around and make a support themed character for tag matches. Of course, you guys are gonna get a second preset that you can kind of just fight solo with and fight just fine, but if you're more interested in damage, I'd recommend Potan's build altogether. Like, this one it's whatever, it's just blah. For the support build, we'll be running Prepare to be Punished, Earth Splitting Gallic Gun, Dancing Para, Emperor Sign, Maiden Blast, and Super Gallic Gun. You're free to use whatever evasive you want. I think I went with Maiden Burst is the name of the one. It's not that good, but hey, it's an evasive that kind of fits the theme. This preset is mainly in place so you can give support to allies without messing up their combos. You'll be able to burst down your opponent with Earth Splitting Gallic Gun after pretty much any of your combos that knock your opponent away, which is kind of good since the CAC is like Ki Blast super focused. It's a very fast skill, and it's a lot like Kaioken Kamehameha if you needed like a comparison. Be careful of the recovery though, because you won't be able to move around too quickly after you do fire it off. Prepare to be Punished is a great super that gives you a nice 5% increase to all of your outgoing damage.
and it can actually be stacked up on top of your transformation buffs, raising your damage output even more. Be careful though, because using this one kind of stops you from being able to switch your targets up. So this means if you're fighting more than one person on the other team, you might want to chill out and, you know, just focus on your guy, or wait till, you know, you're jumping somebody. Don't be the guy who jumps people, guys. But if you want to jump somebody, listen, I mean, sometimes you just gotta let them know, you know, you gotta break their legs. Cause I've been seeing people get jumped on Xenoverse, and it's kind of funny. Like, getting jumped ain't funny in real life, but okay, next skill. Dancing Power is pretty much an AoE command grab that snares your opponent and forces them to dance for a little bit. It gives you a brief period to think about your next move, and it actually gives you boosted stamina recovery during the dance. You got to be careful though, because your opponent can actually use their evasive to escape it, which is kind of a good thing if they do that though, because they'll be wasting 3 bars of stamina when they could have just sat there and got their stamina back before like a brief little 2-hit combo you would have did or anything after it. By the end of the dance, it'll even rob your opponent from 1 bar of ki. I'd say it's great in 2v2s when you're playing support, since you'll be able to snare up your opponent and let your partners get free hits or even stamina breaks. And in 1v1s it's okay, and thanks to our Super Soul, even if we do miss the target and get stamina broken, we'll be getting stamina back quicker and get some free ki, so the chances of you being death comboed are cut in half, and you can make a comeback if you really had to at the end of it. Emperor's Sign is one of the coolest tag team support skills in the game. It's one of the few actually. Normally, if you've been knocked out in a tag match, you can assist your allies by targeting them and hitting the circle button and holding it down. Emperor's Sign lets you do that same assist without being KO'd at all, while hitting one of the sassiest poses in the game. Okay, listen, I saw Bulpan, I read a little about her. She looks like a very sassy individual, okay? Why are you acting so sassy? Sassy is a word. Okay, female Saiyans pass off a Ki Blast super damage increase, if I'm not mistaken. It should be around 10%. If it's not that, it kind of boosts your opponent's basic attacks, which is also good, but I think that's more so for male Saiyans. Either way, you just kind of have to line that up with what your race is really good at, and it'll pretty much match that up. But the skill's effects are, in fact, different depending on the character's race. This is pretty much a skill you can think about using for supporting your allies in parallel quests or 2v2s or even expert missions if, you know, your character is kind of built to stall, but you're not, like, all that good at fighting. So, I know there are a couple of people out there who kind of just want to support their friends and not, you know, be in the thick of the fight. So this is kind of cool, and it helps you help out without interfering in your partner's combos. I would say there's also a Vegeta Super Soul. I'm pretty sure it's like you're #1 or you're the universe's best, something like that. And it also boosts your support skills a little bit more. So you can devote yourself to being the support character all the way and just kind of buff up your partners, you know? To be honest, your ultimates can come from just about anywhere on Pan's moveset or repertoire. You don't really need them outside of trying to be flashy. I went with Super Gallic Gun because Bulpan can do it in the game. You got a couple combos into it that don't need a stamina break, etc, etc. And Maiden Blast for the same reason. Maiden Blast is actually pretty good because you can combo into it at any point, even after you do some teleports, which is great. And it actually restands your opponent so they won't be getting a lot more of stamina recovery. But Justice Combination, Super Kamehameha, Victory Rush, all of that are options that you can actually go with.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This one is going to be another scheduled build video that we tend to do these things pretty much every week, you know? And with the tradition of the other Adventures of Aipom character themed builds, you guys are going to be seeing it on the Season 3 grading table, as well as a little bit of PvP action. You guys get the stats and supers real quick before we check out the build on the grading table and hop straight into those clips. But before that, quick shout out to all of you guys dropping your submissions to me on Twitter and uploading them here on YouTube with the hashtag AOA Season 1. I see them, guys. Guys, I see them. Listen, I just gotta ask, keep them coming, okay? Listen, we still got time for the event. I'm checking them out on Friday. Listen, I'm gonna be sharing a lot of these. I'm gonna be sharing a lot of these really soon. So hey, just keep them up, all right? You guys are doing great. Some of you guys' characters look kind of dope. I'm a little bit jealous. I understand. You gotta understand. Subscribe if you like what you see pop. We're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. Because if we don't, listen, I just got word, okay? The higher ups, they called me. They said if we don't hit 5K by the end of the year, guys, the first word I try to say on January 1st, 2018. Listen, the first word I try to say is going to come out as and it's going to be the same for you guys. So if we don't hit that 5K, get ready. Your vocal cord is going to be gone. If you think that noise doesn't hurt, give it a shot. Just wherever you are right now, listening to this video, go hit him with and see if you like it. I'm telling you, it hurts. It hurts. If you are unfamiliar with who the character Udoo is, he's an NPC in the game, and he's a recurring character in the Adventures of Aipom series. Guess what? He's not an NPC anymore. The guy's walking around, guys. He does stuff, guys. He's the lovable but not so serious moral compass, and everyone seems to enjoy hanging around the guy and kind of bothering him. We wanted to make sure that was a nice, strong character in the gang that they can rely on, and Udoo kind of fits the bill, guys. You guys know him by now. All the characters we chose, or all the moves we chose for the moveset, are going to make Udoo fight as unorthodox as possible. That being said, we're sticking with the theme of the character here. There are obviously harder hitting options than the ones that we chose. And of course, if you only care about using meta moves, this video is kind of point. Why would you watch build videos if you only care about using the strongest moves in the game? Like, what are you doing? Just go play ranked for 30. The nerve of these guys. Look at these guys.
Simply because of the channel that this is, we don't really need to go in depth on the skills and why they're on the moveset, because we've done skill analysis videos featuring all of them by now. Meaning if you haven't been around the channel for a while, but you know, you kind of want to learn some stuff, there's a ton of in-depth tutorials for this kind of stuff all over the channel. We have a lot of videos, guys. We got some. I'll leave a link to the playlist in the description, and you know, you guys will see it. You guys will see it. But I will give you guys some brief skill breakdowns and the situations that we kind of want to use them in. But the best way to experience these types of things is always going to be trying them out for yourself. That being said, you'll be able to find the extended preset pool and mix and match to make brand new movesets in the description of the video. So the description is going to have a lot of stuff for you guys. Check it out. It's not going to be like a lot to read. It's going to be like a little synopsis. You know, that's it. You know, hashtag synopsis in the comment section below. You gotta understand. You just gotta. Our main supers are going to be Rolling Hercule Punch, Strike of Revelation, Ginyu Force Special Combo, and All Clear. For our ultimates, we're going to be using Victory Rush and Justice combination. You're free to use whatever evasive you're most comfortable with. I just said most. Guys, I'm going to develop a list by the end of this, and it's rough on me, okay? But if you want to keep in line with our favorite teacher, we're going to be using Final Pose. It's a very funny looking evasive, and I actually like it a lot. It's kind of neat. You get a little attack buff by the end of it. Rolling Hercule Punch is a skill that we covered a lot on the channel. This is going to be our armored skill for closing distance between us and our opponents, or catching them opponent off guard if they're a little bit too happy with button mashing. This skill is great for giving yourself a breather, and can actually protect you from some of the scariest openings your opponent makes. It's really good against characters who kind of out-prioritize you a lot, and that tends to happen when you're using Dash S on a male Earthling. You'll see me use it a lot in the PvP matches to get things like going when it's a little bit too sticky and I can't actually get a good one over on Jim, because he plays very aggressive, you know. Strike of Revelation is a great super for giving your opponent a high damaging chop to the back of the neck. You could also use the Final Blow, I believe is the name of the other move that we use for that step cancel, but Strike of Revelation is pretty good. It doesn't mess up as often as the finishing blow would. Thanks to our combos, we can confirm straight into this thing, and it'll cause our opponent to crumple over. You can follow it up with Ginyu Force Special Combo or All Clear to keep that damage output going and put serious pressure on your opponent without having to use an ultimate. So you use 2 bars of key instead of 3, and you still get some pretty neat damage. I gotta say, it's pretty fire. It's pretty fire. Ginyu Force Special Combo is mostly here for its neutral version, where we restand our opponents before knocking them away. Your opponent can't vanish it when the automatic combo starts, so we'll be using that to rack up damage on our punishes when our opponent decides to just hang out and tank our attacks. You see me use this skill a lot. It's really, really good, guys. Like, anytime you see it in the video, just know you couldn't escape it. It's amazing. It's phenomenal. All Clear is going to be our blocking counterattack. Of course, you can combo into this thing for phenomenal damage as well, but using it when your opponent runs into your block is a great way to give yourself some space and shave a ton of your opponent's health off with a single slap to the side. It's a slap, guys. Who wouldn't want to slap somebody in Dragon Ball Z? If you say you don't want to smack somebody, boy, you lying. Okay, boy. Your opponent is able to avoid the pimp slap though, guys, so you gotta, they might not get hashtag struck, but you know, sometimes it's worth going for the slap. You don't know if it's gonna land, bro, I wouldn't tell you to slap somebody if it didn't. If we were hanging out, right, and I go smack that guy, if you don't smack that guy, boy, you out of the gang, you out of the crew, all right? We're gangsters here, okay? We're gangsters. You can use both of your ultimates without needing a stamina break. There isn't really much to say about them. You guys know about these already. Justice combination is a great finisher for your break punish for ridiculous damage, and it kind of messes up your opponent's stamina recovery, which is Xenoverse too, you know? that's that. And Victory Rush is the move you can use after any sort of knockback that you can reach on the male Earthling combo strings. But you know, of course, no Adventures of Aipom Build is going to be safe from getting checked out by the Season 3 grading table. Udoo is a pretty important character in the series, but we can't exactly give away all of his tricks just yet. So consider this his messing around preset, okay, guys? This is going to be the early version of Udoo's preset. Just know he's got some bangers a little bit later when he starts hitting really hard. We can't show all that just yet. Just know it's coming. But of course, let's hit up that Season 3 grading table right about now. Yonder. We gotta look at things in our 3 categories. There's gonna be ease of use, damage output, and control/consistency. Now guys, for ease of use, I'm gonna give this build maybe a 4 out of 5. It's not exactly an autopilot build, but at the same time, you can get yourself out of many situations where you might have like hit the wrong combo string or something. It's very, very easy to kind of just go along with, but at the same time, it's not like, oh my god, he's spamming the same thing over and over, and I'm dying. It could be that theoretically, but guys, let's say you're trying to play legit, okay, 4 out of 5 is going to be the rating here, okay? This is pretty much it. I personally don't like having to use light heavy step over and over on a male earthling because it's just so boring to me. But these guys have really lame hit ranges and whatnot on just about everything that isn't that combo. Like, looking at male earthlings, it's kind of sad that they're just limited to kind of heavy, light, heavy, or light, heavy step. So, you know, ease of use is you can make it as easy as you want it to be by just doing that one combo. It's not impossible to just kind of pick it up and start putting in work if you do want to be like a bit more mobile and using your other strings, you know. For damage output, I'd probably put this build at another 4 out of 5. It's not exactly spec to hit as hard as possible on a male earthling. I'd probably use the Assassin Pupil build for that, which with like cross arm dive instead of like Phantom Fist or something after the Sledgehammer for like that type of like setup for just straight up damage. But at the same time, you can start hitting pretty hard without warning if your opponent lets up on you with this preset, which isn't that bad. By simply swapping out the Super Soul for something like You're Just Pieces in the Game, you'll get maybe a bonus 20% damage, and of course transformations can buff you even more if you insist on using that. So you can actually push your damage out a lot higher. This build is pretty much just here to kind of mess around and have fun and be sort of on the neutral spectrum of this isn't too OP, it's a very fun CAC to fight against, because there are some CACs that you fight and it's kind of like, okay, chill out, bro, chill out. For control and consistency for a male earthling alone, you've got an easy 5 out of 5 here. I'm gonna be very honest with you guys though. In the earlier version of the build with some of the themed supers, it was looking kind of rough. Like the fights were not going my way at all. I was just getting straight up smacked, destroyed. These guys do have a combo string for each situation and each ender, but their neutral options outside of light heavy step are pretty ass. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, male earthlings aren't as bad when you look at the grand scheme of things. So they're kind of limited to what they can do to kind of keep up. That's just my personal opinion on it. They'll be outsped and out-prioritized by a lot of the cast. I've seen it. It's happened to me. Believe me, I know.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This video is going to be a neat Jiren build. You can throw on just about any CAC and put in work with the skills. I had a lot of fun messing around with it, so I figured we could share it for the one time. You guys are going to see the stats and the supers real quick with a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves for some potential, and then some PvP clips to kind of see it all in action. We went with the Namekian to make our Jiren because, I mean, guys, he looking kind of smooth. Like, on a scale of 1 to 10, yo, he looking smooth. Get rid of the horns, and that's like an 80% match. Don't take that from me, guys. Listen, I'm still not a fan of the stretchy arms of the Namekians, but they do look taller and kind of more buffed than the Earthlings. Either way, use the build on a male Earthling if you're trying to make one of those weirdo Jirens. You know the ones. You know the Jirens without the black eyes. We call it, boy, if you don't get Jerome out of here, subscribe if you like what you see. Pop, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year, because if we don't listen, guys, I just heard they just called me, the U.S. Army, they just called me and said, yo, listen, there's a vulture. They heard there's a vulture that's constantly just flying around above your head, bro. If we don't hit 5K by the end of the year, Vinny the Vulture, that's his name, Vinny. They named him Vinny. He's going to swoop down and scratch you repeatedly. Can you fight a vulture? Don't lie to me. If you say you can fight a vulture, you're lying. You're lying to yourself. This build is hella fun and uses a setup for data input that we mentioned in the comment section of the Android 13 guide. Your character is going to be a badass tank with a lot of firepower. So much so, you won't even need ultimate attacks. Yes, this is another one of the builds where it's like, what's an ultimate? I punch you in the neck. The baseline of the build uses the following skills, guys. Guys, stay with me. Don't freak out yet. Just stay with me, okay? I got you. We're going to be using Android Kick, Mach Punch, Data Input, and Fighting Pose F. You're free to use any ultimates that you're comfortable with. I don't use any that I mean, I don't have to, because the damage is guys, we got a banger. We also have some supers I'm going to give a quick nod to because they kind of fit the theme of Jiren. Unfortunately, for right now, we don't really have any, many Jiren-esque skills. Like, anything is pretty much a reach. Since the big gray guy is coming in DLC Pack 6, hopefully, it's looking like a plus, yeah. We'll see him with some awesome new combo strings and iconic attacks in the show. The runner-up skills are going to be Eye Beam, Evil Eyes, and Innocence Cannon. You'll see some combos into them if you want to swap out any moves. Just know that they're not they're pretty much like the B team. Like, we got the A team, this is the B team. If you want to mix and match, you good, bro, you good. Anyway, let's get on with the mini tutorials, alright? Android Kick is an awesome strike super that we can fire off after a lot of our knockback attacks. Even without points and strike supers, this thing is going to be hitting for over 2,000 damage without a Namekian setup. We use this skill a lot to catch our opponent off guard, and if they rush in on us, we can kind of hit them in the back of the neck with the backflip kick. Guys, delaying the second press of the button will actually help you do that a lot easier than you think. You can also just tap the skill once to use the flip as like a mobility tool and not fire off your kick. It's really good when you're used to it and you'll start messing around with it and you'll get the timing into the extensions. It's going to be like, why have I not been using this move yet?
When I used it for the first time, I was like, this move is kinda lit. Like, what is this? Mach Punch is our devastating punish super that we can use to shave huge chunks of our opponent's health off in some unvanishable loops whenever you feel like it's time to make that difference. If you've been falling back in health or your opponent's been kind of getting the momentum, throw out that Mach Punch and kind of lay him down. Like, all right, now listen, I've been letting you rock. Now you, come on, Pop, you get decked, you know? If you've been around the channel for a while, you already know how much I love this move. I won't have to go over it again. Just know that this thing is dangerous. Data Input is going to be our neat little super that we throw on for the sake of having badass dodges. By itself, Data Input is fairly easy to get around, as you've probably learned by now. I didn't want to do a video on it so early because it's like, come on, it's regular stuff. It's very predictable, very easy to get around. That being said, if your opponent is wrapped up in trying to hit you with just melee attacks, you're going to dodge everything. But as soon as a grab, a Ki Blast, or a Ki Blast super comes your way, you might just catch that fade for the one time. Listen, you gotta, your hairline not looking good, you might have to catch that, you know, you're gonna mess around and get that hashtag, and get struck on the side of your Who can spell hashtag, that's what I want to say. What the hell? Fighting Pose F. Now this one, when you guys see that one, you're probably gonna be like, "What? Come on now, Jiren doing a goofy ass pose." Listen, he's one of those guys in the suits. All right, they do dumb poses all the time. Let it rock. This one is gonna be a weird one when you first look at it. But what I'll tell you is that the skill makes it so your incoming damage doesn't affect your health bar. You lose stamina instead, and you also don't flinch anymore. And your character cannot be grabbed for whatever reason. Now, I don't know if you were paying attention when I told you that Data Input's weakness was kind of grabs, Ki Blast, and Ki Blast supers, but Fighting Pose F is kind of here saying you can't get grabbed or hit, or you just kind of ignore an attack, so you're pretty much just kind of a tank that could just dodge opponents for Ki by standing still and ignore their attacks. But I don't think you're getting it. Guys, are you under? You have. Someone's gonna say it for me in the comments. Yo, there's things you gotta understand. Guys, it's 6 a.m. right now. I'm recording this at 6 a.m., okay? I'm tired. Do you understand? You gotta. But I do have to warn you seriously, though. Fighting Pose F is pretty good, but if it's up and Data Input isn't, your stamina can be broken by reverse burst dashes and charged heavy attacks. So be sure to avoid these if you see them coming. Avoid skills like maybe fully charged Sledgehammer or Arm Crash if you see them coming, because they probably will break your stamina. Don't be so obvious with this skill or Data Input if you're going to go for either of them. Be sure to do it off of a knockback so you don't get yourself punched in the back of the head, because it's not good. For you, I mean, hey, if you could just take getting punched, yo, you gotta understand. You just gotta. I told you guys that I don't really need ultimates on the set, so you're free to pick whatever ultimate you want to, if you really want to use one. I'm telling you guys, this is probably the most fun Namekian build I've messed around with so far. But if you aren't feeling it, don't worry, I do have another one planned for next week that'll be pretty fun to mess around with too.
What's bum, people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 build video, and today's build video is a straight up tribute to none other than Master Roshi. Like all the previous builds, you guys are going to see the stats, the skills, and the QQ bang before a quick tutorial on how to use the main moves on the set. And then you know what we got to do, we got to show you things in PvP clips with the build in action. You gotta understand. Subscribe if you're new though, Pop, because listen, first of all, you beautiful we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year, right? Because if we don't, listen, I just got word. I got a text from Scarlett Johansson, okay? You know Scarlett? Yeah, Scarlett? She just texted me, okay? She said that it's about that time. Scarlett said, you know, hey, Aipom, I know you've been sending me messages. It's about that time, but look, my phone bill ain't been paid, so I can't reply. But look, here's the kicker, right? Look, Drake said, you know Drake the rapper, right? Drake said he'll pay my phone bill if we hit 5K. Guys, you gotta help me out here. You gotta understand, you just gotta. This build does have two variants as far as damage goes. If you'd like your Master Roshi to be smaller and have a more Ki Blast super damage centric kind of build, make him the smallest size you can be and the slimmest you can be. This setup is an extension on the Turtle School build setup we had from back in the week of days. So if you have seen that build, this might look a little familiar, but guess what? We got some new tech, all right? It's gonna look fugacious. We got this, all right? We got this. We'll have a couple of bonus moves you can mess around with in the description of this video as well. This is a bit of a gimmick set, so if the damage is your main focus, I'd say you might want to use the Assassin's Pupil build for like much greater damage output than just putting on Sledgehammer and Cross Arm Dive, you know. But guys, you know what these builds are like. We gotta make a whole fake cast character here, okay? So the first skill we're gonna be checking out is gonna be Lullaby Punch. This is a pretty fun move to mess around with when it's working. You kind of create a blue like a bubble in front of you that hangs around for a little bit, and if your opponent bumps into it, they'll fall asleep for a few seconds. This thing is really neat when it does get to pop out, because if your opponent bumps into it by accident, even if they do hit you out of the pose,
they still get put to sleep. And that sleep is kind of fugacious, guys. Believe it or not, the sleep is so strong you can actually go into some ultimate attacks after it lands. Unfortunately, the safest way to get this thing to work is intended without like your opponent avoiding it, is like right after you land a light stamina break, you can actually put them right to sleep with this thing. That's the safest way to do this thing without getting punished for it. Sometimes you'll try to throw this thing out, and if your opponent is actually fast enough, they can stop you. You'll see it in the PvP clips in the later half of the video where it does happen. I get punched in the back of the head a lot trying to go for this thing, but guys, you gotta understand how hot this is. This move is sick, okay? It's sick. Just kind of be careful of being too close to your opponent when you do go for it, because if they do get put to sleep and they're kind of in the sleep state, and they have enough stamina to snap vanish, if you're too close, they actually can snap vanish to appear behind you, which is kind of, you don't want to be caught up like that. Turtle School Secret Technique is another one of Master Roshi's signature moves. This thing has insane guard pressure if your opponent ever ends up being hit by it while they're blocking. My main use of this move is basically looping into it after itself, or going for like a stamina break, or it's like the stamina break is running out. You just throw this thing out like, hey, hold this electricity for a little bit, you dumb, smack it on top of that. I hurt my knuckle right there, I'm sorry. If you time it correctly, you can actually stamina break right as the move frees you to keep your opponent getting punished. It's really cool. You can tell this skill is going to do way more damage when you're using a Ki Blast version of the setup, and you can actually go into this thing for free after Lullaby Punch if you don't have enough Ki to go for an ultimate attack, to at least show some love to Master Roshi. It's a super underused move, it's not all that practical, and I think you'll probably get some respect points if nothing else. People are gonna be like, what the hell was that electricity shit you just did to me? Because that looked kinda, lack of a better word, fugacious, alright? Fugacious is the word of the day, okay? How you doing? We wouldn't be Master Roshi, though, without some kind of superpowered Kamehameha as the ultimate attack. Perfect Kamehameha is the one I went with because it packs more of a punch than Super Kamehameha, and we can still use it without needing a stamina break thanks to the heavy knockdown that the male Earthlings have. This thing is awesome, and if you wanted to run Goku Super Soul, you'll get an extra like 30% damage boost when you do go for it, which is kinda, it's ridiculous, guys. You're gonna be hitting people kinda hard. Of course, for a much easier and more lenient version of the skill, I would say go with Super Kamehameha and you're good to go, because trying to get this thing after a stamina break when you've kind of tried to optimize your damage, whatever, is a little on the alright now. This game is kind of, you bugging out, bro. You just sitting here. I told you not to eat my sandwich in the fridge, and what you do? You went in there, you got some mayonnaise, got some mustard, and you just went to town on it. I didn't tell you to make that bacon sandwich. Your bacon sandwich. You hear me? I see you over there, Jim. You're not slick. You're not. You're not. And I know you're listening to this right now because you tried to OD. You hurt my feelings, bro. I went with one-handed Kamehameha as our second ultimate because it looks super dope, guys, and it can double as like an evasive skill since our Miracle Needle is on our set for like comic relief. What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This was the runner-up from last week's poll, so here we have it, the Baby Vegeta build. This one is really fun and it has some nasty tricks you can play on your opponent. You guys are going to see the stats and supers real quick with a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves to their biggest potential. But guys, listen, subscribe if you're new. If you like what you see, you got to subscribe. Listen, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. And if we don't, I just got word. Listen, the guys over at Bandai called me up. They said, hey, Aipom, check it out. Listen, Aipom, Naruto's going to be a guest character in Xenoverse 2 and he's going to have better combos than Hit. It's looking rough, guys. You got to subscribe. We got to get that 5K if you don't want Naruto to stink things up, all right? This build has the same stats as Pikkon's build, so your QQ Bang is going to do the main weight carrying as far as differences goes. This means that we've got some awesome firepower and a bit of utility that we didn't have on the Pikkon build here on the Baby build. I like for all of my builds to have subtle differences so that they kind of change up my playstyle and give me a bit more options to mess around with, all while staying effective and practical. Just like Pikkon's build, we went ahead and found moves that match up with Baby Vegeta's attacks from the show. If you didn't know, CACs can combo into some ultimate attacks without needing stamina breaks at all. Since Baby Vegeta is literally a male Saiyan and like he's kinda Vegeta, we're running with Final Flash for our knockback ultimate confirmed for a powerful haymaker. Baby used Final Flash against Oob and Goku. Yo, wouldn't the Oob build be kinda hot? I'm gonna do a Oob build, yo. We gonna do a Oob build, alright? This build is a glass cannon setup, so you'll be running with lower health if you use the exact bang, but your damage output and tricks that you can play with the moveset will definitely make up for it. We're running Gallic Beam Cannon, Tail Slicer, After Image, Sudden Storm, Serious Bomb, Final Flash, Potential Unleashed, and Instant Rise. If you put a Super Saiyan transformation on this Baby Vegeta build, I'm not gonna stop you? What are you doing? You've got super attacks on the set that let you toy around with neutral a little bit. The most interchangeable one is probably gonna be Tail Slicer. I just grabbed it because, hey, I was messing around with it. It's a fast-firing pink Destructo Disc type move. It can't be blocked. You can combo into it as a male Saiyan. It's okay. It gives your character iframes during the hopping back part of the animation, but the startup is a bit long and you will get punished for it. The much better version of this skill, to be honest with you, is going to be Death Slicer, and Death Slicer is a lot less of a hassle to grab, so grab Death Slicer and use it on your set. It'll probably make your life a lot easier. Baby used this pink Destructo Disc against Oob in Dragon Ball GT, if I'm not mistaken. Gallic Beam Cannon is on the set because Baby uses it in his giant ape form. The move looks like a corrupted version of Vegeta's Gallic Gun, and it even keeps the iconic pose, so it's a perfect as a sort of range extension after any one of your knockbacks to pile on damage if you want to commit to that attack and not go for an ultimate, and you kind of just want a breather from your opponent. After Image is a counter attack on the set to keep you mobile if you run into your opponent's guard. It'll automatically teleport you behind your opponent if they trigger it, so be ready to capitalize. If you ever feel like you're in an unsafe situation, go for After Image if your reflexes are fast enough. You're going to feel like a god, dodging everything, I promise, guys. Guys, you gotta understand. Sudden Storm is a phenomenal keep away skill that lets you irritate your opponent or slow their pace if they make the mistake of getting too far away from you. In a best case scenario, the move will actually annoy them so much that they go for their evasive. This thing doesn't hit hard at all, but it will slow them down if they wanted to make an early comeback. If you feel safe enough to throw this one out without comboing into it, do it. It'll let you think about your next move. It's great for putting on some pressure on your opponent, and looks a lot like the Power Blast volley that he uses against Goten and Oob. So, again, we got a bunch of baby-looking skills here, guys. You gotta understand. And if Final Flash was gonna be your haymaker, Serious Bomb is your knockout punch. This thing sweeps up at least a bar of your opponent's health by itself, meaning if you use your combos into it, you're gonna kinda blow off a sizable chunk, if not win the entire matchup, with just this skill. The easiest way to think about it is, instead of the light stamina break, use this move instead. If your opponent doesn't snap vanish the combo leading into it, or if they can't, like if they're stamina broken or if they're below 2 bars, they're gonna have a rough time making a comeback. Missing this thing might get you beat though, so make sure that you're 100% safe going for it. I use this in place of Baby's Revenge Death Ball.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video, and this one was voted for by some of you guys last week. Today we're hitting up a practical Pikkon build for any CAC race in online play, and you'll see how it evolved from PvP in a few after we show you the stats in a mini tutorial on your main supers. But if you want to use it for PQs or story mode, it works just fine too. I'll get the elephant out of the room right now and let you know that this build was done on the male Saiyan combo strings because they have a natural flow to them that lets you kind of link into a lot of Pikkon inspired moves very easily. Namekians clearly get a better look for the character, but their combos involve too many stretchy attacks, making them a lot more like Piccolo and Nail and less like Pikkon. That being said, feel free to use the supers you see on any CAC race to show some love to Pikkon himself. You'll have to do like the combo adjusting for yourself though, because listen guys, we're not gonna do that all day. I can't sit there and do this for a whole character. Listen, let's go. Like pretty much all of my male Saiyan videos, this build is all about putting on insane pressure and giving yourself new cancels and loops to hammer away at your opponent with. You can compare the prototype in the PvP clip to the finalized version in both damage output and cash out potential. If you like what you see, subscribe for the one-time pop-out. We're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. If we don't, listen, CACs will never get Super Saiyan Blue, and everyone's combo is going to drop online forever. She is kind of trash. You don't want to be the guy, you want to be the reason, right? So subscribe right now, we can get this done, alright? Let's go over the attacks real quick. If you guys didn't know, CACs can actually combo into ultimates without needing stamina breaks at all, and making the Pikkon build fun and strong while being true enough to the character was going to be kind of a tricky one for me. You guys have no idea. The prototype version of the build ran Brave Heat, but it does have a few problems if you go for it without the opponent's stamina being broken. So if you want to turn up the damage a little bit, scrap Brave Heat and make it way more viable with none other than Final Flash to pack some firepower on the build. Final Flash can be comboed into when your connection is good enough, so test out some of the combos that we showed on screen. It's great for making your opponent respect you, and even better for a comeback if things start going south. Our setup seems really funky at first, but you'll see why we have all of them in place here in a second. We've got Gigantic Omega, Trap Shooter, Light Grenade, Fighting Sun, Final Flash, Breaker Energy Wave, and Dragon Burn on the finalized version of the set. If you wanted to be funny and kind of make a homage paid to the Janemba movie, you can also run Angry Shout instead of Dragon Burn. Your supers are on this build to help you build up pressure with loops. Gigantic Omega is a skill on the set to give you an extra chunk of damage and a dash cancel after any one of your knockbacks. We aren't spec'd for Strike Super, so don't worry about going for this one too much outside of staying mobile to keep looping your opponent. This skill represents Pikkon's Super Energy Bomb from the Fusion Reborn movie. So yes, we're actually trying to link it back to his actual techniques, guys. You gotta understand, we got this! Trap Shooter is on the build to hit your enemy from a distance after knockbacks as a definite combo ender for pretty good damage. You can even cancel it by hitting the button twice to fake out your opponent and get them to snap vanish. Believe it or not, Pikkon actually uses Trap Shooter in the Fusion Reborn movie too. And it's actually Trap Shooter, so this one was kind of a given, guys. You gotta understand. We got it. We did it. Guys, Trap Shooter's lit. Light Grenade is on your moveset as a restand tool. You'll be using this to get your opponent out of the juggle state after your knockback combos. This is great for stopping your opponent from building up their stamina and tanking your combos either way. Just be sure to tap the attack twice to get the restand version, or mash it to make it deal some serious damage after any one of your knockbacks. This skill represents Pikkon's voltage missile that he used against Kid Buu during the series. Fighting Sun is on the moveset to represent part of Pikkon's Burning Shoot. This skill doesn't cost you any ki, but it does give you a fiery aura for a split second that increases your damage output by 10% and reduces your incoming damage by 5%. As long as the skill is active though, you won't be able to use any other super attacks or transform, meaning you should use it when you want to get up close and personal with your opponent, but don't have the ki to transform. You can go into this thing safely after any one of your knockback combos. Breaker Energy Wave and Final Flash represent Pikkon's Thunder Flash attack. If you can't get Breaker Energy Wave, Full Power Energy Wave is just fine. Unfortunately, we don't have anything that's practical enough for me to recommend to you guys to represent his other skills. Blue Hurricane for Hyper Tornado is a thing, but the skill isn't all that practical for me to recommend it. They got it nerfed since the Xenoverse 1, and it's kinda, it's not good enough for me to recommend to you guys just to go ahead and grab this one, because it's a bit too gimmicky for me, and it seems like you'll have to do it during a break to get the most out of it. And Burning Spin for Pikkon's Burning Shoot can be a thing, but again, it's kinda gimmicky, and I don't like the idea of you guys throwing away your matches like a clean victory by accident. Either way, you can use them if you want to be closer to Pikkon, I guess, or as close as Xenoverse 2 will let you be. But you've been warned, if you lose because you dropped your combos and all that because of these, you chose it. I'm not going to sit here and talk through the whole video though. I'm going to leave you guys with a few tests of the unrefined build and demos of the new and improved Shredder version, and you guys can kind of see what's going down. A couple of you guys asked for a baby Vegeta, so you'll be seeing him sometime later this week, most likely with the male Saiyan combo strings as well. After baby Vegeta, that'll be the last male Saiyan build for a little bit. So if you guys made it this far, tell me what race you guys want to build for next week and we'll make it happen. Your choices are for next week: female Saiyan, Namekian, and Frieza race. Let us know what you're feeling in the comment section below, and I'll be seeing you all in the very next video. Take care of yourself.
Let's go with hey.
What's up? Bonus, if you're hearing this right now, thank you for watching. This build was a tough one to get done for sure. We had to make sure that the skills made sense and could at least link back to Pikkon stuff from the show and the movie. So sorry if it seems a little bit random at first, but we tried to give you guys some sources. You can check it out for yourself on the Dragon Ball Wiki and all that. Fun fact here, by the way, I went 16-2 on the Ultra Instinct build, but the unrefined version of this build went around 4-6. Jim helped me refine it after beating my ass with Goku several times. He got a streak of 6 wins. I'm like, what the hell is going on here? And I can definitely say that you'll want to get used to using no break ultimates to make the most out of male Saiyans in a way that you haven't before if you didn't start using no breaks yet. With Light Grenade and Final Flash on it, you'll see that it has much better results than the original test. You get the fights done much quicker. You have options when you actually do punish your opponent, and you're not just letting them sit there and tank it. The build is super fun and it can get some great numbers going. But without the no break confirms, your opponent is going to kind of chill in your combos without you being able to cash out. Cashing out to great damage is always going to be awesome on any build, guys. So I encourage you to check it out on any character you're messing around with. Try to find ways to link it to your ultimate attacks or super attacks that give you respectable damage if you can't, finish off the fight at least, Let's switch it over to the CAC build for the one time now. Believe it or not, Broly's moveset actually does synergize very well with his combo strings, and they work even more efficiently with CACs that have access to very strong knockbacks and heavy knockdowns. You can emulate this set on any CAC race, but for testing and example purposes, we're going with a male Saiyan because Broly's a guy. If you wanted to make a Kale build, guys, you can kind of copy this, because hey, listen, I promised you one, here you go. Our moveset is going to be Blaster Shell, Gigantic Omega, Perfect Shot, Rocket Tackle, Grand Smasher, and Gigantic Meteor. Your evasive is all up to you, but you can go with Blaster Meteor to fit Broly's theme if you're making a Kale or something. Broly's skills are best spread out over a hybrid build, and male Saiyans are rounded enough to be very good hybrid characters. A good hybrid setup would be at least 80 in your Ki Blast Super and 80 in your Strike Super damage if you really wanted to, but it isn't all that necessary since male Saiyans are innately set up to do just fine, with or without points invested. The trick with this build is that all of your super attacks will be insanely easy to combo into after any of your knockback impulses. This means you'll be able to pull off insane dash cancels with Gigantic Omega, burn off large portions of enemy health with Perfect Shot,
armor through enemy attacks with Rocket Tackle if you do make a mistake, or burn them out with Blather Shell. Blather. Guys, we found the hashtag for today. SSJAipom's English has died. Yes, I want to use a Blather Shell. Listen, if you have a lisp, first and foremost, I'm gonna tell you, don't get offended by this, all right? Listen, I love you more than anyone else that we have in this community here. If you have a lisp, let me know in the comment section below. Don't be scared. Listen, you hit me with that hashtag Blather Shell and you make sure that shit works. You make sure it works, okay? Either way, we're gonna make sure that we can use that Blaster Shell up close. If you'd like some notes on Broly's actual skills in a skill analysis video, we do have that already done. It'll probably be linked at the end of this video here, so you don't have to do much clicking around. That way you can learn more about these skills in depth. Rocket Tackle is a very popular skill on the channel already. We featured it in a lot of our moves, and that's one of my main moves on the male Saiyan that I like to use. It's very practical, very straight to the point, very nice move. But yes, Rocket Tackle. Since you can combo into your heavy stamina break, your ultimates aren't too hard to combo into at all. Just make sure that you have at least more than 4 or 5 bars of ki naturally, and you'll be just fine. In fact, Grand Smasher can actually be comboed into without needing a stamina break at all, so you do have a conferment to a very large green bomb move that goes off and just kind of nukes everything. I'd run a Super Soul that raises my damage 20% either for Ki Blast Supers or Strike Supers, but if you wanted, you could bring Kabla Super Soul to sharply increase your melee damage while transformed at all. Either way, this is pretty much all up to you right here.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video, and this one actually wasn't planned for this week, but I had so much fun messing around with it I had to actually drop it on the channel for you guys for the one time. I'm going to be sharing an Ultra Instinct Goku build for male Saiyan CACs here with about 7 or so PvP matches, so you guys are going to see the stats and supers real quick with a mini tutorial on how to use the main moves to their biggest potential. Subscribe if you like what you see though, Pop. Listen, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. If we don't, I just got word, Dragon Ball GT is going to become canon, okay? We can't let that happen, guys. Come on, you gotta understand. Of course, a quick shout out goes to Rerep1 for making a Ultra Instinct build video. I saw his and I was like, male Saiyans can probably do it better. And here we are. This build is all about insane firepower, pressure, and comeback ability, a lot like the Ultra Instinct transformation itself. When Android 13 drops in the game and we could get data input to start pulling off those dodges for the CACs, you guys know we're going to put it on in over like Phantom Fist. Guys, you know this. If you guys didn't know, CACs can actually combo into some ultimate attacks without needing stamina breaks at all. And male Saiyans can combo into quite a few that do a lot of damage. On screen, if they haven't started playing yet, you'll be seeing the points in your combos where you can fire off Super Kamehameha without needing a stamina break. Of course, if this footage is not enough to make you a believer though, you guys will be seeing in the PvP clips and make the judgment for yourselves. This build is very fun and we covered all of the attacks in the guides here on the channel already. We've got Savage Strike, Burst Kamehameha, Phantom Fist, Freedom Kick, Super Kamehameha, Saiyan Spirit, and I'd honestly use like Hyper Movement as the evasive instead of like Time Skip Tremor Pulse, but again, you know, you gotta do the Ultra Instinct to show your back, do the whole back flexing thing. You guys realize he had a shirt on in this special, right? Like he had a shirt. Xenoverse is the worst when it comes to character customization, I swear to God, man. Your super attacks are great for building up pressure, with Savage Strike being your go-to as a definite combo ender if your opponent sits in certain combo strings, and you kind of just want to return to neutral from it. We aren't spec to hit very hard with Strike Supers, so don't worry about using this one too much. It's just a great way to kind of mix up your enders if your opponent is like letting you do things because they're just sitting there, you know. So that is a good way to mix up your enders. Burst Kamehameha is a great one for chipping away at your opponent's health and keeping distance. You'll see me use it a lot as a setup for Freedom Kick in the PvP clips in the background if they haven't started playing yet. This is a really fun move to use and it's very easy to combo into on the male Saiyans without needing to worry about it missing. You know, Freedom Kick is a move that we covered back in the Android 17 skill analysis video. I think that was back in like February, guys. It's definitely a great choice for an Ultra Instinct build. It's a tough one for your opponent to block, and if you go for this one after you burn your opponent with like Super Kamehameha or Burst Kamehameha, it's an easy way to close the distance and get your opponent to freak out. I use this move as a utility skill to get in close without having to waste stamina burst dashing or dashing, and I'd say it works a majority of the times you see it being used in the actual PvP clips in the background. Jim does end up punching me in the face a couple of times when I use it, but he said he had trouble like dodging it or like blocking it, so I think it's a really good move to mess around with if you haven't tried it out yet. It doesn't do the most damage in the world, but it is kind of very good as a utility move. Phantom Fist is a counter that we showed off here on the channel a lot. It's literally just here until we get Android 13's data input. I'm more than like 300% certain it's coming to CACs because Xenoverse 2, but it's a great counter nonetheless. I actually didn't have to use it all that much in PvP matches because I was moving pretty fast without it.
based on the male Saiyan cancels. If you guys don't know much about the male Saiyan cancels, you can see those in the male Saiyan guide and overview video here on the channel. And Saiyan Spirit is a great super that pretty much gave me the Ultra Instinct vibe thanks to the little roar that your character does to activate it. After the blast hits, it does a heavy knockdown to your opponent, meaning that if you're close enough to the floor, you can actually go to a Super Kamehameha for even more damage. And Super Kamehameha, as you guys have probably seen, is your key to making comebacks or literally blowing chunks off of your opponent's health bar. What's poppin' people, SSJAipom here with a brand new Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. Today we're sharing a Frieza Ray CAC build that I wanted to do for a very long time. This one goes against the suggested stats for the race and instead tried to fix their problems with combos online. Subscribe if you like what you see, Papa. Listen, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. It's looking pretty bleak, but every person counts. Listen, it's like we're all in this together or something, you know? Hashtag High School Musical. Either way, you gotta understand. Instead of sticking to the Frieza Race trope of being excellent, squishy, fast-paced ki blasters, I wanted a big hulking brute that got to do great damage with strike supers while creating brand new combo enders and situations for themselves. I'm already expecting a lot of the more inexperienced players to look at the build immediately and cry about things being cheap, and to that I'll just say the majority of players that react like that aren't very good to begin with and have the same argument about anything that beats them instead of working on their shortcomings. So if you're one of those guys, feel free to drop a dislike and move on. I don't really care. Our moveset is going to be Android Rush, Wild Hunt, Do or Die, and Mach Punch. The build doesn't need an ultimate, but you're free to use any strike or Ki Blast ultimate that you'd like to use. If you're going to go with a Ki Blast ultimate, consider picking something that you can combo into after a heavy knockdown for some good synergy. Android Rush comes from Android 16. He's a DLC mentor, and this is a great skill with 3 different enders depending on what direction you hold your analog stick in during the animation. Hold the analog stick up to strike your opponent towards the floor, hold down to launch them upward, or leave the stick in neutral to blow your opponent backward. Ginyu 4 special combo is a good alternative and nets you better damage, but there's something extremely satisfying about the character not looking like a goofball while using Android Rush. It looks kinda cool, guys, very easy to combo into, and I gotta say, switching up the ender at the last second is really cool. Wild Hunt starts off a cinematic combo that'll give you a heavy knockdown at the end of it if you're close enough to the floor. You can use this knockdown to transform if you wanted to, or go right into an ultimate attack that's quick enough if you actually do want to use a heavy knockdown into Super Kamehameha, Final Flash, etc. You name it, you can do it. If the entire animation plays through, you'll be dealing a heavy chunk of damage on top of the combo that you used to get to it. I think with this exact setup, it does around 4,000 damage, I want to say, which is awesome. During the cinematic, though, I would say try to keep on stepping away from your opponent, so if they do snap vanish, you aren't left wide open. Mach Punch is the secret reason why we don't need ultimate attacks on the set. We'll be using this one to follow up any of our knockbacks. This skill is amazing for pressure and can create some unvanishable situations if you wanted to do that. So much so, in fact, I had to run Aura Slide in some tests to not annoy Jim too much. This means I used Aura Slide instead of Mach Punch. Mach Punch gives you a dash cancel after it hits, and if you do a dashing heavy attack, you can immediately follow it up with another Mach Punch. This skill is entirely slept on and it's underrated as hell. It's pretty good. It's very powerful. If you haven't picked it up, pick it up. And yes, you did hear me correctly. Aura Slide is on the holding back version of this build. Like, we run Do or Die as our go-to defense buff and breathing room request, but if you wanted to get the most out of the build, you can replace Do or Die with either Aura Slide or Mach Punch that you left off previously. If you're trying to hold back, guys, you don't have to run both. Just know, just know, Aura Slide is like the going easy version, okay? I'm not gonna sit here and talk about that too much though. Just know that we run the golden transformation for the few passives, mostly for the speed boost and the auto-correcting Ki Blast cancels. We don't really need much more of a damage boost on our super attacks because we can rack up that damage regardless, but the speed boost from the golden form and the Ki Blast giving you auto-corrects, will actually make your character behave a lot like Hit when he Ki Blast cancels and fixes his positioning. If you ever played against a Hit player and you noticed that the Ki Blast cancels were kinda turning him around on a very weird, quick, super inhuman basis, Frieza Race characters can do that too. It's great for keeping your pace up while at close range, and it puts insane pressure on your opponent when they try to outlast you. Remember, as Frieza Race characters, you regain stamina over time even while fighting, so you don't have to play it too safe as long as you're paying attention and can shut down your opponent. A lot of these matches were done in under 2 minutes because of the insane pressure you can put on in either variation without having to resort to anything too gimmicky, you know, so that's it. What's poppin' people, SSJAipom here with Aipom's Rookie Patroller Male Saiyan build. In this video, we're going over a basic build themed around early Aipom from the Adventures of Aipom series. I just said Aipom like 10 times, guys. I'm already out of it. We modified the moveset a bit to make it more practical for PvP online because I can't have you guys out there running around looking goofy and stinking up the place, you know? you gotta get some W's, guys. It isn't a very hard moveset to pick up and hit the ground running with, and you might be surprised with how effective some of these overlooked moves are. Yeah, we're kind of going that route. If you like what you see, why don't you subscribe for the one time though, Papa? Listen, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. Listen, I have my doubts, okay? So it's looking kind of rough. I don't think we're gonna do it, guys. I think we can make it, Pop. You gotta save us. They're trying to silence me. The higher ups, they don't want us to hit 5K. They don't want us to win. Let's win, guys. Please. You gotta help. You gotta understand. Since this is a Season 3 build video, we're gonna break things down in the new format. We'll do a basic breakdown of the synergy on the build and point out the strength and weaknesses so you can tweak it how you see fit. Since I try to teach you guys how to play the game at a decent enough level without worrying about the stats and things that don't matter all that much, we'll be covering the stats and the QQ bang and all that at the end of the overview. If you'd like to skip ahead to any point in the video from this intro, check the timeline we should have somewhere on the screen right now for the timestamp and just jump to it. Let's see how far we can make the rookie Aipom build work. You gotta understand, guys, we're going in head first. Can I get a... let's go! Let's start things off with the super attacks. The first skill that we're going to be checking out is going to be Energy Wave Combo. This is a move that is incredibly slept on because it isn't so flashy, but what we have here, to put it simply, is a 1-bar Ki Blast super that basically gives you 3,000 or so damage if you charge it all the way. Lucky for us, male Saiyans have a knockback combo or 2, or 3, or 7 that lets you charge things like this all the way up with no problem. So getting all 6 hits on your opponent is way easier than you think at first glance. To put it simply, this is a 3,000 damage combo ender that we can toss after any one of our knockback impulse combos that your opponent is going to have to either sit through or use an evasive to get out of. It's only a matter of time before people start calling this move cheap, and even if you don't charge it all the way, the last blast that this move throws is your Haymaker hitting for a majority of its damage. As long as you can get that one out, you're doing an extra 1,000 damage after any combo that you kind of already got off, which is kind of great. Since Aipom is not a master of Ki or anything in the first season, it was only right to check out some of the generic skills for the one time. You can most likely grab Energy Wave Combo from the skill shop after clearing the first few chapters of story mode, I'm pretty sure. If you haven't beaten it yet, you should probably do that before you watch build videos, because come on, guys, you're missing the little stuff. What are you doing? What are you doing? This move is actually kind of hot, guys. It's very simple and basic to use. I'm just saying, if someone beats me with the Energy Wave Combo, I'm giving you props. How did I lose to that? Oh, because it's actually a pretty good move. Wow, what a phenomenal learning experience. Next up, we've got Super Explosive Wave. This skill was one of my favorites when it first dropped, and for just 2 bars of Ki, you can fire off one of the fastest instant cast Ki Blast supers in the game. This damage isn't anything too spectacular on this build, but being that this thing can be linked into at just about any point in your combos, as a quick ender or a beastly extension, you'll kind of see that you can burn off a bit of your opponent's health in a flash each time you use it. It's really cool. Super Explosive Wave even does a heavy knockdown after you hit your opponent's back with it, which is great in situations when you're close enough to the floor because you can actually go right into your other ultimates on the set without even needing a stamina break. And wink wink nudge nudge, if you guys have been around the channel for a while, you know that we don't need stamina breaks at all to use the ultimates that we have lined up for you on Aipom's moveset. So don't worry about that too much. Just know that you can pull off some sort of stylish combos with Super Explosive Wave into Full Power Energy Wave or the other hidden ultimate we got on the set, because we out here kicking people in the neck, guys. You gotta understand, you gotta kick them in the neck. Listen, you get kicked in your chest, there's a chance you recover. Kicked in your neck though, maybe you shouldn't be fighting the person you're fighting. Listen, if I get kicked in the neck, guys, it's done. We checked out this move in depth in the future Gohan skill analysis video and his guide and overview, so if you want to see some more about that, you can check out both of those videos to get a better understanding of this move. Of course, I can't leave out the move's advanced mechanic in which you can perform a backflip by tilting away from your opponent as you cast the move. It'll give you a brief period of iframes before you can fire off your beam, which is kinda nice, I guess. You can either use it as a counter attack to kinda mess with your opponent's guard timing, if you're really scared of perfect blocks, but I think the best use is definitely as a regular combo extension though, so your opponent can't even block it, Like, throwing out random supers is probably not the best idea, but if you wanted to be that guy, you could do that, I guess. This skill can only be attained from the future Gohan mentor that most likely appears after beating either story mode or enough parallel quests. I'm not too sure. He is a free DLC mentor, so you gotta make sure you have that installed to get him to pop up. Either way, you kinda need future Gohan to get this thing going. Guys, you know this already. What are we doing? Let's go to the next move, please. Our third skill is going to be Ki Blast Cannon. Ki Blast Cannon is a move that is pretty much exclusively on presets as a restand, a bait, or a loop point in your combos. If you hit your opponent with this thing while they're doing an evasive action or in the helpless state, it'll cast a very strong hit stun that you can follow up with an attack of your own, or wait until the opponent's snap vanishes. It's kinda hot, guys, it's kinda hot. As soon as the Ki Blast Cannon is successful, you can actually step or dash cancel, which is very crazy when you want to start putting on pressure. And I gotta say, male Saiyans are some of the craziest when it comes to the damage pressure they can put on. Like, it's kind of serious, guys. On a Saiyan, after your heavy light, heavy light, heavy combo, use this thing to set up a situation when your opponent is going to have to take another hefty chunk of damage or snap vanish. And if they can't, maybe they got to take that L. Of course, I can't sit here and show you each and every confirm into each and every super, because it'll just take forever to do these types of videos. They already take long enough, so I'm not going to do that. So get out there and test out which strings let you restand your opponent for sick damage. Remember, this one costs you a bar of Ki, so watch your Ki if you're planning on going for something big. You guys got a couple of starter confirms here, so you're not left in the dark butt-ass naked. You know, it's a bad feeling just being there butt-ass naked flopping around. You don't know what the hell is dark. Okay, there's just bugs in the dark. You don't want to be covered in bugs butt-ass naked, guys. Guys. Listen, Ki Blast Cannon most likely appears in the skill shop too, so be sure to buy it if you haven't bought everything from it yet. Pretty much go out there and collect those skills, guys. You never know which ones are going to hit you guys with them. And be like, hey guys, buy do or die. And if you don't got it, and be like, hey, listen, it's an L, okay? What if there's a contest? What if the contest is, hey, you better have Super Mad Dance. You better have Super Mad Dance. If you got that, you get a $50 PSN card. Send me a screenshot right now, and then you don't send a screenshot. Guess who doesn't get a $50 PSN card? You. So buy all the skills in the skill shop, please. You gotta understand, you gotta. Our final skill is gonna be Rolling Hercule Punch. If you guys are familiar with Aipom, the character, you know he's a goofy guy who has to get things done in a very unorthodox way. He's not that great, he's not that bright, but he's okay, he's a likable character. I wanted to get a practical move on the moveset that also kind of captured the goofiness of the character from the series, and of course we landed on a Rolling Hercule Punch. This skill is one of the most dangerous, underrated skills in the game, and I guess it's a good thing my channel isn't all that big now because we're sharing it again. This is like the third time. We covered the skill a few times on the channel already, most notably in the Hercule skill analysis video, and I believe in one of the Namekian builds we showed it off there. So you can check it out there if you want some more insight on it. The main points that you do need to know for Rolling Hercule Punch are that the skill gives you armor, iframes, and full control over where you move before you let off a weak punch on your opponent's direction that has a lot of stun power. Too long, didn't listen, it basically means this skill is kinda hot, it's kinda OD. You basically use this skill in any situation where you use a counter attack or after your opponent snap vanishes to kinda try and get the upper hand again. It's very good, do not sleep on this move. It's pretty much a rolling around feint shot, it's pretty much a aura slide. It's ridiculous how many utilities this thing has, guys. Like it's a very good move. And I'm kinda scared, okay? Like if this is the one video that blows up, I'm sorry guys. Listen, it was only meant to be shared with like the 30 of you that listen to videos, okay? I'm sorry guys, I'm sorry. It's something that you gotta see in action to kind of fully understand though, you know? You've probably seen it at least 4 times in the fillers playing in the background by now because it's just that good. Like it's definitely an easy skill to abuse, but it does cost you some Ki, so it's not exactly backflip levels of like, okay, this is getting ridiculous, but it is still ridiculous. You want to watch your bar so you don't burn out all of your Ki before you can get your punishes going. And then again, as a male Saiyan CAC, getting damage is super easy with or without Ki, so it doesn't really matter, but at the same time, it's like, hey, if you want to get flashy with it, don't waste all your Ki doing rolls around the floor. You can extend how long you roll around by just hitting the command again to throw off your opponent's guard timing, which is awesome. And of course, rolling away from them is always an option if you kind of don't want to, you know, square up again. I'm not going to tell you where to get Rolling Hercule Punch because, come on guys, you don't even know, but I'll give you a hint, okay? I'll give you a hint, okay? It's in the name. It's in the name, guys. It's in the name. Well, you gotta understand, for our ultimates, we got some pretty nice doozies here, okay? For the first ultimate, we're grabbing Full Power Energy Wave. Early on in the series, Aipom is a rookie-level time patroller who just barely got a grasp on Ki control, so I won't spoil anything from Season 1 as far as progression goes, but as far as gameplay goes, this is one of the easiest ultimate attacks Saiyans can combo into without needing a stamina break at all. On this setup, the skill is pretty much a bonus 5,000 damage you can tag onto any one of your combos for just 3 bars of Ki. We'll pretty much be like trying to play the build with the mindset of take any damage you can get when you can get it. So this basically means if your opponent slips up and like kind of sits in a combo too long and doesn't have an evasive that can get him out of the way, fire it off, okay? You got the combos to go into it, just do it. It's ridiculously easy to go into this thing, guys, like seriously, and you'll be breaking 10,000 damage and beyond without needing a stamina break in any of your matches if you know how to do combos. Of course, even if you don't know, you can get 5,000 damage by just blinking, okay? This is male Saiyans are amazing. They're super fun, guys. It's great. It's phenomenal. It's ridiculously easy to go into this thing, guys, and it's kind of like, this is what you get. This is what you asked for. Even if they do have an evasive that's not like hyper movement or something, you should be able to use this and chunk them down, or bait them to use that evasive to get rid of those 3 bars of stamina, which is always going to be awesome. To extend on the easiness, we'll also be grabbing Breaker Energy Wave from Parallel Quest number 101 in DLC Pack 1. I gotta warn you, this skills drop rate is like stupid low, guys. You'll probably be there playing it all day trying to get the damn move to drop. But it's worth it, okay? It's worth it. The combos that you see working for Full Power Energy Wave also work for Breaker Energy Wave. But this skill does have a catch to it, and it won't let you use it until that catch is met. You can only use it when your opponent's health is in danger mode, and it only lets you fire it once per match. This isn't me giving you any BS rules I made up about being fair. That's the actual skill description, okay? It's programmed like that. You can't use it unless your opponent is about to die. But the skill does not cost you any ki, meaning if you have no ki, you can fire this thing without a problem so long as your opponent's health is low. It's a finishing blow attack that's designed to kill off damaged opponents. But think about it like this, guys, okay? Listen, think about it like this, guys. You and your opponent are having an epic battle, okay? Listen, look, I gotta get in character, guys. Bear with me. You and your opponent are having an epic battle, right? And you have no ki. And your opponent has low stamina. He has 2 bars, but he's like, listen, I'm gonna sit in this combo because this combo ain't gonna do no damage to me, bro. This combo ain't nothing, right? He's sitting there with no stamina. He got 2 bars, though. He could snap banish, but he doesn't. So you hit him with that square, 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 triangle, break it energy wave. Guess what, guys? Guess what, guys? He should have snap vanished because now, because he assumed you couldn't kill him, guys, you land your knockback, it's over. Break energy wave is confirmed into, guys. You won. GG. Game. GG. Get good, kid. He's going to get so mad he's going to pick a hit. He's going to pick a hit. He's going to come back. He's going to try to fight you again. And guess what, guys? Guess what? You're going to beat him again. You want to know why? It is a baby nutsucker, okay? We did that. We got that. You gotta understand. The surprise kills with this move are crazy, guys. Like it's really cool. It's very easy to use. You've seen it in the fillers in the background by at least 6 times by now if it hasn't played, okay? It's really good. It's always somehow dealing enough damage to kill off your enemy when they've got that low health, which is great. If you end up not wanting to get DLC Pack 1 for like whatever reason, or you can't get it, I understand. You can grab Final Flash from Vegeta. You do lose the cool factor of having a kill move that doesn't cost ki. And some of the confirms are kind of gone because Final Flash needs a bit stronger knockback. But you can still use the knockback confirms we showed you in the Male Saiyan guide and overview. So you can check that out if you need help with Final Flash. Either way, guys, it's kind of hot. It's kind of hot. Just a little bit. For your evasive, you're always free to use whatever you want. If you want to stick to the Aipom theme build, we use Miracle Meal because little guy is a coward. Of course, this move is actually kind of sick up close. It gives you iframes. It stuns your opponent if they're close enough to you. And it does some very strange things with your hitbox in terms of melee. You can actually step cancel it, dash cancel it, immediately attack out of it. Like, it's nasty. It's actually disgusting up close. However, I gotta let you know you'll be a sitting duck in ultimates, especially if you're in like no break confirms. So just hope you're not being hit by like a supernova or like a final Kamehameha or something, because you'll end up having to sit in it, which is kind of ass. I don't like being a sitting duck in move. So that's kind of the catch-22 with this thing here. Just being the character, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. I'm honestly a big fan of the evasive that gets you out of danger, like instant rise or like hyper movement. But you know, for the sake of the character, we're just sticking with that. Miracle Meal, I actually have no idea where I got it from. You'll most likely see it in the skill shop, if not in the TP Metal shop, though. So just kind of check around. Sorry, guys, I've collected all the moves like a really long time ago when I was really into Xenoverse 2. So unfortunately, I don't have all that information available. Sorry about that. But yeah, Miracle Meal, go ahead and grab that. You gotta do it. You gotta. Can I get a next? Can't believe I actually gotta do this here. But contrary to popular belief, Aipom from the Adventures of Aipom series is not me, SSJAipom. I thought I made that very clear. Okay, I go. What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here, so you know it's SSJAipom. It's not. Hey guys, it's me. It's not. We're 2 different people. I made it very clear. The little monkey on the screen is not the CAC, guys. You gotta understand. Aipom in the series unfortunately cannot go Super Saiyan. A fun little detail revealed by Cable in the Aipom's lore video. Of course, with Super Saiyan and Super Vegeta, the build becomes a lot more viable in terms of damage, and you're free to grab it and roll with it if you'd like to. You know, you can kind of do that if you wanted to be that guy. Remember, I'm just giving you the wheels, guys. I don't need all that stuff. You know, we got a badass over here, but hey, if I wanted to go Super Saiyan, I understand. I got some power there. You can throw Potential Unleashed on your preset for a bit more defense and damage output as well, so you're not 100% left in the dark, butt-ass naked. Guys, that's the new phrase, okay? If you're gonna leave here with a phrase, okay, listen. We're not trying to leave nobody in the dark butt-ass naked. At least be in some clothes. If you're gonna be in the dark, at least have some clothes on. You can't be butt-ass naked. But running the Super Soul, getting beat up makes me cranky for some ki recovery over time, and bonus ki blast super damage when your stamina is maxed out. Of course, you can run Super Souls like before creation comes ruin, you're all pieces in the game, now give your father a message from me, the ultimate power is mine, huh, how could he, I'll make you regret that. Anything you're comfortable with if you're not feeling the Super Soul choice. We ran so many meta-themed moves in Super Souls by now, I'm pretty much telling you to use the same one in every video, so it's like, guys, they're not that important as long as you know how to play the game. But hey, if you want bonus damage is always going to be a good thing, you know? So either way, pick your Super Soul, your transformation. You guys know what you're doing here. If you want to be Aipom, just use potential at least, or don't use anything at all. He doesn't need any transformations. Because the guy can't transform. He's inept. He's trash, okay? Hey, what's poppin', people? Puerto Rican Tickle Me Elmo here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 15 for the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the Assassin Pupil build. Today's theme is a refined adaptation of the classic hit preset. Oh yeah, it's going down. We're going out with a bang, guys. We try to use super attacks and ultimate combos that work well with how male Earthlings are built, but it doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CSC races. It just means that the combos that we do have outlined for you in this video will not work on the same commands with something as like a Majin or a Namekian race character. This build takes advantage of male Earthling similarities to Hit as far as combo structure goes, and fully embraces our nearly natural combo string cancels Hit doesn't have access to. These things are kinda crazy, guys, and we're gonna use all of it. It's time. Since male Earthlings have such high natural strike super damage, we're using that as the basis for the build. As I tell you guys in almost every video, the stats don't matter outside of your main source of damage. That being said, if you do want to copy the build you see in the video, the stats and QQ Bang will appear after we cover the moveset. If they can get stronger, so can we. Let's go! The first skill on the moveset is the basis of all of our punishes and combos on the build. It's gonna be Sledgehammer, guys. Since we can confirm it to this skill so easily from any point on the map, it's only natural that we line up our punishes after this one. It casts a heavy knockdown and can even create stamina break loops, as you'll see in some of the fillers in the background of the video. The more points you have invested in your strike supers, the stronger this one is gonna be. It's kinda obvious. After your heavy light combo, you can confirm into it if your timing is just right. And you do have a warping confirm into it, but it's a bit on the risky side. The build makes use of any ki they can get when it can make use of it, giving you a lot more freeform combos and situations to cash out your ki in. With the exact setup you see in this build, you'll be shaving off nearly half of your opponent's health bar with each charged test Sledgehammer, and that's kinda... Hey, welcome to Xenoverse 2, man. You gotta keep up. You gotta keep up, guys. If your opponent fears it, they'll be snap vanishing out of every combo you send their way. Just like when using Hit, aggression is the name of the game, and you want to be as aggressive as possible and making your opponent make as many mistakes as possible to get the job done. Guys, our time skip is unbeatable. Guys, if they can get stronger, so can you two seem pretty tight. Up next is the Tongue Twister Punch, Flash Fist Crush. This skill is pretty neat because of its properties. It's a frontal counter that does decent damage, but our main use for it, like on Hit, is going to be for racking up damage on our Sledgehammer punishes. If you didn't know, during the heavy knockdown from a Sledgehammer, you can toss out Flash Fist Crush for a quick burst of damage. This is a super practical one during stamina break punishes if you want to wipe out your opponent as far as DPS goes, and it does end around the time your opponent is given the restand from a charged heavy attack instead of the juggle state. In a perfect situation, you'd be burning out your opponent's health and putting them in a stamina break loop. The skill can be even like a counter for Hail Mary ultimates that your opponent kind of just throws at you from the front. Check out the hit skill analysis video for more information on how that works. The QQ bangs we have lined up for you in this build are for the two extremes, by the way. One has far less ki but more damage output if you prefer basic attack combo damage, and the other has way more ki but gives up a little bit of damage. I don't remember how I got the ki version, unfortunately, but you can get the damage version by mixing 2 of Super Saiyan 4 Goku's clothes and a Senzu Bean Sprout in the QQ Bang machine. I don't usually give you guys QQ Bangs because it's like, I don't know how I made them. These things have been, guys, I played this game so long. How did I get, where do we get these from, Jim? I know you guys are probably sick of me talking about this thing, but Phantom Fist, this skill was actually on Hit's classic moveset, and it's a very good move if you guys haven't checked it out yet. We covered it several times on the series, but for here, this one's actually interchangeable with the after image if you'd like to use it. If your opponent hits you while you're active, you'll move out of the way, leaving them wide open and protecting you from any damage. Even if you misjudge your opponent's attack, your recovery from this one isn't long at all, so you can stay mobile while getting your opponent to like back up for a little bit out of fear. If you really wanted to use a counter attack that did damage, you can go with Burst Rush for this one, but you would lose the hit theme of the build and kind of just become a strike super guy. We don't exactly have anything to capitalize on Burst Rush as far as synergy goes on the set either, so again, if it's up to you, if you want to do that, personal preference, by all means guys, go ahead and make little modifications. However, if you want to be a better hit, and not get complained at because you're not a casket, huh? Guys, come on Xenoverse.
The fourth slot is going to be an interchangeable one entirely. I went with Backbreaker because of how easy it is to condition your opponent on a male Earthling. They'll fear the unavoidable stamina break and you confirms into a sledgehammer, so they'll be snap vanishing behind you constantly, and if not, we're going to be very ruthless and trying to kill them as easily as possible. It's very easy on this build, your damage is going to be insane on it, it's very simple and straightforward, no gimmicks, very close range, like we talked about in the overview. Backbreaker is a wonderful tool that will reset you and your opponent to neutral after a quick punch to the ribs. This is a great sort of indirect combo cash out. You can get a decent chunk after your opponent has like snap vanish behind you for over 1,000 damage in addition to whatever your opponent got hit by in your basic combo string. So it is kind of an indirect combo cash out, which is kind of nice. If you wanted to stick to hits moves, Flash Skewer is a great unblockable one you can use to toss out when your opponent is blocking, you're trying to block mash. Get a nice little quick jab in there, does about the same damage as Backbreaker. I wouldn't put both on the same set because you kind of run out of you're running out of other slots you could be using for damage that isn't all that great. Other than that though, it's all up to your personal preference here. If you want it to be more like Hit himself in the anime and not like Hit in the game, you could even be what makes the cast characters weak. You can be what makes them weak in comparison and be a CAC and run, I don't know, something like Punisher Drive and slide around infinitely because you're a CAC. So you can be like Hit with Punisher. Oh my god, guys. I didn't say that one. Jim, cut that out. Our first ultimate is going to be Time Skip Molotov. This ultimate probably has the worst key cost to damage ratio, but it is stylish as hell. This is mostly here for a finisher if you like to stun on your opponent, or if you have the confirmed into it and you kind of just want to hit him with the, oh by the way, I can do this, pay attention. In fact, it does a little more damage than a fully charged sledgehammer. In a punish where you can get like 5 sledgehammers off after a break, you'd effectively do over 2 health bars worth of damage, give or take. So again, this isn't necessary in any way, but it's a neat way to finish off our fights. Sledgehammer on the other hand, if that was like an ultimate, like picture a sledgehammer ultimate with like 5 of those in a row. Like, Jesus Christ, guys. Balance! This game is very balanced! Victory Rush is going to be our other ultimate. It's easy to combo into after our knockback combos, and of course on male Earthlings we have quite a few of those. It does a sizable chunk of damage, it hits harder than our other ultimate, and it's more efficient for the key cost than Time Skip Molotov. That being said, of course we have other skills that make using our ultimates kind of trivial, so again, Victory Rush isn't going to be necessary, but if you want to kind of throw this out and hit your opponent with something, you know, you need something to kind of confirm or get the fight done in a quick moment, you can't exactly get the sledgehammer off for whatever reason, here you go, you have the Victory Rush. But again, 3 sledgehammers for the same cost as a Victory Rush is like, oh, okay. 4-hour transformation, we're hitting Potential Unleashed. It'll give us a quick 13% buff to our strike super damage, a 7% increase to our defenses, and a 15% increase to our basic attack. It's a very straightforward form that doesn't mess with our recovery periods or anything, so it's something you could think about using if you have it unlocked. Potential Unleashed is a pretty universal one, but the main key to it is that it costs 5 bars of ki, meaning it's only usable on a build with that many bars. The QQ bangs are coming up in just a moment, so see if you're able to use this thing at all. It isn't necessary, and in most cases you will be done with your fight before you even get to stock up on 5 bars of ki, unless you're kind of just toying with your opponent. Our Super Soul is going to be your just pieces in the game, the Champa Super Soul, for the nice 20% strike super damage increase. This build is a very straightforward killing machine, and will be terrifying if you can get it on Hit himself. Just picture Hit able to do anything and not having maximum charge on his moveset with like his basic combos. Oh my god, man, this is insane. Xenoverse 2, you did right on not making Hit OD. He beats the shit out of the cast characters though. This is facts. He's so angry. He's pissed. Has problems. Hit versus Goten. Shit is crazy. For your evasive slot, you're free to use whatever you want. Be mindful of when you'd want to use an evasive when you do make your choice. If your evasive doesn't move you from a location, but you know you've been seeing a lot of random super attack or insert ultimate here lately, you might want to choose something that is a direct counter to that. Maybe your opponent is using no break confirms into ultimates, things along those lines. It's all up to you here, so see what works best for your playstyle.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with Cable's Burning Pride Male Earthling build. Say that 3 times fast, it's almost impossible. In this video, we're going over a basic build themed around Cable from the Adventures of Aipom. We modified the moveset a bit to make it more practical for PvP online, and it isn't a very hard moveset to pick up and kind of hit the ground running with. If you like what you see though, you gotta subscribe for the one-time pop-out. Listen, we're trying to hit 5K by the end of the year. If I don't, someone's gonna break my knees. You gotta understand. Since this is our first Season 3 build video, we're going to break things down in a new format. We'll do a breakdown of the synergy on the build and then point out its strengths and weaknesses so you can tweak it how you see fit. Since I try to teach you guys how to play the game at a decent enough level without worrying about the stats and things that don't matter all that much, we'll be covering the stats in QQ Bang at the end of the overview. If you'd like to skip ahead to any point in the video from this intro, check the timeline we have down yonder. Yes, we got it, guys. Season 3. Can I get a yeet? Listen, I'm paying royalties to CDN every time I do this. Listen. Okay, listen, guys. Let's go. The first skill we're going to be getting familiar with is going to be Burning Attack. It's a Ki Blast super that is the easiest to confirm into after heavy knockdowns. Since male Earthlings have at least one heavy knockdown combo string, this means that when we're near the floor we can catch our opponent with this thing in situations where they can't vanish out of the way. It's kind of a plus. It doesn't have any insane damage output, but the skill does have a pretty unique property. If your opponent gets hit by it, they'll be in a helpless state for a while, and the helpless state is so strong you can actually combo right into a Super Kamehameha or a Final Flash, just to name a few skills. It's kinda hot, guys. It's not a bad one at all, and this is one of Cable's signature moves in the series. You can pick it up in Parallel Quest number 41. We break it down more in depth in the Trunks Iconic Skill Analysis video that you might not have seen if you're new to the channel. Hashtag check that out. Sledgehammer is the second skill that we're going to be talking about today, but if you're familiar with the Assassin Pupil build, you already know about how great of a skill Sledgehammer is. As male Earthling, Strike Super is going to do great damage automatically, and Sledgehammer is one of the absolute best when you can fully charge it. It becomes a heavy knockdown when you're close enough to the floor, and because of that we can link it into our other supers for great damage with or without a stamina break. Another thing we can take from the Assassin Pupil build is the fact that we get to loop Sledgehammer for a cheeky kill if you just want to wipe your opponent out. At full key, you'll be able to keep slamming your opponent down until they just stop getting back up, so it's kind of one of those things where it's like, hey, if I want you gone, I can kill you. You don't gotta be the Sledgehammer spammer, guys, but if someone is, listen, if you run into someone who's spamming Perfect Shot because Perfect Shot is so OP, Sledgehammer, put him in the dirt. You can find Sledgehammer in the skill shop at just about the beginning of the game, if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, I can't refresh the skill shop to see what anything was because I got everything like a while ago, so check the skill shop as you play story mode and you might find it in there. I'm pretty sure. Our third skill is going to be Kaioken Assault. This is easily one of my favorite strike supers in the game, and if you've been around the channel for a while, you probably know it because this thing is just amazing. It puts a lot of pressure on your opponent, and you kind of want to make sure that you're trying to step the entire time you're using this attack, so when your opponent does snap vanish, you don't end up getting punished. This way you can either force them to lose 2 bars of stamina, or take that chunk of damage from the super. This skill is ridiculously easy to combo into, and it can be done at just about any point in any of your combo strings. If you haven't noticed yet, we're not showing you every single confirm or combo, so you guys have something you can look for yourselves when you do decide to use these skills. This skill does cost you 2 bars of ki though to get the full effect of it, so be mindful when you try to fire this thing up. I don't exactly remember where I got Kaioken Assault from, but I'm pretty sure this too comes in the skill shop, so as you play through the story mode, keep checking the skill shop. You might find it after around the Frieza saga, I want to say. Don't quote me on that. Just know it's somewhere either in the TP Metal shop or the skill shop. Our fourth and final super attack is going to be Kaioken Kamehameha. This is another skill that's going to run you 2 bars of ki, but Kaioken Kamehameha is pretty decent in terms of being an extension from a distance that flies out pretty quickly. With the exact setup you see in this build, its damage is not going to be all that practical for 2 bars of ki, but you can use it to get some damage out while keeping your distance between you and your opponent. Or if you just needed a breather, you can kind of keep this to keep your damage output up while still staying on the ground and get your stamina back after it finishes, like the ending animation. If I had to pick a skill to swap out for a counter or something a bit more damage heavy, this would be the skill that I take out of the moveset. But since this is a Cable build, we're sticking with it for the few reasons we mentioned above. Some decent counters would be After Image, Phantom Fist, Godbreaker, or Burst Rush to make use of your stat spread. You can find this skill from Parallel Quest number 14 if I'm not mistaken, and it's a pretty good one on Ki Blast super characters, I would say, but this one is kind of more of a hybrid, and male Earthlings can't do that all that well as far as returns go for their stats. Either way, it's here. You can replace it with something if you want to. If it doesn't work out for you, I completely understand. You gotta understand. For our first ultimate, we'll be going with 20 times Kaioken Kamehameha. This thing was patched to start working online, and it does great damage on Ki Blast super based characters for the cost of 5 bars of ki. Even though we can confirm into this thing without needing a stamina break very easy, you have to be mindful of your opponent's stamina because they'll be able to snap vanish out of the first 2 startup attacks. Pretty much any of your combos can lead into this thing though, so just like Kaioken Assault, when you're ready to go for it, go for it. Make sure when you use the skill that the entire thing can go through, because losing 5 bars of ki and getting your stamina broken is a huge negative in any matchup, even though this build can get ki back very quickly. That being said, I don't exactly remember where the skill drops from, so it's most likely one of the skills you can snag from the skill shop or the TP Metal shop. Either way, it's a great pickup if you wanted to do a Kaioken themed character, wink wink nudge nudge, and I gotta say, You gotta understand. You gotta. Just so we're clear, if you're leaving a comment right now and it doesn't have hashtag you gotta understand, guys, I'm going to be very disappointed. What are you doing? Our second ultimate is going to be Heat Dome Attack. It's one of those supers that can be insanely damaging with the right build and setup, and while male Earthlings have two of the best confirms into it without needing a stamina break, it's important that you watch where you are on the map when you use this thing. Being at the ceiling will mean that you miss the most damaging part of it, and being on the floor is pretty much the, hey, it's time to get this thing started. You can also use it at mid-level in the map without much issues. Just make sure that you're watching that ceiling when you do go for it. It'll do a nice chunk of damage to help you burn down your opponent a bit, and it doesn't cost as much ki as your other ultimate choice. You can even turn it into a combo off of Sledgehammer close enough to the floor, so this is kind of one of the skills that you can get creative with, and I think you'll like what you see. Heat Dome Attack can be picked up from Parallel Quest number 40, if I'm not. Are these notes right? I think these notes. Jim, we got it. Yeah, Jim, it's number 40. I bet. That my left eye. That my left eye. If you guys aren't used to the channel, I always make the point of, for your evasive, you're always free to choose whatever you want to use, you know? If you want to stick to Kale's build, we use hyper movement as a means to break our opponent's stamina when they use the ultimate that we can see coming that holds them in place long enough, or they try a no break confirmed. Another bonus of the skill hyper movement is that it can be used as a combo extension after most of your knockbacks or even after burning attack. On this build setup, it's roughly only 1500 damage, meaning you'd only want to ever waste 3 bars of stamina on it when you're going for like a stylish finish or like an ender death combo that you definitely know you have in the bag. I would not recommend just constantly burning this thing like over and over to try and smack your opponent on the top of the head with 1500. It's very irresponsible and you might lose the match off it. But if you're feeling kind of confident and you say, hey, listen, Aipom, shut up, I know what I'm doing, and you want to hyper movement the shit out of someone the whole match, listen, I believe in you. You can pick it up from the TP Metal Shop, I'm pretty sure, but I gotta warn you not to go too crazy and blow all your stuff. Like, if I have to say it twice, guys, the script says it twice. I don't know who wrote this, but I'm telling you, it's a very telegraphed move and can get you punished if your opponent's moving freely, especially if they're using perfect shot. Oh God, you can't do any, not perfect shot. Oh. Last but not least, Cable's transformation is going to be Kaioken, if you couldn't tell. This is an amazing transformation that's fairly underrated. The main points you need to know about it are the higher your Kaioken, the more stamina it drains. The trade-off is each level of Kaioken grants you more damage output and reduces your stamina costs for all your snap vanishes and dashes, but you take more damage in return with each level of Kaioken. If you have DLC Pack 1 while using the Super Soul, I've been saving this, Kaioken. This soul will make you get a lot more ki back for each incoming and outgoing attack. Your stamina recovers quicker by itself, and your basic attack damage goes up lightly. To put it simply, as long as you're in at least Kaioken times 1, you're going to be getting stamina back automatically while fighting, increasing how much ki you get, dealing more damage, and you'll be moving a bit faster on your feet. You gotta understand, that's fire. You don't start feeling the negatives of Kaioken until you go to Kaioken times 20 with the Super Soul on though. Your stamina starts to actually drain, but you do get infinite vanishes and dashes as long as you're in this state. An effective way to use Kaioken is to go to the form you want to be in for the effects you'll need. For example, while in Kaioken times 20, you can kind of burn out some of your ki and revert so you can go back to Kaioken times 1 to get some stamina back while you're fighting without slowing down too much. Or while in Kaioken times 3, go for times 20 to get that extra push of damage or get some snap vanishes when your stamina is super low. Things like that will make your Kaioken strategy a lot more active for you and help you kind of trump your opponent. If you don't have the DLC, consider grabbing the Super Soul, How Could He? From Parallel Quest number 12. It innately makes your stamina recover quicker as long as the fight goes on, which isn't half bad if you do plan on getting things done as quick as possible. You could also consider using I'll Use All My Strength to Kill You from Parallel Quest number 29, which increases your ki recovery and buffs up your normal attacks. As a male Earthling, you kind of get ki back automatically either way, so it's a win-win situation. You'll definitely want the Super Soul from DLC Pack 1 for the most effective version of this build, but it isn't too important if you don't plan on transforming at all. Now, guys, we gotta give this build a grade somewhere on a new scale here, so let's switch over to our view of Cable and break down for the one. We've got 3 categories to go through when we go on our rating scale, so let's get right into that with our first category, the ease of use, or easiness of picking up the build. Out of 5, I'd give it maybe a 4. Male Earthlings have great combo strings and more than enough cancels to mix and match your punishes, even if you can't line them up correctly right away. These guys are very slippery, as you probably noticed by now, so to get the most out of the play with this build, you pretty much gotta make yourself familiar with at least the light heavy step cancel. If you copy the exact stats in QQ Bang, you have a bit over 7 bars of stamina, meaning you do get to do roughly 3 snap vanishes before you're in trouble of getting your stamina broken, or 2 evasives before things will start getting rough. Pick your spots carefully, and you don't want to rush in and burn your stamina too quickly on any character when you're just playing conventionally. If you're doing the female Majin 3 stamina bar thing though, you laugh in the face of adversity because you know why? It's time to beat some ass. I respect every female Majin because they are incredible. That is such an original tactic. Keep it together, Aipom. We gotta get through this whole video, man. The second thing we have to check out is damage output. For damage output, I'd rate this build at about a 3 out of 5. You can easily ramp it up to a 5 out of 5 by looping Sledgehammer over and over during a stamina break punish for an easy death combo. And of course, if you really wanted to, that's entirely possible. If you toy around with your opponents or don't want to Sledgehammer someone to death and decide to use some of the more stylish or practical stuff, you can still do some decent damage. The moveset is a bit restricted since it isn't exactly a super freeform combo structure, but you can pull off some neat looking things in an offline or consistent 4 to 5 bar setting. Since we're a male Earthling, we've got quite a few stamina breaks that we can rely on, and I'm sure you know them by now. If you don't, we do have a male Earthling combo guide reference. You have your cancels and loops that you can check out on the channel already, and you can pretty much rely on different combo enders for any situation. You can combo into our ultimates very easily as per the usual with the builds that I show you guys on the channel, and we can control where we take the fight with our super attacks. You can pick and choose exactly how you want the fights to go down so long as you get your confirms right. So either way, this build is going to be kind of in the neutral ground. If you want to play, as some players would call it, cheesy and use the Sledgehammer thing, it's an easy 5 out of 5. Any time you get a stamina break off, you can just end it. Or if you wanted to kind of drag out your fights like some of you guys love to do, it's kind of a 3 out of 5, but you can still get some stuff going. You know this by now. You know this. Do you know this? Do you understand? You gotta understand. And the last thing that we need to rate this build on is going to be control and consistency. As far as control and consistency goes, I'd rate it at a 5 out of 5 off the male Earthling combo strings alone. Having early step cancels, a guard cancel, and some very reliable dash cancels set you up to be a very loose fighter in combat. And of course, you guys know me, I love being able to be agile in the fights. Even in a laggy situation, so long as you stick to the very straightforward confirms that don't need teleports, you'll be able to rip through your opponents with ease. Transforming into even Kaioken ×1 sets you up to be in the fight for the long haul and makes your ki recover a lot quicker when you start attacking and taking damage. It's not a hard build to work with, but of course it isn't optimized to be an absolute health shredder either. It's a fun one for messing around with friends, and with a little tweaking you can make it a lot safer in terms of counters or more practical ultimates like Super Kamehameha or something like that. Check out either the skill analysis playlist for some ideas, or the other CSA builds we have on the channel already. I said CSA? Guys, hashtag you gotta understand, hashtag CSA. If you don't follow these directions, I don't know if you're ride or die. You have to be ride or die. Are you ride or die? Hashtag ride or die in that comment as well. Please, guys, I beg this of you. You gotta understand. All in all, this build's battle rating is going to be a 12 out of 15 from me, which isn't a bad score at all, and as a male Earthling player, I would imagine it's a very easy build to pick up if you're already used to them, and it simply gives you a set of underused skills to run with. I'm not exactly a fan of male Earthling combos myself, but they're very good at close quarters and can get things going when you least expect it. In this video, I'm going to be giving you guys a fun Android 13 tribute build for Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2, and teaching you guys how to use each and every skill we selected for it for maximum effectiveness. This build is going to be shown from the point of view and combo structure of a male Earthling, but of course you can replicate it on any CAC race. That being said, let's get started. What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here. Welcome to another video. If this is your first time here and you want some straightforward, easy to digest Xenoverse 2 tips and breakdowns, go ahead and subscribe. We have a lot of helpful videos all about Xenoverse 2 on the channel, and even more coming in the future. Even though we slowed down the releases, there are more coming in the future alongside DLC Pack 5, so if you're waiting for stuff like that, we got you. Today we've got an Android 13 build here for you to wrap up our week of hanging out and checking out Android 13's movie, and it's pretty fun to mess around with. You know, unfortunately this guy wasn't released as a part of the initial roster or any of the DLCs, so we're rocking with the male Earthling combo strings and clothes you can get from parallel quest number 105 to make him and get him in the game doing stuff. If you're interested in the stats and QQ bangs, we'll be covering them after we break down the move selections for the build. Much like our other build videos, we do all that extra non-important stuff last, because, you know, the stats aren't as important as you might you might know by now. Follow me. Anyway, guys, enough talking, let's go! Our first skill that we're going to be using is a very underused and slept on move, and that move is going to be Vanishing Ball. This skill hits decently hard, but it has a bit of a charge time before you throw it out. And with my exact level, QQ Bang, stat, and Super Soul setup, it'll hit for over 4,000 damage each time you toss one out for the cost of 1 bar of ki. And this isn't with stats trying to maximize Ki Blast super damage at all, so I gotta say that that's pretty decent damage, especially off 1 bar of ki. Feels like this one seemed undesirable at first because you have to charge them a little bit, but male Earthlings have no problem comboing into it in a couple of ways. As you can see in the background, we have a couple of confirms, not all of them, but these are a couple of confirms you can use to get into this thing for free, basically, to hit your opponent and combo into this thing without wasting that bar of ki when you throw it out. In the movie, Android 13 is constantly firing red energy balls. SSW Bomber is the name of the skill, and I find this one a lot more practical than a Crusher Ball in both damage and the situation you can use it, so there you go. Thanks to your heavy knockdown and knockback, it's not hard at all to pull off this move, and it will definitely be a great way to cash out your damage for just that 1 bar of ki, you know. Pick up Vanishing Ball from Parallel Quest number 58, and hit people directly in the neck with it. Guys, even if you're new here to the channel, you gotta understand. Our next skill is going to be Divine Retribution. Keeping up with the motif of red ki and energy attacks, we're grabbing this skill as a part of our hybrid nature for the build. Male Earthlings don't receive as much stats per point in Ki Blast supers when doing a hybrid build, so there are slots in the moveset that give you enough flexibility to kind of switch it up on the fly to get bigger bursts of damage depending on how you decide to do your stats for the build. Divine Retribution is a very easy skill to combo into after most Male Earthling knockback combos, and if you wanted to, you could use some advanced mechanics of it to actually do the dropping attack after knockbacks for even more damage than the Energy Blast version would give you. Divine Retribution appears in the TP Metal shop for about 170 TP Metals, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while since it first came out, you guys, so don't quote me on that, but I think it is 170 TP Metals in the TP Metal shop. And we featured it in quite a few other builds on the channel thanks to how practical it is, so if you guys were feeling kind of iffy on the skill, it's a very good move, and it's red, so it works pretty good with the Android 13, and it's an amazing projectile for striker characters, I would say. Hit up the Goku Black Rose skill analysis video here on the channel for much more information on this badass skill that we can go over right now. Just know it's amazing, okay, guys? So it looks, guys, if fire was a move, guys, if fire was a move, it would be this, guys. What is a burning attack? What is burst attack? Guys, it will be this. This is fire. Our third super attack is going to be Kaioken Assault, and before you have a heart attack and start ranting, I know your fingers are getting ready. We know Android 13 does not have Kaioken, guys. It's okay, guys. False alarm. You put the pitchforks down, okay? Kaioken Assault is on the build as a combo extension, a pressure tool, a savage beatdown cinematic, and of course because it gives you a red aura. In the movie, Android 13 was shown to be an up-close bruiser that chained into his energy attacks at close range, and unfortunately we can't get any special cinematics or grapples for our character, so I figured Kaioken Assault would be the next best thing for a sort of like, hey, I'm kind of beating this guy up and going around the area with it, you know, I tried to make it work, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. It's Xenoverse 2, best game ever. For 2 bars of ki in total, your character begins setting off a series of attacks that your opponent can either sit in and pretty much take impressive damage from, especially from a male Earthling, or they vanish out of it and waste 2 bars of stamina. The best part about Kaioken Assault is the fact that it can be comboed into from pretty much any of your enders, anywhere in the middle of your combos. Like, it's a very, very versatile skill if you've got the, if you're ready for it, you know. If your fingers are fast enough, you can chain directly into other super attack confirms, or even ultimates depending on how you spread out your stat points after doing the Kaioken Assault, which is just amazing. Having that kind of control over the battle will let you condition your opponent into being scared of any of your combos, knowing that you might just slide right into the super attack at a moment's notice and deal upwards of, I think it was 7,000 or so damage. Looking at the footage back, I haven't seen it in a while, so hey, 7,000 or so damage, pretty nice. Kaioken Assault should appear in the skill shop after you completed enough chapters in story mode, if I'm not mistaken. If you haven't beaten story mode yet, you should probably go do that. Like, I don't know. Boy, if you don't get your ass in that story. And our final super attack is none other than Sudden Death Beam. You know how hard it is to say none other than sudden, like other and sudden together is just crazy. A common staple on builds that I share is pretty much always going to be some sort of utility move or counter attack. In a bit, we'll talk about some skills you can swap in and out, but for right now, we're talking about Sudden Death Beam and why it should be on this build or why it would be on this build in the first place. Android 13 is constantly countering the Z fighters in his movie and throwing Ki Blasts up close, so I figured having a red Ki Blast based counterattack was going to be a win-win situation where you kind of pay homage, and at the same time you're doing something useful for the build itself. You can also use it as an instant transmission to close distance between you and your opponents, which is actually a legit way of forcing them to waste stamina after a knockback if they tend to mash their buttons and try to recover. In most cases, people are going to be mashing the X button, square button, circle button, A button, blah blah, whatever system on, they're mashing the jump button that causes snap vanishes. And if you appear next to someone while they're trying to press that jump button, they'll snap vanish even if they didn't mean to. So yes, it's very nice. It's very nice. Sudden Death Beam does fairly decent damage on impact with this build setup. I can imagine with more in Ki Blast Super you do more damage, less you do less damage, stuff like that. And if your opponent is playing predictably, it's very easy to constantly just kind of dust their ankles and blow them away with this thing. Like, this thing is very rude, by the way. It looks very rude, but it's amazing when it hits. It feels very good. Personally, I'll still say Phantom Fist and After Image are more practical and give you a bit more freedom in how you want to counterattack. But Sudden Death Beam is an okay alternative. It's not like bad. It's just, it leaves a bit to be desired when your opponent kind of steps out of the way because of iframes or something like that. You know, but hey, if I'm not mistaken, you can find this thing in the TP Metal shop just like Divine Retribution for 170 TP Metal. So if you guys are looking for this and you don't have it yet, this is where you'll find it in the TP Metal shop for 170 TP Metals.
Don't quote me, Morty. Don't quote me, Morty.
Our first ultimate attack is kind of here for style more so than damage, but it's going to be Shocking Death Ball. This is pretty much only here because of the iconic Super 17 pose. It looks a lot like Android 13's SS Deadly Bomber pose. The skill doesn't hit too hard, but male Earthlings have a couple of confirms into it that don't really need stamina breaks to get going. When I used to play Xenoverse 2 a lot more often, people would complain about stamina breaks being cheap and insert move here is cheap, blah blah blah. So I kind of went out of my way to find confirms for any ultimates that I wanted to use that kind of let you pull off the skills without needing stamina breaks, and you could find the confirms into Shocking Death Ball for the male Earthlings here in this video playing in the background if they're not like playing already. I don't know why they're playing already, right, Jim? Yes, okay. So the ultimates won't be hitting too hard, but this is still a decent haymaker skill for 3 bars of Ki that'll burn out some of your opponent's health. Of course, 3 Vanishing Balls instead would probably do more damage. In fact, I'm pretty sure it would net you more damage, so hey, if you want to spend your Ki a little bit more wisely, listen guys, we're killing machines here. Goku must die. Don't lecture me with your $30 haircut. Please. This is pretty much going to be this move is just on the preset, a stun on you attack. So if you wanted to use this to stun your opponent at the end of the fight, this is probably going to be the cool one. You can find Shocking Death Ball in Expert Mission number 14 if I'm not mistaken, so go out and grab that if you don't have it yet, because it's kind of a banger. Now, our real ultimate attack is going to be Serious Bomb. I'm not too sure when this thing got fixed up to start hitting people online, and I don't really care. All that matters is that it hits hard for 5 bars of Ki, so I'm with it. This skill is insanely easy to combo into at any point in your combo strings. Just be sure to not get wrapped up in trying to land it, and by that I mean just throwing it out after any random 3 punches, even though your opponent has like 8 bars of stamina and just snap vanish. Like, kind of pay attention before you throw this thing out. Make sure you hit your opponent before they can snap vanish or during your stamina break, so you don't get yourself stamina broken. It's probably the easiest way you can like use this move without getting abused, because this move is a banger. You kind of want to hit this. You don't want to waste 5 bars of Ki on a whiff and then get your stamina broken. So I'm just saying you got to be smart with it. This thing hits very hard and is easily one of my favorite fight finishing animations. It looks cool, guys. It looks cool. To be honest with you though, if you're using your super attacks effectively to keep chunking down your opponents, you probably won't get to save up the 5 bars of Ki to use it, which is a good thing because you're doing so much damage you don't need your ultimate. But if you want it to be like stylish and enviable, you kind of gotta, you know, sit there and take a beating a little bit to get the 5 bars for it. It's been a while since I got this skill, but I think you might be able to find it in the skill shop if you've gotten far enough in story mode. Again, if you didn't beat story mode, beat that if you haven't yet. Like, what are you doing? Please beat story. Then, guys, also real quick, Xenoverse 2's net code is like ass. Okay, why are you trying to play in anything below 4 bars beyond? If you see anything that looks like it's not like an actual 4 bar or 5 bar connection, like the guy, it takes a little bit too long for his stuff to load in. Guys, it's not a 4 bar. Guys, it's a 1 bar. Guys, he's in here with the 1-inch. Guys, I want the 1-inch near you. Guys. Now, your transformations and evasive skills are going to be up to you for this slot. Transformations aren't necessary at all to get the most out of this build. I went with Kaioken because, again, it's red, it gives you a red aura, it gives you infinite vanishes while you're transformed, and those damage and speed boosts aren't too shabby at all, should you need them. If you didn't know this already though, stats aren't important at all in Xenoverse 2 thanks to innate stat skewing based on your character's race. If you don't know what that means, it means pretty much every preset race in the game, Saiyans, Majins, Namekians, Freezes, blah blah blah, they all have like invisible ways that their stats would go. So say if you had Saiyans had a A rank in basic attack, they have a E rank in like health. If you put points in health, you get lower health than you would get on a Majin who has an A rank in health. So the stat points don't exactly matter. Everything is pretty much, you know, kind of pre-built. You can skew it a little bit with min-maxing, but it's just semantics at that point. You don't really have to do that. It's why cast characters can kind of hang with some CACs. And we're not gonna get into that right now. Just know that the stats don't really matter, guys. Don't beat yourself up over it if you can't get the exact stats you want. It's not that important. The most consistent bang for your points is always going to be in stamina and ki. So if you guys are having trouble with where to spend your points on a build you're making, look up exactly how particular damage stats are skewed based on your character's race and kind of build around that, you know. So if you want to work on a male Saiyan, look at what their stats are like, look at where they rank in terms of all the CACs. I'm pretty sure you can find that anywhere. For our Super Soul, we're going to be running with Before Creation Comes Ruin, because it's a nice flat, like 20% increase to our Ki Blast super damage. If you wanted to lean more towards the Strike Supers of the build, you could run You're Just Pieces in a Game from Champa for a 20% increase to Strike Super damage respectively. The Android 17 and 18 Super Souls are pretty good if you have good stamina management, and they'll let you immediately get more Ki over time, and that's kind of nice. And even Vegeta Blue Super Soul that gives you Ki recovery after breaking enemy stamina is good, especially on a male Earthling with our Unvanishable Stamina Break that we can just throw out at any time. So again, this is all pretty much up to you. You kind of mix this part up on your own, or you can just go with what you've seen in the video for the most consistent effects. Either way, this is the part where I shake your hand and go, "Hey, Pop, you got it."
What's poppin', people? Spiky-haired protagonist here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is the finale of the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some Xenoverse 2 guides and overviews, you can find a variety of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is a double-decker. We're going to line up 2 gimmick builds for the price of 1. Today's themes are students of the Crane School and the Turtle School. If you're unfamiliar with what that means, we're making students of Master Roshi and Master Shen from Dragon Ball. The Turtle School's theme build will be a very beginner-friendly build, and the Crane School build will definitely lean towards intermediate level play. That being said, pick the one that best suits you and go out there and kick some ass. We tried to use some super attacks and ultimate combos that work well with how male Earthlings are built, but it doesn't mean that the builds can't be used on other CAC races. It just means that the combos that we have outlined for you in this video will not work on the same commands with something as, say, a Saiyan or a Majin race character. These builds are set up to be alternatives of each other, but don't be afraid to mix and match to find some results you like as well. Since male Earthlings have such free-form combo strings, we'll be able to run just about anything and do wonders with it. You'll be seeing the stat numbers and QQ bangs after we cover the movesets, like all the other build videos on the channel. For the final time in the week of series, let's go! In each move slot, we're going to be covering 2 moves at once. The first skill that we cover is going to be on the Turtle School set, and the second skill is going to be on the Crane School set. You can tell which set it belongs to by the outfit that the CAC is wearing in the background. The first skill we need on the Turtle School set is going to be Kamehameha. I went with Burst Kamehameha because it gives you the option of burning more Ki for more damage. Kamehameha is iconic and synonymous with the Turtle School if you guys didn't know. I don't know how you don't, but of course, it'll be nice as a combo extension in most of its forms. You can run Kaioken Kamehameha for more firepower if you don't mind the longer recovery, 10 times Kamehameha if you're more into red and you want access to the Kamehameha cancel you can perform on the floor, Kamehameha Boost for a strike super that does a Kamehameha behind you while you fly forward. It's pretty much up to you here. One of the biggest things you have to get down though is your timing when you throw these things out after knockbacks. I usually have to wait like a split second or so before firing it so it aligns correctly. Even without investment in Ki Blast supers, the Kamehameha skills are decent extensions. These builds aren't the most try-hard things we've done on the channel clearly, but maybe they'll get the wheels turning for you. Crane School's first skill is going to be Dodon Ray. This skill does pretty much no damage, but the strength in it lies in the cancels you gain access to when you fire it. It immediately gives you a step and dash cancel point as soon as you let it go. The Crane School build will pretty much be giving you more cancels and mobility options, and Dodon Ray gives you some of the sickest far range pressure tools. You can repeatedly loop it after dashing heavy attacks as you'll see in the filler in the background in some cases, and in some situations it'll even restand a helpless opponent for you to keep your pressure up. I do think my favorite thing to do with it is after heavy light, fire it and step forward towards your opponent and do it again. It's a sick loop and you can even do it repeatedly before going for a stamina break to wrap with some pretty nice damage before the punish starts. Guys, let's go! Up next, the Turtle School is going to be running with Power Pole combo. This is going to be on the set mostly to pay homage to Kid Goku's adventures with the Power Pole. Technically, it's something that he had long before training with Roshi, but as a disciple of Roshi himself, why not tap into Goku's past as well? This one's a strike super that can stack up onto 7 additional attacks on your target. You gotta be careful when you do fire this thing out though, because the very last attack, if you keep on mashing the button, will give you a lot of recovery on the end with a weird animation. You have to kind of stand there and proudly proclaim yourself the Power Pole master. One of the neatest things of the skill is that it will actually perform a tracking chase after most knockback combos, allowing it to hit. I have to warn you that the skill does behave funky sometimes though, unfortunately. You might even teleport behind your opponent sometimes, like it's weird. So you do have some alternatives that you can run instead of it if you do feel like that's going to be too much of a hassle, you know. Orin combo from Krillin is a very overlooked strike super with amazing priority if you haven't tried it out yet. Or even Yamcha's Wolf Fang Fist or Neo Wolf Fang Fist are good options there. Either way, having a strike super on this slot will help you tap into some of that natural damage output from Male Earthlings. And on this build itself, I don't have any points in Ki Blast supers actually, so it helps out with being invested in strike supers if you're going to put a strike super in a slot. Crane School is going to be getting Tri-Beam, one of Tien's iconic skills. Tri-Beam does a neat chunk of damage, and of course, you've got a few confirms into it. On a base level, it isn't anything too insane, but of course it has a few advanced mechanics we'll be checking out. First off, you can guard cancel the skill after it begins charging. Use this to fake out your opponent after a warp confirm, or scare the opponent into snap vanishing if you're pretending to go for it up close. The actual advanced mechanic though is that if you press and hold the button again after activating it, you'll begin supercharging the Tri-Beam. After a short time charging, the Super Tri-Beam will fire by itself and do quite a nice chunk of damage at the cost of leaving you vulnerable for a bit. You can use this as a sort of fake ultimate during the stamina break, or confirm into the supercharged Tri-Beam after heavy knockdowns to give your opponents one hell of a shock. Guys, we're gonna have more than one way to get a heavy knockdown on this build, so stay tuned. The damage from the supercharged Tri-Beam is actually pretty neat, and this is without Ki Blast super investment. It does like 4,000 plus, so imagine on the Ki Blast Male Earthling character, it might do a little bit more. I like it. I think it's cool. TM was on to something. We're gonna refine it and make it awesome. Turtle School is going to be following up with Turtle School Secret Technique. This is actually a super changeable slot. In fact, if you wanted to run a second Kamehameha or one of the other strike supers that you could, I would say you could go for that. I tried really hard to find a way to get Lullaby Punch to work out in practical combos, but it wasn't that serious, and like the results from it aren't all that great anyway, so hey. If you want to, you could actually use time control in place of this to kind of get that thing, because it is a bit more practical, but hey, I think Turtle School's Secret Technique is kind of nice looking, and it has insane guard pressure of all things, and you do have a confirm or two into it that you can play around with. Damage-wise, it isn't like anything special, but it does let you confirm into one of your ultimates on the set. Try using it in team battles with a partner using Champa's Roar to pretty much shatter your opponent's guard immediately. It's kind of cool. Teamwork does make the dream work. This is a common saying, guys, come on. This is definitely a goofy skill that might have some neat moments in 2v2s when I come to think about it. For Crane School, we're going to run Burst Rush. This is going to be our strike super on the build that will deal a bit of damage and a heavy knockdown on our opponent if we're close enough to the floor. If they get too angsty with their attacks, it's like, hey, by the way, I'm still ready to fight you. After the heavy knockdown from Burst Rush, we can fire off a Dodon Ray and rush in, or even supercharge a Tri-Beam and let off a Ki Blast Super Punish on our opponent. Burst Rush has some pretty tight timing though, and it isn't so lenient, so be sure that you're ready to move and stay on the move if you misjudge your opponent's distance from you and throw this thing out. Guys, you don't want to get punched in your face trying to do Burst Rush. It looks funny. It looks funny if you kind of throw your knee up and you get punched in your face for it. Guys, don't be that guy. You want to be the guy who punches people who try to use Burst Rush. You want to be that guy. Don't be, guys. Timing is everything. The 4-slot in Turtle School's moveset is going to be After Image. These guys need some sort of counter to keep you from getting swamped. You could alternatively run Backflip if you're more comfortable with it, but I'd kind of shy away from it myself because it does bleed into carry tool territory. It doesn't cost anything, and it gives you free iframes. If you want to run it, you can. After Image will cover you from all forms of damage if you get hit while it's active, and you'll appear right behind your opponent's back to get your punish going. You want to kind of make sure you don't leave too many holes in your gameplay to get your opponent in a situation where you can start punishing them. And of course, this is going to be a great move to actually get that going. This moveset isn't as much of a killing machine as the hit set, but you do want to carry over the aggressive mentality over from that one, if nothing else, so that you can stay on the aggressive, because Male Earthlings can actually keep a lot of pressure on your opponent if you're trying to beat some ass. Closing off the Crane School's basic supers is going to be Solar Flare. This is a great blinding skill that hits any hostiles directly around you. You can use this to punish someone after they snap vanish for the most practical use, which is great if you want to force another snap vanish or get your opponent scared. You should know it costs 2 bars of ki though, and if your opponent has on a specific super soul, blinding won't be effective at all. Now is probably a neat time to tell you that Male Earthlings are so versatile, you can run just about any of the other builds that we ran in this series, minus the race specific skills, so hey, try them out and see how they work out for you. Listen, you got about 16 builds from Male Earthlings for the price of one. Where's this?
What is this? Why do we keep these guys for last? This is why, guys. They're too good. Can you guess what ultimate attack Turtle School is going to be running? Guys, you get one guess. You get one guess. Real quick in the comments, go. Turtle School's going to be running with Super Kamehameha as their first ultimate. You've got a ton of confirms of the Super Kamehameha without needing a stamina break, and thanks to a specific Super Soul, we'll be greatly boosting our Super Kamehameha damage when we fire it. If I say that name one more time, I'm going to get tongue twisted beyond belief, so let's just keep it where it's at. Without even putting points into Ki Blast Supers, this thing does pretty good damage with the Super Soul. In all the clips you see in this video, Wire has no points in Ki Blast Supers at all, and he does pretty decent damage, so if you do have a Ki Blast Super based character, by all means, this is going to be a nice one for you. I went with Special Beam Cannon on the Crane School set, imagining it as a sort of Super Dodon Ray. We have pretty much all the same confirms as our Super Kamehameha for Special Beam Cannon, which is great, but we do lose the support of that Super Soul we mentioned earlier in favor of having our ultimate become unblockable. You don't need stamina breaks at all on these movesets, but since we're Male Earthlings, we've got a few easy ones to get off, and even an unavoidable one, so we'll be in the clear no matter what, as long as you know how to play the character. Check out the Male Earthling race guide we did on the channel earlier this week if you want some more coverage on these guys' combo strings on how to get those stamina breaks and all that, by just looking at the... Guys, you know this by now. Come on, guys, let's go. You can throw any other ultimate on this slot for the Turtle School set. I went with Kamehameha Rose since we can confirm it to it up close in a couple of ways, and it will trigger the Kamehameha Super Soul when we activate it. After the Turtle School Secret Technique, we can use this thing up close, and you do have a basic stylish little combo you could do with that, I guess. Another one you could probably run is like the ×20 Kaioken Kamehameha. I think that one does work online, so that's cool. 4 times Kaioken, like anything you want to do for that. Ooh, what about Big Bang Kamehameha? That'd be kind of neat. That's kind of sick, actually. Hey, anything that comes to mind for that slot on the Turtle guys is definitely there for you. Think along the lines of the Super Souls you want to copy the build exactly, and beat some ass. On the Crane School, we're going to be tapping into Victory Rush to combo into it after our knockback combos. This is going to be our definite Strike Super Punish on the set, and if you're going to be using Wire stats from yesterday, you'll be seeing really good damage. It does great damage for 3 bars of Ki on a Male Earthling, and it's neutral enough for me to recommend here without it like compromising the integrity of the build itself, so there we go with that. For the transformation slot, we're going to be hitting Potential Unleashed. It'll give us a quick buff to our damage output and a 7% increase to our defenses. It's a very straightforward form that doesn't mess with your recovery periods or anything like that, so that's kind of neat. Potential Unleashed is going to be a pretty universal one, but the main key to it is that it does cost 5 bars of Ki, meaning it's only usable on a build that has that many bars of Ki. The QQ bangs are coming up in just a moment, so see if you're able to use this thing at all. It isn't necessary, but it will be used on both builds. If you're really up for a challenge, you want to be kind of goofy with it, you can actually try out Power Pole Pro on the Turtle School set though. That might actually be pretty neat to see out there, and in PvE it is kind of effective against bosses like the Extreme Malice bosses. I'm pretty sure it helps out against those. Our Super Soul is going to be I Ain't Losing. Here's my full power from the newest DLC on the Turtle School set, I'm pretty sure, and this gives you an extra large boost to your Kamehameha ultimate attacks damage on the Turtle School set. I chose this one here since we don't have any points in Ki Blast Supers, but still need some sort of legitimate firepower. The Turtle School set is definitely going to be more focused on your basic attack combos into your supers to get the most damage going. So if you wanted, you could even run one of the universal staples like Before Creation Comes Ruin, You're All Pieces in the Game, or even Let's Just Enjoy the Game for Now to raise those defenses. I'd choose one of the staples that we just listed for the Crane School set, since it is a bit closer to the practical PvP sets as far as composition goes. It's very straightforward. These builds are not anything too crazy or beyond gimmicky, it's just kind of paying homage to the school. So if you wanted to use any of the things that we just lined up here, by all means go for it. Kaioken is actually kind of neat too. Guys, Earthlings can run with just about everything and be okay. So like this is really interchangeable, up to you. To keep it simple though, I went with Potential Unleashed. Like I say in pretty much every other build video, for your evasive, you're free to use whatever you want in both of the sets. Be mindful when you want to use an evasive when you do make your choice though. If your evasive doesn't move you from a location, but you know you've been seeing a lot of insert random super attack or insert random ultimate lately, you might want to choose something that's a direct counter to that. Maybe your opponent is using no break confirms to ultimates, things along those lines. It's all up to you here, so see what works best for your playstyle, guys. You gotta understand, we're not gonna be losing, guys. Guys, we're here to win with gimmicks. We don't care. Listen. We're gonna Kamehameha in the neck. We're gonna try beam everybody. Listen, guys, it's gonna be glorious, guys. It's gonna be glorious, guys. If you guys weren't feeling the base choices on the moveset, we're gonna leave a card somewhere on screen that will link you directly to the skill analysis series. Technically, this series is incomplete, but it has over 30 episodes of in-depth breakdowns that are accurate for the time period that they dropped in. You'll be able to watch breakdowns of mentor super attacks, iconic skills from characters who aren't mentors, and in-depth breakdowns of the DLC skills that hit the game with a coverage you most likely won't see anywhere else on YouTube. Guys, it's kind of been my thing on the channel for a long time. We went through the skills, no bias in most cases. We're trying to educate the masses, trying to get you guys nice. I said the masses, by the way, not the masses, don't. Because majority of you guys, I would assume, are dudes, but you know. There aren't any plans to go back and finish up the rest of the missing like mentor or iconic skills, but we do plan on covering new skills that drop in the Xenoverse 2 expansion pack somewhere in the future. So shameless plug if you're new to the channel, check out some of the resources we have available to you to take your game to the next level. And if you've been here for a while, this is probably super cringy, and you probably just noticed I say the same exact series of words in every video that this passage appears in, because you guys didn't know it's scripted. Can you tell when I go off script? Probably not. I'm always telling you guys that you have a lot of options when it comes to CACs, and for the most part, male Earthlings are definitely at the front of everything with their potential. Be sure to get those confirms down, you'll start to pump out way more damage than even the cast characters that we use as inspiration. With the basic setup we got here, you're able to expand on Tien's moveset, or create wicked hybrids of the members of Master Roshi's Turtle School, including Roshi himself. I did have a Roshi CAC, but I gotta unlock the rest of the moves on the other PSN, so unfortunately, I couldn't whip him out for here, but you will be seeing him eventually in some way, shape, or form. What's poppin', people? Swiper the Crypt Fox here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 13 for the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is an extension and a deviation from yesterday's build. Today's theme is a tribute to Super Boo's absorbability, and if you watched the Male Majin guide and overview earlier this week, you'll remember me saying that your opponent not personally knowing these guys' combo strings is arguably one of your biggest tools. Welcome to the Envoy of Evil build. Insert evil laugh and a thunder clap in the background, if you would, Jim. He probably won't do it. This is the first build centered around two pieces specifically, meaning a majority of the things we go over here are very interchangeable with what makes you comfortable. Our main setup is around a Super Soul and Ultimate attack, meaning for a majority of our evil plan to work, we gotta be playing without limitations. We'll be snatching our opponent's abilities and using them to wipe them out. And if you know about the Male Majin passives, you see how deadly this strategy can actually be. This concept isn't anything new by any means, but I say it's a viable strategy on several different levels.
Now, let us feast on the bones of our enemies and incinerate what remains. I will grind you to dust. Let's go.
A huge point that I want to drive home with this build is the fact that it becomes more effective the more difficult you make your starting point. Everything we're going over outside of the Super Soul and your Ultimate is entirely up to you. The skills I'm going to list here are going to be a starting point so you can at least compete if the main setup is not working out for you. And you still have a somewhat viable chance of winning with the little basic skills we have here. However, the more effective the skills that you use are, the stronger your opponent is when you handle your body. It's definitely a two sides of the fence thing that you're balancing on. Either you fill your set with some useless moves to pass off to the opponent, or you have a set that you can fight with and you ditch your body when things start to get a little bit hairy at the very last second. For this slot, we'll be running Phantom Fist because it's a counter attack and it'll let you stay mobile if your opponent triggers it. You can use the instant counter state by activating it during the recovery frames with any of your basic attacks in your combo strings. It's easily my favorite counter attack, and of course I recommend it here. If you guys have been following the channel for like what, a week now, for 3 weeks now, guys, the Phantom Fist, guys, come on, what are you doing? Rise to Action is a pretty good move for your second slot. With this one, we'll be recovering some stamina after knocking the opponent off of us in generally any situation that you can get it off in, especially if you had to use a Snap Vanish up, but you don't need to panic too much because we kind of want our enemies to kind of beat up this body either way, so it's good to sit in and take some hits for a bit. Alternatively, Divinity Unleashed is a good one for this slot to get a lot more ki back while you're just sitting in combos or landing your own combos. This will set you up to get the ki back you need for a body change or any other useful skills that you do have on your set. And this is definitely a skill that is more on the useful version of this build, but of course if you're dedicated to giving up a useless set, something like Hercule's Present for You or something can definitely take up this slot. Even Holstein Shock or Holstein Shock, who's Holstein? Where'd they get that name from? Jim? Of course, for the sake of this thing being usable, we've got two of the armor skills from yesterday's moveset still on the moveset. Arm Crash and Rocket Tackle. Il Bomber was a bit too good to pass off to the opponent if you wanted to play with the mentality of eventually body changing. Like we said in the last video, having armor skills is always going to be a plus on Male Majins, and these two skills are versatile enough to cover you in most situations. I have to say it again, this is the most flexible of the build so far because how we're setting it up. You can go with two routes if you wanted me to break it down a little bit more. Route 1 is having a moveset that you can use in actual combat with the mindset of being ready to trade bodies if you fall too low in health or you're at a disadvantage. For an example of that being your opponent is a little bit too on the OP side, they went with some death combos, something like that, and they botched it and you have the chance to switch bodies. That might be when you go, okay, time to ditch this one, take what you got and completely obliterate you with whatever the hell you're trying to cheese me with. And Route 2, relying on your neutral play to beat the opponent down and snatch their body, leaving them with a useless moveset and Male Majin combo strings. Arm Crash and Rocket Tackle on this set are going to be for the Route 1 approach, having moves that you can at least use, and if you've watched the Armor Tank build video, you know exactly what these things are for. The main difference between this build and yesterday's build is that we're using our tankiness to stay relatively safe, health throughout the longer fights in the first build. In this build, we're using the tankiness to get health, to get to a health value that you kind of want to be at before you trade off safely, since you can kind of mitigate how much damage you're taking by just kind of sitting in combos for a little bit as Male Majin or letting your stamina fall low at the risk of being stamina broken. I don't know if you want to do that though, guys. You pretty much do get to decide when you want to trade off your body. It's like an extreme extreme edition of being Captain Ginyu, if I had to say anything there. So those are the two skills that we got here, but of course if you could think of any useless moves like Kai Kai or a Wall of Defense, boy you could use, isn't there like a Ki Blast move called like Energy Shot and you just throw a Ki Blast? Like, is that dimps? Our main ultimate is going to be the body change if you didn't guess it. This skill immediately switches our body with our opponent if the beam lands, and it gives them all of the passives that we currently have. It pretty much changes your character with your opponent's character. The main setup of the build is the Gotcha Super Soul, confirming right into the unavoidable body change. Your safest bet for going for body change is usually a heavy break in most situations, but thanks to Gotcha we can use this thing without needing a break at all. Body change is our stand-in ultimate attack that kind of fakes us absorbing the target because Dimps didn't add an absorb move for Majins at all, so thank you, Dimps, your greatness, you're very good. Strategically, the body change will be most effective on a few levels. Firstly, your opponent in most cases won't be familiar with Male Majin combo strings, and their characters in most cases will either be built to do a lot of damage off the bat, or is a cast character that can dance around essentially new players to Male Majin combo strings with ease. And secondly, your opponent now has the Male Majin passive in your body where if they fall below 3 bars of stamina, they take 250% extra damage. By giving them this body, you kind of give them a ticking time bomb. I hope you can see how this one becomes more effective the worse your moveset is, but you gotta remember, if you go in with a pretty bad moveset, you've gotta have your fundamentals down in neutral in general, meaning you gotta kind of know how to play the game and not have to rely on the super attacks and whatnot to at least get your hits into something to get into the situation where you can actually go gotcha into body change. Again, this ultimate attack and the Gotcha Super Soul are the main things on set in stone. Everything else is completely interchangeable and up to how comfortable you are with playing your Male Majin. Meaning if you got the combos down and stuff, you can go with the worst set ever, man. You can just be out there with no moves or quick and just go, hey, give me your body. And that would, oh, that's scary. And if you want it to be kind of on the safer side, because the Gotcha Super Soul might not go through the let's just enjoy the game right now Super Soul, where the opponent kind of is immune to being paralyzed and whatnot, then you have like a legit reason to have like this set where you actually do have some other tools you can use, like Rocket Tackle or Arm Crash, etc, etc. So that's probably why we wanted to. You guys get it, come on. By now you understand. Our second ultimate slot is pretty much all up to you. On the battle ready version of the build, I'd probably go with like Super Black Kamehameha Rose, and for the useless version, I'd go with like a Savior Has Come or nothing altogether, you know. You can take it anywhere in between when you're messing around with the things you like, which makes the skeleton kind of fun and gives you guys a bit of a hand inside of what you do with this Neko Majin build. Let me know any little unique, crazy movesets you guys come up with, like in between. It'd be kind of funny to hear some of the kooky or wacky things you guys come up with. You know how the kids are these days, just always doing stuff. Look at little Timmy over there on his bike. He took off the training wheels, don't know how to act. Look at him going down the ramp. Look at him going down the ramp. Okay, Timmy. Timmy, turn around. Timmy! For our transformation, we'll be giving these guys Kaioken. It's not a very good transformation for male Majins as it starts draining their stamina over time, and to be honest, we won't even be using it ourselves. Of course, you can leave any and all of your slots blank if you wanted to, but it's all up to you up to that point, you know. I think having Kaioken available is pretty much like a slap to the face. It's like if you wanted to have like an ultimate or something, people like scatter Kamehameha, it's like, you really gonna? Come on, bro. I think the less dangerous your moveset is when you switch bodies with your opponent, the more effective the body change builds are in general. Some people even purposely use underlevel characters for these setups. I feel like that the risk is pretty high, but it can definitely work in some situations, you know. Body change even has a strange hitbox property that kind of lets you fire it off in some like weird situations, and it will still hit people that try to punish you with like burst dashes and stuff like that. So that's always going to be a thing. It's weird because Dimps, you know, Dimps is just out there, but hey, just remember, as soon as the gacha lands cleanly, you can go right into a body change and pretty much snatch with your opponent's body with ease. And that, of course, is just the first part of the deal, though. You know, you gotta understand, body change is the most effective if you know the combo strings of the characters that you're snatching. Clearly, we'll be taking whatever we can get if it comes to it, so having basic knowledge of the characters in game, or at least the other CACs, is gonna be very beneficial in terms of how you can beat the crap out of your opponent. Even if the opponent isn't using supers or ultimates that are practical or synergize well with their combo strings, you can almost bet 9 times out of 10 the CACs you're fighting are trying to carry some uninspired death combo or the new carry tool of the month, so you pretty much snatch victory from right under them, and you see them squirm, because you know, you gotta win in a pretty big way. No pun intended, I lied. Pun completely intended. Pun complete. The dad joke. Male Majins are fat. For your evasive, you're free to use whatever you want. We're definitely trying to make things harder for the target when we switch bodies, so it might be best to go with something that's lackluster, or to be honest, you can pretty much be safe with something like Instant Rise that isn't too crazy to be on the receiving end of. I mean, it doesn't even like hurt you, so hey, if your opponent wants to Instant Rise out of stuff, that's cool. I'm definitely interested to see what you guys are like coming up with for filling up your movesets. It'd be kind of fun to see how many of you guys are on the play to fight side of the fence and how many of you guys are on the play to pass off the useless body to the opponent's side of the fence. So it'd be kind of nice to see that in the comment section. But hey, if you guys don't want to talk about that, it's cool, it's fine. You should understand. Listen, I'm like the Godfather. I understand. It's Don Corleone here, Swipe the Crypt Fox, Ellen DeGeneres. You know me already, guys. Look, listen here. I'm in Identity Crisis. This build is obviously the most free form of all the builds so far. The default set I've given here definitely leans more towards the being able to hang and fight even without the body change sort of thing. But I can understand if you want to like commit all the way to the useless skill side. This type of setup probably won't be everyone's cup of tea, which I completely understand too. This is probably the second gimmick set. But with that being said, it'd be a fun one to have in your back pocket as like a random preset or something you want to just mess around with. You probably want to have a QQ bang that lowers your stamina and damaging stats so you don't burn out the body that you're trying to snatch too much, while at the same time leaving the one that you're currently in and leaving for your opponent behind in a sort of like handicap state, you know. With the moveset being so freeform, I'm hoping that you guys don't pick carry tools and then proceed to give the body with all of the carry tools to your opponent. That wouldn't be smart. Wouldn't be smart at all. That would literally be one of the dumbest. You know what? If do it, Xenoverse, do what you want to do. Go for. We don't understand that one, Pop. We don't understand that.
What up? It's Thatchy.
Here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 14 for the week of CAC series, but I'd like to see some other cast character guides and overviews. You can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the Purified Evil build. Today's theme is an effective strike super combo based build with the ability to use Purification to mix things up. Guys, I'm cheesing. I'm smiling very hard. It's about time we did this. We tried to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with how female Majins are built, but it doesn't mean that the build can't be used with other CSC races. It just kind of means that the combos that we do have outlined for you in this video will not work on the same commands as something as, say, an Earthling or a Saiyan race character. This build is designed around bringing the fight straight to your opponent and putting some pretty insane numbers in by linking your skills together. Since female Majins have such high natural strike super damage, we're using that as the basis for the build. You can infinitely interchange any skills on the set with skills that we've covered in the skill analysis playlist or the other CSC builds videos for like some variety for yourself. So don't be afraid to hit up the older videos on the channel for some insight.
Now, harness your evil to the purest extent. Let's go!
The first skill we're picking up for the build is going to be Sonic Bomb. This is a location marking super that has quite an advanced mechanic on it. It's been around since free DLC Pack 2, and we covered it in depth in the DLC Pack 2 skill analysis video. The main point you need to know is that you have quite a few confirms to the skill, with both your Helpless State, Enders, and your knockback combos. You have to use your analog stick to shift where the explosion will appear though. For Helpless State Enders, just use the neutral version of the skill, and for the knockback Ender versions, just push your analog stick in the direction where your opponent is being knocked back into. It sounds very weird vocally, but if you mess around with it in training mode for a little bit, you will get used to it in no time. We can combo into the skill directly after some of our other supers, and the next skill coming up is going to be one you're very familiar with by now. Do not sleep on Sonic Bomb, guys. It's slept on and it has some charm to it. I say it's not a pillow, cause don't sleep on, cause it's not a pillow. Super Dragon Flight. You guys gotta understand why this is on the set. You gotta. We do have quite a few confirms into it, and it's got some very nice instant hit firepower. You can cancel its recovery by firing off one of your other strike supers, and we've gone to the liberty of making your other offensive supers very easy to combo out of this one. This is definitely going to be a haymaker sort of super, hitting for a large portion of your opponent's health, and hitting them even harder with a super soul padding onto it if that is how you choose to run the build. If you followed the series for a while, you notice that we kind of seem to linger around some of the same supers, and a huge reason for that is going to be synergy. In fact, synergy is the main word in most of the build videos if you haven't checked yet. If you just like go ahead and look back at it now, like a Naruto flashback, like, hey, remember when that was there? That's synergy. You know, based on the race's cancels and the ability to combo into or confirm into a super, we pick ones that mesh very well with a vision or playstyle that we have to make up and keep in mind for these characters. Super Dragon Flight is the type of super that is invaluable on a strike super character because it's amazing damage and the ability to link right into any other super right after it. So if you're using strike supers and being able to go into another strike super after this one, it's like, that is a lot of synergy that you kind of have there. But if you wanted to take it even further, this is an excellent skill for like hybrid builds even that you might want to take on, like say a female Saiyan that can confirm into it, or any race from that matter. You know, as long as you can warp into it, you can do that. Even though you may see the same super from time to time on build videos, the utility you build around with it in combo synergy is going to be what changes the builds up and personalizes them for you. Guys, Pearl Flash is hot. Guys, look, Pearl Flash is a great quick shot of damage you can tag into pretty much any combo, especially after your knockback combos. This skill is one of the few that I can really recommend just letting go by itself without needing to combo into it, because it's pretty safe even if you do get perfect blocked with it. You know, it's like it's one of those skills. You can charge it for more damage, but in most cases it's not going to be our goal. We mostly want to do a combo on the target, tag him with Pearl Flash, and then keep it moving. You know, it's pretty quick, pretty straightforward. I don't really have much to say about it since it's like so easy to use. Super Dragon Flight and the Pearl Flash is dope. It does quite a bit of damage for 2 bars of ki, and I'm sure you understand this comes from the female Majins being excellent striker characters. That being said, guys, listen, guys, I'm far away from the mic now. You gotta understand. Listen, look, gonna Pearl Flash the shit out of someone. Get very used to this move, guys. Listen. Purification has Pearl Flash, guys. You gotta understand. Phantom Fist. This slot is going to be interchangeable with any counterattack or offensive move you see fit. I figure since this build is definitely going to be more focused on getting in and mixing it up with your opponent, it wouldn't hurt to have a quick fire counter you could throw out to kind of keep from losing your pace. Burst Rush is a very good substitute. It's pretty popular and common. You guys probably know about Burst Rush already. And the biggest thing with it is that it's a strike super. Remember, female Majins get the lowest bang for their points if you do choose to use Ki Blast supers, so Godbreaker probably won't be too effective here. I know some of you guys like swear by it though. Like this is like a fan favorite move apparently in the Xenoverse community, Godbreaker. So if you really want to use it, go ahead, just don't expect too much damage out of it. Phantom Fist has 2 counter states, both of them being able to let you move to safety with your analog stick if your opponent does trigger it, which is kind of nice. You guys know how much I love this shit. I'm not even gonna say it, guys. Look, listen. I'm gonna steal something else from CDN, alright? It's time to play Who's Gonna Be Triggered Now. Ultimate slot number 1 is going to be Justice Combination. It's one of the easiest ultimates to combo into, but on a strike super based character with this much firepower for your points spent, it will be a waste not to run it. It'll hit for over 10,000 damage on some variations of the build if you're playing without limitations, and it's definitely not a skill you want to sleep on if you're on the receiving end. Your opponent can snap vanish right before the ending hit of the skill, and that last hit packs most of your damage on it. But letting it cleanly in any situation will pretty much spell the end of the game, or at least a comeback in most cases. Guys, is this from the script from yesterday? Sounds familiar, guys. Guys, don't pass this one up. You know we're gonna go pure evil with this build, right? Not like even moveset wise either. Like we're talking like morality wise, guys. You thought Justice Combination was bad. Oh boy. Dragon Fist. This is quite the infamous ultimate attack, and Dimps can't fix it apparently. Your opponent can snap vanish out of it and still gets a hole punch in the chest apparently. This thing has all sorts of issues, and it's hilariously OD. Like it's one of those. Oh geez, that one. You've got some confirms into it to get this thing out without needing a stamina break, like most strike supers, and the damage it does is just blatantly rude, to be honest with you. With the way this build is set up, even if you didn't choose Dragon Fist, you're able to match the damage it does with the 5 bars of ki in your regular strike supers. Like I've been saying and proving for the past few videos, no matter what you choose, someone's gonna cry about something in Xenoverse 2. This is where you give them something to cry about. It'd be stupid to try and use an impractical ultimate on the slot to try and please everyone you run into online, especially when a majority of the people who still play this game even are going to be trying to cheese you out themselves. Think of Dragon Fist as the secret weapon you've got in your back pocket to snatch victory away at the very last second, you know. I know someone out there is like, oh, you could use Blue Hurricane or the Nova Shenron ultimate. You know me, I'm a big fan of I use Paralysis. I think Paralysis is a really nice strike super ultimate. And if that guy is you, if you're the guy who talks like this, hey, you're a very neat guy. You use some very unique skills there. Keep it up. For our transformation, we're going to be going with Purification, if you didn't know. I mean, it's kind of the... Guys, come on. This is a pretty nice transformation that drains your stamina while buffing your damage output and changing controls up a little bit. Your combos become Kid Boos and you lose access to Ki Blast cancels as well. We go over it in depth in the Female Majin Guide and Overview video, so if you do want to see all the numerical values and hear about the control changes, check it out there. As with most of the builds we have on the channel, the Super Soul is going to change up how you like a lot of your play to revolve around. Recently, a Super Soul came out that was made directly to buff Purification itself. You reduce the damage you take while transformed and deal even more damage with your basic attacks. This is great if you've gotten used to playing in the transformation and all the little tricks that it like has on it, you know. That being said, my biggest functional issue with Purification though is that your Ki Blast super damage isn't going to be all that hot on either male or females using it, naturally. However, with this Super Soul and Purification's natural buff to your strike super damage and your combo strings, you'll be able to compete with your combo strings and confirm into Pearl Flash for some pretty nice chunks of damage. Alternatively, you can try and pad your strike supers with Champa Super Soul, which is an easy staple that gives you like 20% strike super damage increases. We can run I Like You Better When You're Mad to get more stamina recovery speed when Purification breaks us, as well as some ki. One of the big mental things that you have to keep in mind with Purification is that you do want it to break your stamina when you're playing as a female Majin. You kind of do want it to do this, you do. Do not revert when you see your stamina get low as much as you want to naturally. We talked about it in the Giant Namekian build. The self-stamina break combo with a Super Soul is a very practical thing on female Majin characters themselves, and it makes you a constant threat to your opponent. This transformation will take some getting used to, and when you start messing around with the iframes on your transform step, you realize that you can go into the offense from those, or even perform the dashing shredding attacks or the spin dash for a stamina break. There are a lot of things you can mess around with, and you see it's a pretty nice experience if you haven't used Kid Buu yet, and a slight upgrade to the character if you're familiar with him, minus Ki Blast cancels of course. So hey, Purification is For your evasive, you're free to use whatever you want. Be mindful of what you want to use as an evasive when you do make your choice. If your evasive doesn't move you from a location, but you know that you've been seeing a lot of X random super attack or X random ultimate lately, you might want to choose something that is a direct counter to that. Maybe your opponent is using no break confirms into ultimates, things along those lines. It's all up to you here, so see what works best for your playstyle. Guys, hey, what's up guys, it's Scares here with a bonus Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. If you haven't seen the Brute Force build from last week in the week of Female Saiyans, this video ties into that one very closely, so be sure to check that one out first before watching this video. This video is paying homage to one of the popular Female Saiyans of Dragon Ball Super, Caulifla. Listen, look, I'm not gonna keep trying to say her name until we get like something in the English dub, so for like now, I'm gonna call her Kali, okay? I'm sorry if that triggers you, but you gotta understand, Pop. Based on what we've seen from her in the show so far, she's quite the close range brawler, so this video is giving you even more female Saiyan synergy with some strike supers that felt Kali-esque to me anyway. We ran with some super attacks that link together well and can be used in different situations with a female Saiyan combo string. So you guys can kind of mix and match with the brute force build to get some crazy results. It's actually kind of cool, it's really fun. This doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CAC races, it just means that the combos that we outlined for you in this video won't work on the same commands as something as like a Namekian, Majin, Frieza race, etc, etc. Remember, with the synergy builds, we're trying to avoid carry tools and obvious meta choices for the most part if we don't have a good reason to put them on the builds. Meaning any supers that kind of steal the show as a just do this and win on any race are kind of disqualified. With that being said, let's try to make Caulifla. Mach Punch. This is a super attack I immediately thought of after watching Caulifla put the work on her target on the show. She just like punched someone in the chest like a million times. I was like, yeah, I gotta do it. In Xenoverse, this is actually a very good move if you haven't tried it yet. You can link into it at almost any point in your combo strings or immediately after a knockback combo to get a bunch of hits on your opponent that they cannot vanish in an offline setting anyway. I tested it offline, me getting hit by it, I couldn't get the fuck out of the combo. That being said, the biggest feature of this move, in my opinion, is the fact that you can actually dash cancel after landing it. This means that you can rush in and loop your opponent over and over until they either snap vanish to pressure them to waste their stamina, or keep a very simple stamina break punish going after a break. This is a dope underused move, and the fact that it gives female Saiyans a practical dash cancel for damage looping makes it a very good plus for female Saiyan synergy. You guys should try it out if you haven't yet. It's really cool, and I know you're probably wondering, what kind of synergy is this? You're just going into Mach Punch. Well, if you haven't tried out Birder, you probably wouldn't know what the next move is, but if you have, I think you know where we're going with this one. Mach Kick. This is a super attack that actually brings all of the synergy to our default Kali set. You probably rolled your eyes hearing me say the name, but check it out if you haven't yet. This super lets you link directly into other super attacks in the middle of its animation. Super God Fist, Savage Strike, Pearl Flash, Mach Punch, Kamehameha, you name it. The fact that this thing lets you link from super to super gives you synergy while letting you mix up exactly how you'll take on your opponent. The goal is to be as unpredictable as possible with this preset, and the links that you can use to make your enemy waste their stamina very quickly are all over the place with the supers that we chose here. Mach Kick into Mach Punch is a given, but think about other skills that we went over in the previous video, like Mach Kick into Kaioken Assault, or Super God Fist, or even maybe Rocket Tech. You know, you could do all sorts of crazy stuff if you guys sit there and think about it for a little bit. There are definitely a few combos that link right into it to help you start off your combos as well, so I'm going to leave some of those in the video so you guys can see how to do that. So get out there and experiment. It's actually a really cool move. I think you guys might like it if you mess around with it a little bit. Savage Strike. This skill goes without saying, it's a great one when it's working online. After any knockback combo, you can use it for a guaranteed burst of damage, and even trigger the advanced mechanic to deal even more damage. That being said, we covered this thing quite a bit during the week of Male Saiyans, and even more so during the DLC Pack 4 coverage, so I'm not going to go too in-depth here. There's not much I can say without repeating myself. So all I can say for you guys is, like, I wouldn't go throwing out the advanced mechanic outside of like knockbacks because it's pretty telegraphed. Your opponent can see you doing it. But comboing directly into this thing is great. Sometimes it'll even waste your opponent's stamina if they try to snap vanish as it's going to land on them, which is awesome because, you know, like, -2 bars of stamina and a punch in the jaw. Hold that. It's great news for you because all it takes is one break to wipe out your opponent. And it's kind of bad news for your opponent because it's like, come on now. This is kind of goofy, but hey, Xenoverse, man. Savage Strike is the most consistent after Mach Kick during a stamina break as well if you're trying to combo into it. I know I show you I show you it in the video, but it's a little bit tricky. It took me a couple of tries to get it because the timing is so weird and you have to kind of mash it. So I think you should probably try it after a stamina break so you just don't drop your combo for the most part. This way you don't accidentally trigger the advanced mechanic and drop your combo like that. Or, like, if your opponent is stamina broken, you'll at least get a knockdown that you can capitalize on with one of your ultimate attacks on down the build. So, you know, it's something to work with. I like Savage Strike. It's a really cool move. Super God Fist is a less gimmicky version of Savage Strike. We mentioned it in the Brute Force video as well. You kind of want to use this thing as an alternate combo ender. It's stupidly easy to combo into it and it does quite a bit of damage, and you can definitely use it as a fear tool, making your opponent scared of it popping up in your early combo strings to make them kind of waste their stamina and snap vanish earlier. Kind of a mental game thing. With that being said though, don't make it your only source of offense if you find yourself getting bored, or if you keep on getting hate mail and you kind of just want to enjoy the game. We're trying to play a badass strike super based female Saiyan and not a walking super god fist or super god fist the game, so it's okay to cool out on this one a little bit. I know people kind of tend to spam this one. It's gotten kind of a bad rep for that alone. After a Super God Fist connects though, you can land a dashing light attack or a Ki Blast on your opponent to restand them. This is a great tool for stopping your opponent from getting bonus stamina recovered from the jungle state, and even better for scaring them into avoiding taking your combos out of fear of being looped. It's very good when you look at the minor details like this, and not a lot of people are using Super God Fist to its like greatest potential. They kind of just use it and they stand there like, ha, I hit you with a god. You know, like there's potential here. Try it out at your own risk. It's a really cool one though. I definitely do think this is a great one for female Saiyans if you don't want to go into the whole knockback into cinematic combos thing because they keep dropping online. Like that's a serious reason why you would want to use something like this, you know? Burning Strike and Victory Rush are going to be our ultimates in this build. Burning Strike is our stylish finish after knocking our opponents down with our heavy knockdowns or during a stamina break, and it does quite a bit of damage, and it's usually that exclamation point that gives the fight that stylish finish. We already covered it in the brute force video and the skill analysis videos on the channel, so check those out for more details on this beastly ultimate. There's not much that really needs to be said about it. You kick the crap out of your opponent and it looks great, you know. I use it as a finish all the time because it just looks like the ultimate, and hold that. And I'm pretty sure Caulifla kicked the crap out of a Yardrat character on Dragon Ball Super in a very similar way, so I was like, hey, you got to throw this one on Kali, you know. To quote their previous video, Victory Rush is a pretty good ultimate that we can use after any one of our knockback combos. This thing does great damage and is fairly easy to combo into with the female Saiyan combo strings. When your opponent falls below 2 bars of stamina, if you wanted to go for this instead of a stamina break, that is definitely a thing you can do to keep that pressure going. Be sure to scare your opponent with your other supers to get them below 2 bars of stamina pretty easily, so you can just throw this thing out there for even more punishing. To let them know, hey, you're kind of under control right now, and I'm not going to stop until you lose. Either way, both of these ultimates are pretty good on the female Saiyan, and I think you'll like them too. Strike super wise anyway, because you know these ladies do pretty good. They do exceptionally well with Ki Blast supers. But we're fighting now. We're fighting up close. As far as interchangeable skills go, quote unquote, since this is kind of an interchangeable build, Pearl Flash is the only one that we're going with that we added to the mix here, because again, this is a continuation of the brute force video. Female Saiyans can combo directly into Pearl Flash after their knockback combos or warp combos, and of course after Super Dragon Flight and Mach Kick if you wanted to use the Saiyan super attack synergy thing that we got going on here. It definitely has some range on it and can come out pretty fast before your opponent can even react to it. I love it. I love this move. It's great. It used to be pretty beastly in Xenoverse 1. I think it's still pretty good this time around. It's not, you know, as OP, I guess, but look at it as a combo extension that isn't as gimmicky as like Savage Strike after your knockbacks, you know, and it's not looked down upon as much as Super God Fist. This is probably one of the few supers I'd say you can just throw out without needing to combo into it as a means of hitting an opponent that's kind of rushing in on you or something like that. This isn't a full breakdown or skill analysis on the video, or like, you know, of the supers in this video, I should say. So if you find other neat details, be sure to use them. This one can actually be charged up, but I wouldn't really do that mid combo because your opponent can kind of recover out of like a knockback or something that way. So if you kind of just want to throw this thing out in mid combo string, like, ha, gotcha. It's a really cool move. I think I like it. I wouldn't use it as a sort of armored defense type thing though. I don't think it gives you armor at all. I haven't really tried it in a situation where I would like be hit. If that's the case, if you wanted to go for like something armored, I would probably say use Rocket Tackle, because Rocket Tackle is probably like one of my favorite moves in the game just because of how it's so lit. Anyway, Pearl Flash is a great one, guys. Of course, you know we're running the Super Saiyan and Kaba Super Soul to get some more damage output from our Strike Supers. If you want though, you can run Champa Super Soul so you don't need to transform for the damage buff. That being said, this gives us access to Super Saiyan 1, 2, and 3, and Kali has been seen to go at least Super Saiyan 2 in Dragon Ball Super, I'm pretty sure. And it's a pretty good transformation in Xenoverse 2 if you're confident in your neutral play. Future Super Saiyan is another option if you're kind of scared of your stamina going a little bit too low, but the damage buffs aren't as big as, say, Super Saiyan 2 or 3 would be, you know? So you can always use the Super Saiyan Revert tech in your combo strings to kind of reset damage, or reset your combo strings to get more damage out, I should have said. So, hey, it's really cool. Your evasive skill is up to you in this slot. Instant Rise is my current go-to, just because you can kind of control where you move, and it's not like... It's a lot like Phantom Fist, actually. You don't need to use this thing unless all hope is pretty much lost, no matter what it is, I'd imagine. So try to think of a situation where you'd absolutely need an evasive to get you out of, like, what's going on, you know? Think along the lines of, like, someone's trying to use, like, a no-break ultimate confirm, or, like, an unvanishable stamina break combo, or, like, anything to get you to safety is probably your number one priority when it comes to, like, your evasive skill here, guys. What's poppin', people? Stone Cold Steve Austin here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 13 for the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the Ruthless Aggression Female Majin Build. All my wrestling fans, you just kind of got a second nod in like the last 15 seconds. I know, it's kind of neat. Today's theme is a wild, non-stop onslaught based on the female Majin character. We try to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with how female Majins are built, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CSE races. It just means that the combos that we do have outlined for you in this video will not work on the same commands with something as, say, like a Earthling or a Saiyan race character. This build is designed around bringing the fight straight to your opponent and putting on unbelievable pressure, while having a little to no care about your own resources thanks to the female Majin passives. Since female Majins have such high natural strike super damage, we're using that as the basis for the build. Stick around until the very end for some alternative choices for the ones that we give you in the main setup. Now, let the force of 1,000 warriors loose on your enemies. I say this all the time, but let's go! The first skill that we're going to pick up for the build is going to be Ginyu 4 Special Combo. If you haven't heard of it, it's quite the skill with some neat advanced mechanics. Holding your analog stick in a direction and triggering the skill will let off one of its many versions. The skill generally sends out a starting attack followed by an unvanishable combo that mirrors one of the Ginyu Force member combo strings on the roster. In general, the neutral version of the skill is what we'll be using to extend for some damage. While transformed with a certain super soul setup with the build, it easily breaks over 5,000 damage for 1 bar of ki by itself. Remember, it's unvanishable when it does get going, and the neutral version of the attack even restands your opponent from the helpless or juggle state, which is actually kind of cool since female Majins can combo into it in a myriad of ways. That's a SAT word, myriad, if you guys didn't know that, SAT word. The other practical use for this thing is holding the analog stick diagonally towards your target while activating it. You trigger a guard breaking version of the skill that will definitely ruin a block masher's day. This skill is great and very slept on, and since it's a strike super, it's crazily easy to combo into. Of course, other things you can look out for is a sort of knockback combo that kind of teleports you and kicks your opponent in the back of the head type thing. You also have a backswing with it, like, you just mess around with it. The two practical uses that we gave you are the neutral version and the diagonal forward one though. So try it out, you got, guys, if you've been following for a while, you gotta understand. Gigantic Omega is the second skill that we're grabbing on the moveset. This skill is one of my favorites, easily, and it gives you access to get another dash cancel if you were successful in throwing it out there. We covered it in the Broly video, and I believe in the Namekian Build video not too long ago. To be honest with you, it's very nice. It does quite a bit of damage on impact thanks to the skill hitting 2 times with just the Ki Blast portion of it. Female Majins have quite a few confirms to start off the loops, and combined with our next skill, Mach Punch, you'll be creating loops of high damage that your opponent will have some trouble escaping without burning their own stamina at least 3 bars at a time. Remember, since we're using a female Majin for the setup, we do get to play reckless. Our stamina isn't exactly a factor, and having it broken on a female Majin isn't much of a threat since we'll be returned to normal with a full bar of it in no time thanks to our passive. Don't be scared, this is like the one build where we get to cut loose and play like absolute savages or noobs or combinations of both. Don't take these habits over to your other, because I don't want you to start, don't say I'm the reason you started losing if you, huh? Mach Punch is easily one of the most slept on skills that gives you stupid utility. You gain a dash cancel after it's successful, and when it starts up, it's unvanishable. Female Majins have several confirms to this thing, and thanks to it lurching you forward, you can use it after just about any knockback combo if your fingers are fast enough. This thing does a sizable chunk of damage on this character preset in particular, and messing around with your Super Soul setups actually will give you more and more damage with it. It's easily one of my favorite strike supers to get things started, or get your opponent more and more intimidated. In the battles with Jim when we were testing out the Caulifla Build a while ago, it definitely did its share of like putting on pressure. Like, you know, you can like do a pretty beastly loop with just dashing heavy attacks into it over and over and over, leaving your opponent a very small snap vanishing window, and if they can't vanish, it's more damage that they gotta eat. You just have to be mindful of the roof of the map though, since that does seem to be able to free your target. In general, with these builds, we do set you up with enough skills to where you can just pick 1 or 2 of the skills on the preset and actually just run with them and win. In most cases, that's exactly how it is on Xenoverse, especially when you play cast characters. I don't know how many of you guys actually did main cast characters from a time or so, but in most cases, your cast character would be stuck with like 1 or 2 useless moves, and you would have like one reliable super attack you can extend into, or the ultimates, whatever. So that's pretty much the setup that we bring with most builds, but I'm trying to give you guys a bunch of useful skills, so in any situation you can kind of go, hey, I kind of want to do this now, or, you know, I think it'd be kind of nice to go into this, etc, etc. That's why these builds are set up the way they are, and why the cast characters are kind of meh. You know, they're just kind of meh. Over yonder.
Divine Retribution is your ranged super attack, but in most cases we won't be throwing it out by itself.
It can be comboed into fairly easily and will do quite a nice chunk of damage on impact. You've also got the advanced mechanic to plunge down from the sky for even more damage, and in most cases this will be the super you fall back onto if you don't feel like rushing in and giving your opponent the option of kind of snap vanishing or something. This skill doesn't have much combo potential after it, meaning it's definitely going to be the ender for your loops. During a stamina break though, you can probably get a super stylish sort of thing going on with this, thanks to how the plunging attack leaves your opponent with that kind of juggle state, floating up in the air and all that. An alternative for this thing is definitely going to be like Savage Strike, but be warned that it does behave a bit funky online opposed to Divine Retribution, which is kind of just shooting a blast opposed to like your teleport not activating. So that kind of is the biggest difference there. If you wanted to play it super safe, you can go a Rocket Tackle. You guys ought to know Rocket Tackle is super slept on. One of my favorites. Or even I-Beam from Android 16 if you wanted to just create a sort of like looping reset situation there. So you have quite a few you can mess around with there for this slot. I'm just sticking with Divine Retribution for right now because it's pretty good damage. Pretty good damage for the little range thing that you got going on there. But definitely something you guys can switch up. This is the most interchangeable spot here. You can even do... what's it called again? The Divinity Unleashed? Is that what? Guys, you gotta understand. Ultimate slot number 1 is going to be Justice Combination. It's one of the easiest ultimates to combo into, and on a strike super based character with this much firepower for your points spent, it'd be a waste to not run it. It'll hit for over like 10,000 damage on some variations of the build if you're playing without limitations, and it's definitely not a skill that you want to sleep on if you're on the receiving end. Your opponent can snap vanish right before the ending hit of the skill, and that last hit packs most of your damage on it. In fact, it's pretty much a little bit over half, I'm pretty sure. But landing it cleanly in any situation will pretty much spell the end of the game, or at least a comeback in most cases, so it's definitely a nice turn the tide of battle sort of skill. Definitely a good one to look out for.
Hey man, come on, dog. You already know we're gonna say Burning Strike, dog. This is commonly seen throughout this series. It does pack quite a punch if you get it to land. It's a warping ultimate that do quite a bit of damage, and it's clean looking finishing blow, if nothing else, dog. You want the opponent to be stamina broken, be honest with you, dog, for the safe use of this thing. That being said, yo, if you want to go full on balls to the wall extreme, Ruthless, Dragon Fist. Don't ask for permission, just ask for forgiveness. Dragon Fist. Dragon Fist. For our transformation, we've got a main one in mind to push our damage output and ruthlessness further even more. You guys gotta understand it's gonna be Kaioken. You could technically run Purification here if you wanted to, but Kaioken is more or less going to be the going off mode and keeping your combo strings and your super attacks in line with what you actually set up before. We're getting the damage increase from Kaioken starting at 3% in the regular form, 7% in Kaioken times 3, and 15% in Kaioken times 20. Based on Super Souls, you can pretty much push the damage even further, or work around your female Majin passives even more. With the I've been saving this Kaioken Super Soul, you allow your damage to increase even more, and you gain more ki per successful attack, at the cost of losing the self-stamina break strategy, sort of alliance that we did have set up on the build previously. I'd personally run the I Like You Better When You're Mad Super Soul with Kaioken to start recovering stamina quicker while in a stamina broken state. At any point when you do get stamina broken, the soul gives you some ki to go back on the offensive with when you actually do get around to punching your opponent in the neck again. Female Majins are like the perfect fit for the Super Soul since you can just about be as reckless as you want to and make the option of stamina breaking you something that your opponent has to kind of think about. Even if they do stamina break you, they have to settle for cashing out their damage quickly, opposed to getting an optimized loop or death combo on you in most cases. Most. You guys see what happens? Most. Oh boy. We're keeping that take too because most. I'm having too much fun recording this shit, man. I'm sorry. Either way, it's something to play around with, and thanks to Kaioken helping you, it's definitely going to be your coup de grace. A very good neutral ground for your Super Soul can be your all pieces in the game. Super Soul from Champa, I think that's the name of it. You guys should know what I'm talking about. It increases your strike super damage by an additional 20%, which is great, and it's definitely all up to you what you're comfortable with running, you know. Yeah, it's this.
Whatever's most comfortable for you guys. Go ahead, guys. Please. For your evasive, you're free to use just about whatever you want. Be mindful of when you want to use an evasive when you make your choice. If your evasive doesn't move you from location, but you know you've been seeing a lot of X random super attack or X random ultimate lately, you might want to choose something that's kind of a direct counter to that. Or maybe your opponent is using no break confirms in the ultimates, things along those lines. It's all up to you to see what works best for like your playstyle. For me personally, I use like instant rise on most of my builds if I'm playing at all. Instant rise, mock dash is pretty good. Bloody counter is a pretty good one on a strike super character like this, or like a male earthling as well. Just because the damage you can get out for an evasive is kind of neat, and your opponent kind of has to use an evasive of their own to get out of it, so I think that's a nice trait. Anyway, guys, whatever works best for you is definitely here for this slot. This slot I'm not going to lock you down on, so pickety. What's poppin', people? Young Ellen DeGeneres here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 10 for the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the female earthling Red Ribbon Sentinel build. Today's theme is a practical android killing machine that uses synergy with their combos and supers for devastating effect. If you missed yesterday's video, this build is done on a second PSN, so I don't have all the skills I'd like to recommend to you. Stay tuned after we break down the initial build for some recommendations on interchangeable skills. We try to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with female earthling combo strings and perks, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CSE races. It just means that the combos that we have outlined for you in this video won't work on the same commands as something that's like a Majin or a Frieza race character. This build is designed around draining one of your opponent's utility stats to keep your own high, and punishing them greatly with random bursts of damage that they won't be expecting. Since female earthling strengths lie in their Ki Blast damage by default, this build is set up to have high damage and Ki Blast supers on standby that is easy for us to combo into. Now, allow us to crush the fools that stand in the way of Red Ribbon Army's secret weapon. Let's go. I'm a huge fan of the idea of draining your enemy's resources to refill your own, so we're going to be running Drain Charge on this moveset for a couple of reasons. The skill pretty much wipes out 5 or so bars of Ki from your opponent and then gives those bars to you. This is great in the sense that you'll be pressuring your opponent to avoid certain attacks and punishing them greatly if they can't. Female earthlings benefit from being on the offensive, so with a move like this on your side, it'll be pretty easy to lock down your opponent's offense with ease. Combo into this thing from your backswing, dashing light attack, or any of the confirms you've seen in the video, and you'll realize that you have several ways to take the bars of Ki from your opponent and bolster your own offense. This skill immediately sets you up to catch your opponent one of your ultimates after the exchange, or transform right away, which is great so long as you're not afraid to keep the pressure up. Alternatively, you can run Super Drain, the stamina stealing version of this attack, to completely rob your opponent of 2 bars of stamina, effectively stealing a snap vanish from them. So either they snap vanish by themselves and lose the 2 bars of stamina, or you take their 2 bars of stamina. It's kind of nice. This is insane when you realize that you have the same confirms into that one as this skill. I wouldn't get too crazy and run both though, just because it's kind of overkill. Hyper Drain is the one that can steal both, but the startup is a bit too long for me to recommend, and it doesn't drain like much of either as much as the specialized ones would. Either way, this is definitely the start of a setup that will catch an opponent off guard if they're expecting typical movesets. Also keep in mind that at full Ki we get a damage boost, so getting full Ki one way or another is going to be helpful in many ways, and the fact that this thing can kind of get you up to max Ki in like a split second kind of gives you that, you know, that you gotta understand, Pop, we do this. We're going to be running Perfect Shot for the sake of it being our high damage Ki Blast super. You can also use the hit confirm trick to create like a fairly unavoidable loop situation if your fingers are fast enough, but I won't go over that there. Just know it's a thing. You could do it if you wanted to. I'm not gonna go over it. Listen, it's a doozy. This is one of the best skills to cash out your damage on after knockbacks, and we can even create an entire stamina break punish if you wanted to keep it simple and sweet, or if you couldn't like line up to get one of your ultimates off in time. So that's a thing. It's a bit on the cop out side because it hits so hard, but there are definitely worse things out there. Since we're making an evil killing machine here though, we'll let it slide for the sake of it being the Red Ribbon Army's perfect killing weapon, you know. Listen, we gotta have lore with it, Pop. We gotta have lore. Alternatives for this slot can be location marking supers like Flash Strike, Lightning of Absolution, Finish Buster, or one of my personal favorites, Kaioken Kamehameha. They all work very well with the synergy on the female earthling set, so if you don't like Perfect Shot, you can use any one of those. That being said, this is your secret weapon on your moveset, so you'll want to cash out your damage when your opponent least expects it. So make sure you've got your confirms into whatever you pick down completely, so you're not just blowing Ki on some random super you're throwing out. For the most part, you don't want to throw out supers randomly, guys. You want to combo into them. This way your opponent cannot escape them, you don't waste resources, and you max out the damage that you do after your combo strings, if you didn't get that yet. I know there's a lot of people who just kind of wing it, and it works in some situations where people just don't expect crazy shit, but let's try to be... We got this, guys. We got this. Justice Rush is an underrated super attack that we went over during the Videl skill analysis video. This skill is pretty much a grabbing cinematic that starts off an auto combo before launching the opponent away. You can trigger this thing at just about any point in your combo string so long as you haven't kicked off a cinematic or warp yet, but be mindful of your opponent because they can actually snap vanish out of it like I'm pretty sure at the starting point of it. So that is definitely a thing. The biggest reason for this skill though is the fact that you can cancel it into any of your ultimate attacks. It's fairly long hit stun when it connects. And you can use ultimates like Rose Black Kamehameha, Heat Dome Attack, Justice Combination, Spirit Sword, Impulse Slash, Dragon Fist, Time Skip Molotov, etc, etc. You can test it out in training mode if you don't believe me. We went over this during the Videl skill analysis video, so if you haven't tried Justice Rush yet, there you go. It's kind of neat. It's kind of hot. We'll be using it to combo into Shocking Death Ball on the moveset, but in a scenario with all of the skills available, I definitely run Rose Black Kamehameha for style points, and even more security in terms of a no-break ultimate. For some reason, you can actually cancel it out with the with Drain Charge as well, so if you do get this thing to connect, you can go for Drain Charge to immediately get plus back on your key, so that is definitely a thing. Do not sleep on Justice Rush, guys. Practice using it. Don't be the guy who kind of messes up because you launched your opponent away or something like that, because this thing will leave you in place if you actually don't connect the beginning roar that starts off the move. So try it out. It's very good. It's very great. You gotta understand on a set like this, Divinity Unleashed is gonna be a great tool. You gotta. Please understand. It's not required at all on the set, so you can actually replace it with anything that you want to. Just know that you've got some safe strings to go into this thing if you do decide to keep it. But if you choose to skip out on it, I'd imagine going for like Phantom Fist or a counterattack along those lines to cover you in combat. If you watched the previous build videos, you know how much I love this move. I adore it. It's definitely a staple move on super themed presets, so I'll give it another push for the one time here. With our transformation and Super Soul setup for the baseline of this build, our key recovery is going to be through the roof with this thing active. So, yeah, guys, I wouldn't push so hard for you to use this thing unless it was good, unless it was fire. You know how much I wish other characters on the cast had this shit. This move is crazy. You don't have to use it though, but I'm just, guys. Our first ultimate attack is going to be Shocking Death Ball. This is Super 17's ultimate, and it's one of the sickest visuals in the game in my opinion. It looks very dark, evil, menacing, and all that. It's insanely easy to combo into as well without needing a stamina break if the cinematic combos are working between you and your opponent. And in the event that they aren't though, you've got Justice Rush to ensure that this thing will land when you go for it. Needless to say, it does decent shredding damage on the target and can easily snare them up after warping cinematics or even be used after heavy knockdown combos. There are obviously better options in terms of damage, but why not give an underused move some love for the one time? I'm pretty sure you get a lot more credit for, did he really just use Shocking Death Ball? Or what the hell was that move that I've never seen, because it's not one of the 3 ultimates that everyone spams. You know, you see, you get this is why we do this stuff. It's very easy to combo into though, guys, when it does work. I don't know why you would force yourself to play in a situation where the combos just drop like that anyway though, where it's like 2 bars and below or like 3 bars, but you know, if you're having issues landing your cinematic warps, you can kind of slow down your inputs, and that usually does get them to work. I think this was a trick that Tokyo Savage made on his channel. What happened to Tokyo? Anyway, guys, this is a very neat move aesthetically, and it does pretty decent damage too. Final Flash is our filler ultimate attack. We've got at least 2 confirmed into it that don't even need a stamina break, so we're good to go when it comes to punishing our opponent. This thing will hit decently hard and can be replaced with just about any other beam ultimate attack that fires just as fast. I'd honestly probably run Special Beam Cannon for a more deadly sniper aesthetic, but then again, it's kind of all up to personal preference. This ultimate slot is one of the most interchangeable since you have options to go for things like Black Kamehameha Rose, or even Serious Bomb if it actually worked. The synergy with Justice Rush alone is insane, so your possibilities are actually endless there in terms of your second slot on your moveset. So whatever you choose to use here is good to go. I'd run like, yeah, Special Beam Cannon or something like that, but you know, you can choose. It's very interchangeable. As far as transformations go, we're going to be going with Kaioken, not for the sake of having it break our stamina mid-ultimate or anything like that, but for the practical key recovery, speed boost, stamina padding, and damage increases. With the Super Soul, I've been saving this Kaioken. We'll be getting way more key recovery and reducing the drain of Kaioken itself. Kaioken being an instant revert transformation also means that we can revert mid-combo to reset, much like the Super Saiyan transformations could in the Week of Saiyans tutorials and whatnot. If you combo it with like Divinity Unleashed and the Super Soul, you'll realize that each of your hits is basically a bar of ki and then some, giving you more chances to like start burst damaging your opponent at any point. So you can become a lot more vicious when you do have Kaioken active. We don't have to exactly fish for it though, so just think of it as a definitive, I'm going all out, I'm going to kill you, this is it. The android is in overdrive, you must die, kill Goku, etc, etc. For the safest use, I'd say aim to go into Kaioken or Kaioken times 3, so you don't have any tangible stamina negatives, but you'll be fine if you end up going into times 20, you just gotta pay attention to your stamina. Having it basically double your effective stamina pool or give you infinite vanishes entirely makes it a great tool in any scenario. Scenario. What the hell is a scenario? Boy! It makes it a great tool in any scenario to keep up your high momentum pace. We're keeping that at what? Hashtag scenario in the comments. You don't drop a comment unless you put hashtag scenario at the end. I'm dead serious. I will delete your comment if you... Okay. For your evasive, you're free to use whatever you want, really. I almost sort of lean towards instant rise always, just because it moves you out of the way of your opponent's attack, if it's an ultimate or something. But of course, there are other evasives that do this, so it's whatever. This is completely up to your discretion. Just keep in mind the situation that you'd want to use an evasive skill in, and you'll be fine. You can also use Fake Blast from the Frieza Rays blinding set that we made, if you wanted to have a sort of punish for up-close enemies. As I think it looks pretty nice. It's a pretty nice run. I was messing around with that at first when I was working on the build, but it's up to you. Evasives don't really matter too much, so long as you get out of a situation. You know, it's not really there to be your offense or something, unless you wanted to do that. You know, so it's up to you.
Yeah. Hey, what it do, guys? It's your boy Corona Daddy Blake, all the way here from Toronto, Canada, hitting you with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 8 for the Week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the Frieza Race Starkiller Build. That shit sounds amazing. Listen, I heard about it on Star Wars. I was like, listen, you gotta understand, we got an empire, we gotta kill some stars, guys. We tried to use super attacks and ultimates that worked well with Frieza Race combo strings and perks, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CAC races. It just means that the combos that we have outlined for you in this video will not work with the same commands as something as, like, say, a Namekian or like an Earthling. Usually we avoid carry tools, which are the supers that kind of steal the show as just do this and win on any race. However, thanks to Frieza Race characters being gimped online, we're going to be a little bit more lenient towards these guys. This is a once-in-a-lifetime deal, guys. Listen, look, I'm sorry. We got to break a couple of rules to make these guys not suck ass. That being said, this build is all about wiping your opponent out with that charged Ki Blast that you get in your golden form, and I gotta say, it's pretty fun when the health starts shaving off from your opponent. Now, let's go wipe out a galaxy or two. Let me, Jim, please hit me with the cooler voice effect. All right, listen, this is for you guys. This is for the subs. I'll destroy this entire planet. Die! All right, for real though. Let's wipe out a galaxy or two. Make sure the voice effect is still on there. If it's not on there when I'm saying that, Jim, we're gonna have a fucking issue. Let's go! The moveset that we're using in this build is designed around utility. The tools that we have on the set are going to be universally used in neutral to give us the edge. Remember, when we transform, we're going to be wiping out our opponent's health bar with the charged Ki Blast, so our first utility skill is going to be Saturday Crash. This is a Raditz super attack that does a brief stun on the opponent as soon as it connects. Believe it or not, it has some pretty good tracking, and like it can loop around and hit your opponent in the back in some cases to kind of step around you. It's really weird, but I'm not complaining about it. Our biggest reason for having this thing on the set is to guarantee a confirm into the charged Ki Blast. You can combo into it fairly easily in just about any combo string, but I'm a fan of kind of throwing it out after the knockbacks. Alternatively, you can use it to loop after a dash cancel and like stuff a bit more damage in, like before some of your combos, which is good. It's pretty neat. And if your opponent is just mashing buttons, throw this out to stop them in place, etc, etc. You've got some options to make this thing work out, and that's why it's such a great utility move. If you want to see some more I guess depth on it, you can check out the Raditz skill analysis video that we did, going into more detail there. But that's all you really need to know about it for this build anyway. Listen, it's good, guys, it's good, I promise. Let's go. Feint Shot is a skill that we covered in Pan's skill analysis video. The skill lets you pull off a feint before shooting your target. That's it, magic. You pull off 2 warps before shooting a Ki Blast in your opponent's direction that has quite a bit of hit stun. You can actually hold the button down to stay in one spot instead of doing the second teleport and shoot it that way as well, which is pretty neat. It behaves a lot like a charged heavy attack when it collides with your opponent, which is kind of cool, and it's definitely a skill you can check out if you haven't checked it out yet. As a tool in the neutral, this lets us keep our speedy demeanor while at the same time punishing opponents who don't see it coming. Here's the part where I remind you not to keep burning out your Ki until after you get into the golden transformation though. These supers aren't necessarily here for damage, but they will help you out in the neutral a bit more to make things run smoother,
for you if you find yourself getting choked up or if you want to use speed to your advantage. Faint Shot has a hit stun so strong that your opponent can actually snap vanish after it makes contact, and this is kind of great since it could waste your opponent's stamina. We'll get into the game plan a bit later when we go over the transformation, so hang in there a little bit longer while we get through the moveset. Phantom Fist is my favorite counterattack in the game, and we covered it in the previous build videos. If you've been watching for a while, you heard about it already. We're recommending this one because of its ability to avoid all skills, attacks, and ultimates, and leave you in control of where you go for the counter. As a Frieza race character, we will end up getting hung up in some combo strings, and our opponents will want to come in and punish us, so you just want to use Phantom Fist to reposition yourself to safety and get a punish going, or just escape without taking damage at all. It's a wonderful skill that makes you look like a badass as well. Just remember that Phantom Fist has 2 speeds of triggering. You have an instant trigger where if you use it mid-combo or in the middle of like your end frames or end lag of an attack animation, you'll kind of do your character's animation where you fold your arms like in front of your chest, and it looks really cool. And a slower, less reliable trigger version where your character just kind of braces for impact. It's way slower, it wastes the ki before you get into the actual state, and you can get punched in the face and not teleport in most cases, so you kind of want to avoid that one. Get used to this skill and you probably will love it as much as I do. For synergy, if you're opposed to it, Sudden Death Beam is a great substitute, so you can use it to like bait snap vanishes and, you know, shoot the opponent in the back of the head with a ki blast if they try to hit you. So you have 2 great options there. You can interchange them if you want to. I personally opt towards Phantom Fist because Sudden Death Beam does leave you in a sort of a stationary state to fire the blast, and your opponent is able to avoid that in some cases, so that's a thing. Anyway, you should go ahead and choose. Go pick one. Hashtag Mighty Explosive Wave. This is actually the first carry tool to be like formally featured in one of these videos. We went over it way back during the Vegeta Revisited video where I was like telling you guys how to play as Vegeta. And I haven't personally wanted it to spread much farther than that cast character and like Raccoon. But as you guys know, whatever it takes to win has been the motto of Xenoverse 2. Especially on the PvP community side, so you've probably seen this thing spreading like wildfire since the tournaments or whatever. The skill creates an orb around you that will pull off a charged heavy attack stun on any hostile character that touch it. In the event that your opponent is like tanking a combo, you can use it to reset, or you can catch an opponent who just snap vanished and punish them for free. This is a move that you'll see being spammed on male Earthlings especially, and has even been spammed against me in a couple of Vegeta clips last month. That being said, I consider the skill a carry tool because if your chances of winning diminish greatly by it not being on your moveset, the super attack is in fact carrying you. On our Frieza race character, this is going to be our key to making the opponent waste their stamina or punish them from warping, so you have a bit of an option on your Frieza race character, and you don't have to rely too much on like ki blast canceling or like, you know, having to use Phantom Fist every once in a while. Mighty Explosive Wave is a very good move, and you can even like force the vanishes if you just use it in a combo to like reset and loop over and over. It's a great skill for neutral play, and it's kind of unfortunate that it's so easy to abuse. The choice is yours. Play with honor and show restraint and don't spam it, or you could just be a dickhead. Chances are, Bob, you're gonna be a dickhead. Don't be a dickhead. We're going to be running Emperor's Death Beam in our first slot for our ultimates since we've got some knockback confirms into it. This is one of the universal ultimate attacks that you can kind of confirm into without needing a break that works with the motif of the build, so why not go for it? I kind of was shying away from it because it's like, oh, Frieza, Emperor's Death Beam, blah, blah, but it's like, hey, it works, you don't need a break for it. There you go. We're not exactly aiming to go for this one until we transform, or like at all really, so we try to keep it on the sidelines unless you're like trying to stunt on someone, like, oh, by the way, I can do this without needing a stamina break. If you guys wonder why I don't stamina break as of late, everyone complains so much about everything in this game. It's like, oh, you stamina broken, oh, you cheating, oh, you cheating. So it's like, I don't use Goku. I'm banned from using Hit because I lost to Android 18. It's like, I don't even stamina break anymore. Are you happy? Are you happy? I still got complaints for using break, like no break ultimates. Like, what the hell? How do you win? Meteor Burst is going to be our second ultimate attack here for the sake of having it to deal a nice hefty chunk of damage on our opponent who's been stamina broken. It's pretty much exclusive to being used after we get a stamina break off, but other than that, it's not really here for anything else aside from that holy crap factor. It does a bar of damage on average and is a dope visual for like finishing fights. Like, of course, you guys have seen it already. If you want to replace it with Soul Punisher as an ultimate, you can actually combo into. Try that out instead. We got confirmed into it in the Frieza Race Guide overview video, so you can check that out there. But we're reaching the piece de la resistance. Let's go. The main part of the video is coming now, if you guys get ready. Our main goal on the preset is going to be the golden transformation. Most importantly, our charge ki blast, because it changes the ki blast behavior. In the golden form, we get a speed boost and a ki blast super damage increase as well. This means that our utility skills like Mighty Explosive Wave or Sudden Death Beam, if you choose to bring it with you, are going to hit a lot harder, as well as our ultimates. Back to the main course though, I mentioned in the Frieza Race guide that your charge ki blasts are affected by the super soul that you have equipped if it affects your charge ki blast. Fireflox actually hooked us up with a beastly super soul, and I overlooked it entirely at first, and it's called I Am the Universe's Strongest. So a big shout out to you, Fireflox. This is a great one for damage. I've got a few setups that you guys can use to charge ki blast, and we'll go over them now. The super soul I just mentioned gives you a 5% increase to your charge ki blast damage each and every time you fire one. It doesn't even have to connect for the boost to pop up, and the boost is permanent. This buff will happen up to 10 times before it caps out, so if you're more focused on damage, this is the setup that you want to go with. Again, a huge shout out to Fireflox for sharing this one with us on the last video. So I see you, Pop, I see you. If you like to be a sadistic torturer though, it's a bit of a long story. It's a super soul that makes it so your charge ki blast will drain 1 bar of stamina from your opponent on impact. The rest of your moveset pretty much helps us get the opponent to drain out their stamina as well, so imagine having your opponent constantly being in a state of below 2 bars of stamina. You can just pretty much keep on bullying them with the charge ki blast, or rush in and go for like a confirm into like Emperor's Death Beam or Soul Punisher without needing a break, and it's like, holy crap. It's kind of dope where it's like you're stuck getting hit like this, like it's done for you. Also, there's a super soul called The Real Hell Begins Here that makes it so when your charge ki blast hits your opponent gets hit with a speed debuff and is poisoned for the duration of the fight. Poison isn't anything too crazy, of course, in PvP, but you can imagine having it there to kind of keep constant damage build up against your opponent, especially if they're the type of person to kind of sit around and wait out the clock. If you have like them noticing that they might not be able to stall you out with that little bit of chip damage you're doing each and every time you do like a charge ki blast, they'll eventually have to run in and like try to fight you, and you can outplay them to make them waste that stamina, and then punish them with one of your no break confirms. It's a very simple concept, and you can switch the super souls around for the strategy that you want to try out, or find some more and experiment yourself. That being said, I like it. That was a mouthful. I went with Mach Dash as an evasive to get a bit more speed on the Frieza Race CAC. Not like we need it, but it's actually a pretty good evasive since it like moves you from where you were being hit. It's up to you in this slot, but tomorrow's video is going to have a more deliberate sinister skill there for us, so if you want to use Mach Speed or Mach Dash, excuse me, Mach Speed sounds cool. If you want to use Mach Dash as your evasive, it's pretty nice. It's pretty nice. My universal one I usually go for, otherwise it's going to be Instant Rise, of course. You guys probably know about that by now if you've been watching other videos. But yeah, it's up to you here, guys.
What's poppin', people? SSJAipom here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video, and in today's clip, as promised, we're doing a Potara Warrior themed preset. If you haven't checked out the cast character Vegeta yet, try him out. There are several guides here on the channel to get you guys started as playing as him. And with that being said, today's build tries to showcase male Saiyan strength with some Vegeta themed supers to give you guys a practical edge in combat. We tried to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with male Saiyan combo strings, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CSC races. It just means that the combos we outlined for you in this video won't work for you, so you have to look for other confirms, or kinda wait until their guys come out in the near future. Let's get things started. Savage Strike is the first skill I wanted to shine some light on for the male Saiyans in depth. We covered the fact that these guys have a lot of knockback combos in their guide, and in the skill analysis video for DLC Pack 4, we talked about how Savage Strike worked as a beastly follow-up to knockback combos. Since male Saiyans drop a specific combo ender online, we'll be substituting it with Savage Strike. This way you can use your combo strings freely and still cash out that damage by the end of the string. I also like to use Savage Strike to kind of mix up my opponent when I'm doing the dash cancel loops or dropping combos early as an anti-tanking tool. If your opponent decides to sit in your combos to get their stamina back, you'll see that this is a preset built around punishing your opponent for taking you lightly. The last thing synergy-wise we need to say about Savage Strike is that you can use the advanced mechanic in almost any situation where you can use it regularly. Close enough to the floor, the advanced mechanic makes it a heavy knockdown, which is great for combo synergy, but you'll also have to keep your connection to your opponent in mind before you go for this thing. I love it. I think it's really cool. It acts a little bit funky below 3 bars of connection between your opponent, but other than that, it's pretty good. I love it on the preset, by the way. It's nice.
Pressure Sign is my favorite Vegeta themed thing in the game, hands down. This is a great counter attack that lets you follow up with some offense of your own if you wanted to. But for the most part, the most important feature of this skill is the fact that we'll be using it to cover us when we whiff an attack, or if our enemy snap vanishes out of our combos. Male Saiyans leave themselves wide open a lot, and they have quite a few multi-hit combo strings that you can kind of get caught up in, and you might want to escape without having to throw a Ki Blast cancel. You'll be able to at least catch a split-second breather if your opponent is predictable when they approach you. Since we're theming this after a striker, your damage on it will be pretty good as well. I actually run this as a staple on my default Saiyan build, but you got to be careful with the recovery on this thing. It'll get you punished if you aren't timing it correctly, or you become too predictable. I learned this the hard way fighting a certain man whose name rhymes with Resiax. Thank you, good sir. Divinity Unleashed is the new charge skill that is more so on the moveset for synergy than matching up with the character for Vegeta. You're able to use the skill to charge your ki for more than 1 or 2 seconds after using many of your own knockback combos, and it'll set you up to build your ki much faster than without it. Having access to so much ki recovery will give you a chance to transform if you want to, or to start punishing using those supers and ultimates. It's definitely a great move that syncs up well with the Pressure Sign and Savage Strike being on the set, but if you wanted to replace it, it can definitely be the one to go. I actually like the skill a lot. I was like, hey, I can't throw max charge on here. You gotta understand, Pop. You gotta throw something on there that's gonna do good. And this skill right here, the utility of it is amazing. Gotta say, this is a A+ skill right here, guys. If you do not have it unlocked, you gotta get that DLC to get it. It's great. Spirit Stab is another one of the interchangeable skills we'll be using for the preset. Time it correctly and it could be a counter attack that stuns your opponent in place for trying to hit you, or you can just use it to extend your combos or go for the disrespectful finish. Its damage isn't too impressive, but the utility is really good if your opponent is playing a bit predictable and you kind of want them to pay attention to you or waste their stamina by hitting this counter attack. Try it out when you've got the time. Of course, if you want to replace it with any of the supers in the build, there's a section coming up in a few that goes over some nice synergy skills alongside our Potara Warrior preset, meaning we got some stuff you could change around, Papa, and try to fix up your preset. I think Spirit Stab is really good. At first glance in the skill analysis video, we were kind of iffy on it. We didn't know what the hell was going on with it. But after a little bit of timing and studying and all that, and some references from friends, I gotta say, it's a pretty nice move when you want to counter attack enemies that are just a little bit too trigger happy with pressing their button or something like that. I think it's really nice for catching people trying to use moves that are pretty much very telegraphed, like say you might see a Savage Strike coming or someone's about to charge up a Kamehameha or something like that. Just kind of poke them in the back. This might be a really good skill in 2v2s actually, when your opponent isn't looking at you and they're trying to attack your ally. So then again, it might have a really good usage in separate, I don't know, fighting zones. Try it out, guys. You gotta understand we would not be paying homage to Vegeta without those Spirit Sword skills in here. So of course we got those Spirit Sword on the moveset. It's a staple. The skill is actually fairly easy to combo into after Male Saiyan knockbacks, so long as you react fast enough. Thanks to the recent buff, it should be much easier to hit with that follow-up spin after the sword does make contact with the initial stab. So use it when you either got the break or your opponent is powerless to get out of it. At the ceiling of the map, you've got a chance to make it hit twice, and with a Super Saiyan transformation and maybe Kaba Super Soul, for example, you'll notice that this thing is quite the match ender. It hits very, very hard on strikers when you got that investment, and I gotta say, it's it's one of my favorite stylized things to do on the character of Vegeta. Again, if you have not played him, try him out. Please, you gotta use the cast character, pal. We got the videos here. You gotta understand. Even though the skill has issues, I love it for being what it is. And I gotta say, you guys might come to love it too if you get over the fact that it's a little bit wonky in online scenarios. Just try to use it as practically as possible, and I don't think you'll run into many issues with it. Then again, I don't know, I could be wrong. The connection can just drop to like 1 bar mid-fight and you'll be goofing around. It's still pretty cool though. Super Kamehameha is a very neat move that packs quite the punch if you don't see it coming. Male Saiyans can combo into Super Kamehameha or similar skills disgustingly easy. On a blaster preset, it's probably more practical for damage. The setup we're using is a striker with this build, so if you got a blaster Saiyan, it'll probably feel a lot better there for damage than it is on this striker build. But at the same time, it's like, hey, they won't be expecting to see this Kamehameha just fly at them without you needing a stamina break at all, guys. So be mindful of your opponent's evasive though, because if they have something like hyper movement, they can break your stamina. I actually learned this the hard way fighting that man named Resiax. Anyway, you've got quite a few ways to combo into it if your opponent decides to chill in your combo strings, so make use of it. There are even Super Souls dedicated to make this thing hit like a truck, so lucky for us, it fits the theme. We're running Super Saiyan for the sake of being a striker with this preset. You're going to be dealing a lot of damage with your close-up combos and using your super attacks to keep you on the offense, meaning any damage you get out has got to count. For the most part, your combo damage will be the main source of damage output that you're doing, because on Male Saiyans, your damage output is going to be fucking insane anyway. But having those super attacks to kind of link into with synergy makes this preset really good. Super Saiyan 3 is probably most likely going to be the form you're going to end up going into, but you have to be mindful of your stamina. When that runs low, it's probably best to revert. Do not stay in Super Saiyan 3 if you transform and you realize the fight is going a little bit south. Revert as soon as possible to get your stamina back up, because that is going to drain any chances you have of winning. Little known tech about Super Saiyan transformations or transformations with instant revert states in general is that you can use them to reset your combo strings. You basically revert mid-combo and you start your combo all over again. That's what a reset is. I can't really explain it too much in depth here, but just know, look at these clips, pay attention to what's happening, Pop. And I got you. There's a video coming up on the channel pretty soon that explains resets in fighting games in general. So if you guys want to learn about fighting games and all that, there's my little shameless plug there. But you gotta understand, you basically want to revert mid-combo to start your combo all over again without dropping the hit counter. This is great in a situation where you want to pressure a snap vanish or like squeeze in just a little tad of the damage before going for a stamina break or something. If you didn't get what that said, it's like a little tad of like, fight me like I'm in. It's like a little tad bit more damage, you know, with the Super Saiyan thing. I think it's really cool. It's not hard to pull off at all, and it makes you pretty hard to predict in terms of what your actual game plan is for your opponent. If you're more focused on making your Ki Blast ultimate on the build hit harder, try running Super Vegeta instead. Or if you're a little bit more neutral in what you want your playstyle to be like, go for Future Super Saiyan. It gives you actual stamina recovery boosts that you might like. Your evasive skill is actually up to you in this slot. I decided to run with Instant Rise for the sake of being able to move around when I get out of the move. Because when playing as a Male Saiyan, I don't like the idea of being pinned to one spot for too long. I'm pretty sure you guys kind of get that too. That's why I decided to run it. Bloody Counter could probably double as a cool substitute to give you guys some kicking animations to pay more homage to Vegito, while at the same time being a great damage for a counter up close. But again, it's kind of all up to your personal preference. So for me, it's Instant Rise, but other people might like a hyper movement or something like that. It's up to you guys. That being said, in the event you guys aren't digging the synergy we lined up for you with the moves listed previously, I've got a few interchangeable ones that work pretty well with the theme of Vegito. Of course, there are other moves on the skill list that you can use that'll be better for damage or execution wise, but for the sake of trying to limit ourselves to a Vegito homage set, I present to you the following. Final Flash. Easy. This is a great skill that can replace Super Kamehameha if you're not into the blue motif, or you lean more towards Vegeta than Goku. This skill fires pretty closely to the Super Kamehameha, but it loses the support of certain Super Souls. If you use Final Flash, be sure to risk it all for the sake of wiping out the enemy. This move is too cool for me to look down on. Like, I love it. I love this skill, but of course you gotta know it works best on Ki Blaster stats. Losing those Super Soul supports that Kamehameha has is a bit of a hit on the damage output you could possibly get with it. But again, it's like, it's Final Flash, guys. You gotta understand. You literally have to. Warp Kamehameha, probably one of my favorites on the list of moves that we're checking out here. Imagine using this thing instead of Savage Strike for your confirms. Guess what? You can. It costs 4 bars of ki and hits a little lighter than Super Kamehameha, but you can't lie. You gotta be straight with me here. The style in this move is incredible. It's definitely one of my favorites to use on Goku without a break, and I was pleasantly surprised that Male Saiyans get to use it too. If you wanted to replace either of your ultimates, this is definitely a cool one for even spectators to watch and be like, okay, that was kind of sick. When I use Goku, I love this triangle, square, confirm into it, because it looks so great. Huge shout out to the City of Stuff for finding that. I know he's probably not watching this video right now because he hates CACs, but Warp Kamehameha, man, it's really cool. I love it. You guys got to check it out. Wild Hunt, the move that single-handedly made Vegeta ultra fun to play in my opinion, works great on Male Saiyans. The principle that we use for Vegeta is still going to apply here. You kind of want to use this thing as an alternate combo ender instead of going for knockbacks or cinematics if you want, or use it during a break to kind of position your enemy to the floor. I like it, and it does a very hefty chunk on a striker build. It synergizes great with the rest of the supers you got available too, so don't be afraid to give it a shot for a game with, like, I don't know, you got nothing to lose there. Wild Hunt, guys, this is going to be a really good one if you're into like the Ki Blast ultimates like Super Kamehameha or even like Spirit Sword, because it's a heavy knockdown in the first place. So if your opponent decides not to snap vanish, they're going to eat a big chunk of damage for just sitting in that combo. It's crazy. I love it. Wild Hunt, there's not much bad I could say about the skill. I adore this move. It's great on a character who has a lot of cinematic combos. And if you want to avoid those, like if you were playing Vegeta, here you go. You got something really neat right there. Male Saiyans kind of do take after Vegeta in terms of how their combos kind of behave, so the parallels probably shouldn't stop there. I wonder what skill I might mention next that pays homage to Vegeta.
later.
What's poppin' people, SSJAipom here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video, and in today's clip I'm sharing the Planet Buster Ki Blast Synergy build, and this is going to be our first build video for the week of Female Saiyans, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can pretty much find all of them on the channel. With that being said, today's build tries to showcase Female Saiyan strength and flexibility with supers designed to get crazy damage by linking into them with our combo strings. These are going to be Ki Blast based supers though, so you kinda know it's going down, guys. It's about to be serious. Code Red. We tried to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with Female Saiyan combo strings, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CSE races. It just means that the combos that we outlined for you in this video won't work on the same commands with something like, say, a Namekian or a Frieza race character. Remember, the synergy builds that we're trying to use are going to be trying to avoid carry tools, meaning that supers that kind of steal the show, as the just do this and win on any race, are kind of disqualified, meaning Mighty Explosive Wave, Punisher Drive, or a slide in most cases, things along that nature that kind of just, you know, you're fighting the super opposed to the build. Anyway, let's go. Dodoria Beam is the first super that we're throwing on the build. This thing is underrated and almost never used, even though the damage that it can rack up is insane. The main advanced mechanic of the skill is that if you use it during a combo string, you can fire it instantly. On this build setup, the skill is going to do around 4,000 plus damage, which is a little under half of a health bar. Since you can combo into this thing super easily, this means that from just touching your opponent, you can wipe out large portions of their health without much effort. That's good news on Female Saiyan, since they need to cash out their damage like as quick as possible before they can choke up in the neutral. And I'm telling you, if you slept on this move so far, you kinda gotta try it out. You gotta. This is gonna be one of the you gotta moves. Like, guys, get Dodoria Beam and try it out. Seriously, it's ridiculous. It'll cost you 2 bars of ki if I'm not mistaken, and it's a pretty good all-around utility move, since you can combo into it after almost anything you do. Again, this move is very good, guys. Do not sleep on it. If you throw this thing on a Female Saiyan, you will be seeing a lot of damage output very easily. I'm surprised this thing hasn't been used frequently as of late, actually. Oh, hey, if you see this thing a lot more often, sorry. Flash Strike is our location marking super attack on this build. It's pretty much interchangeable with any other super just like it, but I went with Flash Strike because it costs 1 bar of ki. So that's the thing. This thing blows up an enemy after any one of your knockback combos, which is great news since most of your combos do get a knockback in some way, shape, or form. If the enemy decides to sit in and tank a combo and you don't have enough ki to like go into Dodoria Beam, that's a hard one to say, Dodoria Beam? If you can't go into that, go for Flash Strike. Remember that the damage on this skill greatly increases if you combo into it after knockback, so try using it in combos instead of just throwing it out there. It's surprisingly effective too, and I gotta say it hits for over 3,000 plus damage on Potan with the stats that she currently has, which is kinda cool. I like the fact that you can hit your opponent with a knockback combo and do like a guard cancel if you warp and all that. And if they kinda think that you're gonna keep doing that, you can kinda just mix it up and go for the Flash Strike for like the clean 4,000, 3,000, whatever damage. So again, this is really cool, especially if you can't get to that Dodoria Beam, so you can just kind of settle for a little bit less damage, but still link into it perfectly fine. If you know me, you know with these CAC builds, we kind of got to go with one counter attack in the baseline build. Of course, we're going to have some interchangeable ones, but for this build, we're going to go with Godbreaker. It's our designated counter attack, and I'm picking this one for a few reasons. I didn't want to go with Phantom Fist because it'd be a bit boring to have it on every build, even though it's a phenomenal choice. But when you remember that Female Saiyans kind of choke up in the neutral because of how their combos start off, their range, and all these extra things with like their recovery when they throw things out, you kind of got to know that having a counter that uses your Ki Blast super stat to kind of wipe out half of your opponent's health bar to cover you is a beastly option. This is great. Not only that, but the skill knocks your enemy pretty far away from you, meaning that you can stand your ground and get a bit of your stamina back after like mixing it up in the neutral for a little bit. And if your opponent wants to be the aggressor and attack you again, they'll have to rush back in, meaning you get to kind of control the momentum of the fight, which is great for a Female Saiyan because you don't want to get overwhelmed and swamped by someone as fast as, say, Hit, Goku, or like male Earthlings, because they can get danced around pretty easily, guys. So having that control of the momentum with the Godbreaker on your side is really cool. The more they run into this thing, the bigger the health gap is going to get, and the health gap is going to be pretty the word I wanted to curse right there. I might just do it anyway. It's gonna be pretty. Nah, I'm not gonna curse. It's gonna be pretty large because you're hitting for about 4,000 plus damage on a counter attack. You probably noticed by now that this build is splitting your opponent's health bar each time they get hit, basically, and you have a lot of ways to do that with this setup. I definitely love it. I think it's great. I think this is a phenomenal build. Divinity Unleashed is the skill that we covered in our other builds, and it's pretty much going to be our staple and starting point on builds here on the channel for the most part, just because of how good this skill is in the current state of the game. We get beastly ki restoration after we get the buff going, so it's all a matter of getting the skill off safely. Female Saiyans can do it in plenty of ways, so you'll be able to get that ki going from both incoming and outgoing attacks, which is great. Again, this skill is really good in the current build of the game, but if you're not a fan of charging up or counter attacks, we have some interchangeable options to make the build a bit more comfortable for you, which is kind of cool.
cool if you guys needed some help there. I think Divinity Unleashed is one of the best things to happen to the game in the current state right now, just because of how fast it is. So in synergy builds like this one that help you kind of max out the damage after your combo strings, I think we've got some planet busting to do, definitely, if we're going to use Divinity Unleashed. Again, it's a pretty good skill and it helps you keep your ki up for the most part, because some of these things are kind of ki extensive, but you have ways to do it. Saiyan Spirit is our race exclusive heavy knockdown ki blast ultimate that you can combo into stupidly easy. Like, it's ridiculously easy how you can just go into this thing. This thing pretty much lets you link into Special Beam Cannon, Final Kamehameha, you name it. During any combo string, throw this thing out and watch your damage take over your opponent crazily. The best thing I can tell you guys is it's safest when your opponent either stamina broken or below 2 bars of stamina. The closer you are to the floor of the map, the easier it will be to like capitalize on your heavy knockdown. And this is a great skill for sure, especially on female Saiyan blasters, because you do upwards of like 7,000, 8,000 damage if I'm not mistaken. And that's probably before transforming even, so I gotta say, it's looking kinda good. We're running Special Beam Cannon instead of Super Kamehameha because this thing is fast and it can confirm into it pretty easily. You can also just go for like a Final Flash or Kamehameha if you wanted to. It's pretty much just small differences, you know. I think visually it would look kind of cool to see like a Special Beam Cannon splitting a planet in half, though. That was my whole choice for picking it. It's unblockable should you use it against someone who's not paying attention to you in like a team situation. And it's like a truck regardless. After heavy knockdowns, you can also use this thing without much issue, so it's cool. I like it. I think it's dope. It's a very straightforward move. You've got like 1 or 2 confirms into it with the base set that we've given you here, and you've got combos that can link into it. So of course, why not go for a Special Beam Cannon? It looks kind of nice, and you don't see this move often these days. We're gonna be running Super Vegeta on this preset to get the most out of our ki blast damage. You can revert mid combo to reset for the reset tech, but it isn't necessary at all in this build. Pretty much our goal is going to be going into Super Vegeta when we can and laying into our opponents by using this thing in sync with whatever Super Soul we go with. I'd say before Creation comes Ruin is like your best bet for raw damage, but the Super Soul Gotcha is a great one for some of the interchangeable skills that we'll be throwing on the preset. Again, I'll be going over those in a brief moment. We're almost there. As far as evasives go, this one is pretty much up to you in the slot. Instant Rise is like my go-to just because you can kind of control where you move. And it's a lot like Phantom Fist. If you don't want to use this thing unless all hope is pretty much lost no matter what it is, I'd imagine. So try to think of situations where you'd absolutely need to use an evasive to get you out of the sticky situation in the first place. Think along the lines of like someone's trying to use no break ultimate confirms or like unvanishable stamina break attempts, etc, etc. Anything to get you to safety is probably your #1 priority, so that's what I would say for the evasive skill in the slot. With all of that being said on the main build, in the event that you guys aren't feeling the synergy that we lined up for you with the moves listed previously, I've got a couple of interchangeable ones that work pretty well with the idea of a female Saiyan Planet Buster. These skills are going to do great damage with the blaster stats and your combo strings, so if you aren't feeling the counterattack or like Divinity Unleashed, you can replace those with the quickness. Here we go. Raccoon Eraser Gun. Under certain situations, this skill will hit for upwards of 9,000 damage. Personally, I think that's way too high for a super attack, but even crazier when you realize you can use it after heavy knockdowns. The startup is a bit long though, so using it after heavy knockdowns is probably your only bet, unless you run the Gotcha Super Soul that we mentioned earlier. It's a disgustingly effective combo, and I'll pretend that I didn't tell you guys that. I didn't tell you guys that. I didn't tell you to use Gotcha and Raccoon Eraser Gun. I didn't tell you guys that. That wasn't SSJ. I didn't tell you that. Death Beam, a super useful skill that gives us some nice damage after or in the middle of pretty much any one of our combo strings. If you use it without using a knockback before it, you can pretty much do loops with just your combo strings and the first Death Beam of the button press. If you want though, you can just keep on pressing the button up to 3 times to deal more damage on your opponent. This one is super easy to combo into after warps in your combos as well, so by all means it's a fairly underrated move that works pretty well if you want to go for damage or kind of want to make your enemies try and snap vanish from a distance. The Death Beam loop as well is pretty good, so if you wanted to do that, it was a thing. I think you could actually stamina break confirm after Death Beam a while ago. I don't know if they patched that out yet, but the stun was actually pretty long, so hey, it's a thing. God of Destruction's Wrath is a super dope skill that becomes very effective after warps in your combos. If you've seen the Beerus guides and overviews, that's pretty much his main combo right there. Your opponent gets blown into the projectiles and takes a chunk of damage if it lines up and hits them correctly. Wrath is a bit inconsistent though. This type of combo works well with most supers like it, so you can check out Whirlwind Blade, Chaos Shot, Flash Bomber, Dragon Flash Bullet, and things along that nature instead for pretty much the same results if you're not into the risk of most of the projectiles kind of missing, which I could see being a legitimate problem. I'd probably go with Whirlwind Blade because it's a bit more lenient, or like Chaos Shot just because you don't see Chaos Shot often, and it got buffed recently actually. Pretty cool. Try it out. It's definitely a cool one after warp combos. Trap Shooter is a super that makes a bunch of projectiles that you can throw at your enemy after your knockback combos in hopes of kind of snaring them up and dealing some decent to damage. It's not anything crazy, but it's damage, you know, it's not... It gives you access to a cancel that you can use to fake out opponents up close, which is kind of decent, because, you know, one of the issues for female Saiyans is they don't have many cancels, natural cancels up in their combos in the earlier stages aside from Ki Blast cancels, so having that cancel early on is pretty cool, but this one is more so for that pressure with how many projectiles it throws. It's a bit resource heavy though, since it costs 2 bars of Ki, so it isn't my favorite of the interchangeable skills, to be honest with you, but it does give you some really unique options in the neutral, or if you kind of want to push pressure or like push your opponent. Then again, you can save those 2 bars of Ki for that Dodoria beam for that 4,000 plus, so again, it's pretty much up to you and how you want to play, depending on how much you want to kind of nerf yourself or, like, you know, hold back. I hope you guys have a lot of fun trying this build out, and join us tomorrow for the Brute Force Female Saiyan Striker build that is all about taking the fight to your opponent and making them waste that stamina or suffer the consequences. You'll be seeing the 2 builds go head to head hopefully sometime this week, so stay tuned for that as well. This build is super anti-tank and will like wipe out your opponent very quickly if they don't take you seriously. I think it's one of the more extreme cases of synergy where the damage is a bit much, but you guys asked for CAC guides that weren't the same typical carry tool, so here you go. Here's how you play Xenoverse 2.
What's popping, people? Rick Dickley here with the 9 o'clock evening news, and in this clip today I'm sharing the Colossal Threat Namekian build. This is build number 7 for the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the second build on my current superhero kick because superheroes need villains, and I think we should probably make a villain. This build is specifically set up to be able to go into giant form as easily as possible and hammer weight your opponent. This means that this build is the first racial exclusive. You can throw the super attacks that you see on this build on like other races, but they're not exactly on the build for combo synergy. We're going for the area denial setup for neutral, but again, the main focus is to purposely go into giant form and overpower our target. Now, prepare yourselves to bring the universe to its knees. Let's do it. I'm actually doing a video on giant form. I can't believe this. Let's go. We got you. You gotta understand, Pop. You gotta understand. To start off with the area denial preset, we're going with one of my favorite zoning skills. This is going to be Ill Rain. This skill leaves a small pink orb in the air overhead that will pretty much turn into projectiles that rain in a cone towards your target. Strategically, this skill is used to cover us when our opponent's snap vanishes and we don't have confidence in our neutral to get around them or Ki Blast cancel. If you manage to slip this move out and your opponent doesn't notice, you have a very high chance of it saving you from their combo strings without you having to snap vanish, so you can save your stamina. This is important because when your stamina gets broken after going into giant form, don't like get too wrapped up in trying to like throw this thing out. Instead, you're kind of just like, hey, let me just do this thing so my opponent kind of, they stay back a little bit so I can hide out inside of the super guard. That's another skill in the preset. We're not going to talk about that just yet though. You'll need at least 3 bars of Ki to transform, so don't get too used to using this thing in the neutral to like hurt your opponent. It's not actually here for damage, it's more so there for coverage. It's a great universal zoning tool though, so if you want to throw it on other characters or other presets, you can always do that. If you want to use it offensively, you can automatically trigger it by firing it repeatedly, which is something I do sometimes when I have like this super like health lead on my opponent. But again, this is not here for damage, guys. This is here to cover you when you get your stamina broken or if you kind of want to get your opponent off you without having the snap vanish. Milky Cannon is our second area denial skill that fires an orb in front of you. The orb sticks around for a while before detonating automatically. If your opponent touches the orb at all, it blows up and knocks them back as well. Your goal with this skill is to kind of send it out and drift around it or use it to like cover yourself to get your stamina back because your opponent will have fear of getting close to it. When you fire the skill out, you can hold the command down to have it travel farther towards your opponent.
But again, it's not really for like an offensive thing. We want to have as much ki as possible to at least transform into giant form, you know. Don't get too wrapped up in trying to throw this thing out either, because it's not there for damage. You can't have more than one orb up at a time, so keep that in mind as well. That being said, just like Ill Rain, we pretty much just need it for a breather. You can actually use this and Ill Rain pretty much at the same time to have that sort of setup, like a barrier of things, if you will, for just 2 bars of ki. That I think will keep you safe for the most part. Try it out if you haven't yet. On this preset, it's gonna be a lifesaver. I'm telling you guys, it's kind of neat. It's kind of neat. We're almost there. We're almost at the piece of the resistance. Super Guard is our most important skill on the preset outside of Become Giant. You'll be using the skill almost exclusively after Become Giant Stamina breaks you. This is to minimize the damage that you take after you get stamina broken and ensure that you'll be able to transform immediately afterward. We're comboing Super Guard with Goku Black Rose Super Soul, I Like You Better When You're Mad, for a few reasons. Your stamina comes back at a much faster rate while stamina broken, and chilling inside the Super Guard makes it so you can't exactly get punished. Add to the fact that the Super Soul gives you 3 bars of ki when your stamina breaks, it sets you up to immediately transform again when your stamina comes back. We won't be using Super Guard much outside of the scenario though, so don't get too like trigger happy with it. Remember, we're trying to use Become Giant as much as possible to dominate the area. It's kind of sick, guys. This is a really cool combo with the Super Soul. Just remember the I like you better when you're mad. That Super Soul with Goku Black Rose, that thingy, get that. You have to get it for this preset to work, otherwise it's gonna be a little bit too clunky. But still, it's kind of, guys. Don't underestimate Rick, man. Don't underestimate Rick. Rise to Action is our final super attack on this preset. We'll be using it to get stamina back after knocking our opponents away or down. This is a setup tool to make sure that we have enough stamina to utilize giant form without prematurely reverting. It's a great tool for overall use in neutral as well, since it gives you back 2 bars of stamina for 1 bar of ki, and we're not really using ki to damage our opponents on this preset, but for the most part we're using it to make sure we don't exactly get wiped out before we get the chance to transform. Rise to Action is a great skill in general, pretty much, and I mean, you've probably seen it before. Like, people say it's cheap, but it's like, maybe you should stop me from using it, Pop. Get your ass over here, fight me. I like it, it's a good move. Angry Explosion is an ultimate attack that we kind of just threw on the preset for like a finishing blow. We're not exactly trying to use it or the other ultimate that we have on the preset, since this build is all about just turning giant, but at the same time it's a great ultimate to have that can do satisfactory damage. If your opponent is in a situation where like all else is failing, you can't go into giant and all that, you still want to kind of have something here for damage. Since the other supers aren't, I figured that it would be nice to kind of have an ultimate we could rely on for like a nice sizable chunk of like 8k plus. That's the reason why Angry Explosion is here. You can also replace it with like Super Kamehameha for like something that we haven't confirmed into, etc, etc. The ultimates aren't too important on this preset because, again, we're not trying to waste more than like 1 bar of ki outside of like the giant form transformation. This one is all about giant form, guys. Assault Rain is the other ultimate attack that is pretty much decent in terms of area denial if you wanted to burn off 3 bars of ki for it. As long as you have enough space to shoot at least like 1 or 2 projectiles into the air safely, the skill will basically try to protect you for the most part, even if you do get stamina broken. Strategically, if you wanted to kind of use it in synergy with the rest of the build, you can just pretty much throw this thing out on purpose when your opponent is not stamina broken or anything, to kind of let your opponent stamina break you to get a free stamina refill on yourself. Use it, get broken, have it hit your opponent, and then hang out inside of your Super Guard until you get the free stamina refill to go into giant mode. It's not bad at all. It's pretty much a good setup for you to get there, but now that we've reached it, we have to go over giant form, guys. We have to. Our main goal on the preset is to become giant transformation. The skill transforms into a giant version of your Namekian character that trades mobility for stage presence. Your square combo gets shortened to like a 3-hit combo string, and your triangle button becomes a single whipping arm attack. By comboing them together, you can create a 4-hit combo that's decent, I guess, but you've also got super attacks and special commands you can do to extend those combos even more, for even more damage. Flick forward with the analog stick and press the square button for a downward smash that lines your opponent up for a short range blast, or flick forward with the triangle button for even farther ranged whip attacks. If your opponent is trying to block you to stall you out, the circle button becomes a grab that you can use to do moderate damage. It's not high, it's not low, it's decent. You're also immune to taking damage while transformed, but this means that you'll lose stamina when you do get hit. Since you don't exactly flinch, you can trade with your opponent, and you can win about every time you trade for the most part if they're not using like an ultimate or something, which is great. If you're playing in the giant Namekian transformation, don't be afraid to have your stamina run out and break itself, because our Super Soul that you're using, you'll get free ki and faster stamina recovery when it does revert you on its own. Add to the fact that this transformation recovers ki for you very quickly while you're in it, you're basically guaranteed a free loop of Super Guard and the Become Giant transformation over and over and over until the fight is done. Remember, this preset is all about getting to this transformation, and you definitely have a lot of safe ways of doing that. This transformation is the most devious on smaller maps where there isn't much space for your opponent to like run around and escape you on. And even then, so long as you stay on them, you'll be fine if they do run. If they run until you get reverted, just use Super Guard when they like try to come back on the offense to get that stamina back, and then do it all over again. Become Giant is definitely not unusable when you build around it, but it was a much scarier thing back during the beta days. You honestly naturally lose out on damage when you transform into your Giant form, but that larger stage presence makes the neutral play a lot less about how well you can move and your stamina management, and puts a timer on your opponent before they end up getting wiped out if you can kind of corner them. Again, Giant form is really cool, it's really dope, and it would be broken beyond belief if it was still like how it was before, where only like all clear could wipe it out. Times have changed, guys, times have changed. I love this thing. I think it's really cool on the mechings. Make sure you have a lot of stamina when you use this thing. Your evasive skill is going to be up to you in this slot. Instant Rise is always going to be my current like go-to just because you control where you move, and it's a lot like Phantom Fist. You don't need to use this thing like unless all hope is lost no matter what it is. So try to think of situations where you absolutely need an evasive to get out of the sticky situation. Think along the lines of like someone using no break ultimate confirms, unvanishable stamina break attempts, etc, etc. Anything to get you to safety is probably your #1 priority. This is actually the only preset so far that is basically set in stone for me. I don't really have any recommendations that aren't carry tools or just other counters, so if you aren't feeling the area denial skills we set up for you for the reasons that we got here, feel free to find something that does work for you. Just know that Rise to Action and Super Guard are probably like, you know, the staples of this build. Rise to Action isn't even much of a staple, but it's still good to have that on your side, you know. What's poppin', people? Danny DeVito here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 12 for the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some other cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the Armored Tank Male Majin Build. Today's theme is a practical armored beast that can stay in the fight and keep on coming back for more punishment while pushing through enemies' attacks. We tried to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with how Male Majins are built, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CAC races. This means that the combos that we have outlined for you in this video won't work on the same commands with something as, say, an Earthling or like a Saiyan race character. This build is designed around being able to counterattack your aggressors, but not being scared to chill out and heal up if they're a little bit too scared to come and face you. Since Majins naturally have defense buffs and health going for them, those are going to be our main focuses with our damage dealt, all coming down to how well you learn your combo strings and can optimize your damage. Now, let's storm the battlefield as unmovable walls of glory. You gotta understand, this is going to be a fun one, guys. Intermediate level, big boy fedoras on now. The first skill we're going to be dragging along is Arm Crash. This is a fairly common move in the meta, and it's quite useful on a Male Majin moveset. For starters, a majority of players are stepping and blocking in hopes of getting perfect blocks, and Arm Crash is one of the few skills on the skill list that instantly crushes an opponent's guard if it does connect. If you bump into a player predictably step blocking, this can instantly kick off your punish or stamina break them from the get-go. The main reason we have this skill here though is not for that reason though. It's that it grants you super armor, meaning you won't flinch if you get hit while using it, even though you still take damage. This means you can use it to instantly counter an enemy attack trying to rush in on you too predictably, or set off trades that you'll win pretty much every time unless they're using armor themselves. You just have to be mindful that this thing has some iffy priority based on where you launch it from, so you can be beat out by other moves or even command grabbed by supers that use things along the lines of Super God Fist or Savage Strike. Weird scenarios, you know? In any event, this thing is armored for majority of its animation, and you can even charge it up if you wanted to kind of keep that armor on you. I can't stress enough how good this is. Just watch the filler in the background if you need to see some situations where you might want to go for this thing. It's kind of nice. Rocket Tackle is going to be our second skill in the Armored Tank set. If you've been watching the series for a while, you've probably seen it already. This skill lets you follow up your knockback combos with some damage, but more importantly for this set, it's a quick armor mobility tool that you can use if your opponent snap vanishes behind you mid-combo or something. Rocket Tackle is very good for holding your ground as well if your opponent is rushing in on you, and you can even armor through some super attacks for the most part. We don't have too many confirms into it, so we'll mostly fall into the zone of moves that you'll leave in your back pocket. When your opponent least expects it and rushes in, we'll be using this thing to leave them a nice little love tap. Just pay attention, pal. I don't know if you guys can hear that over the background music, but I'll do it one more time for you, just in case you had the opponent getting hit. You just kind of, and then you can leave. Ridiculous. You can use it to finish off your stamina break punishes as well. Remember, this isn't going to be a thing on the set for damage or anything. We're playing slower to make our opponent come to us and make more mistakes. With super armor on our moves, we'll be minimizing how much damage we take from trades, cutting down how much stamina we end up wasting on panic vanishes, and effectively shifting how the opponent has to fight us to get in. If all of our attempts to keep on getting our attacks and kind of get us smacked away, or we're losing trades, we get angry, and that's the type of mentality that we want to put on the opponent. It'll be so much easier to overwhelm when they keep on rushing into you and getting smacked away. You kind of realize you're a badass wall kind of standing there like Majin Buu was in the series. So, hey, guys, I'm not gonna say it, but I'm pretty sure you know what it is. You know what I'm gonna say.
Hey, you guys remember that one skill I mentioned in yesterday's video? What was it? Was it Ill Bomber?
Yeah, go ahead and get that. This skill is absolutely amazing for this setup, and you gotta understand, this is what I'm gonna say before, you gotta understand, as a racial exclusive, we're already gonna get instant style points for even using it. On a serious note though, this thing has some great armor during its startup, so much so in fact that it'll take getting hit by ultimates and supers like it's nothing before it makes you invisible, and out of your opponent's line of sight and targeting. What? You remain invisible for 5 to 6 seconds before reappearing. On large maps, this is incredible because you'll build a ton of distance between your opponent if you want to, and on small maps, you can manipulate where you want the fight to take place by either moving to another zone on the map like the roof or the ground if you wanted to, or a corner or something. It's all up to you. This skill is even better though when you realize that it gives you 5 or 6 seconds of downtime to look at your situation, your health, your opponent's health, your opponent's stamina, your stamina, etc., etc. And gauge whether or not you want to make some aggressive moves or hang back some more. And the best part is, since it's not an evasive, so long as you have ki, you can fire this thing off over and over to keep on stalling. The single biggest reason we have it here is the most important though. I'll go ahead and say this right off the bat. You probably don't want to use a male Majin character if you don't have to in a situation where you're with limitations. Meaning if you want to have a lot of effectiveness with these guys, without limitations is going to be your best bet. I'm telling you right now, full disclosure, you're gonna have to play in without limitations to have more of a chance of winning as a male Majin, unfortunately. I don't know if that bothers you, but hey, at least you got a reason to grind a level 99 if you wanted to, you know? I say that to say this because we're going to be running a Super Soul on neither Kami nor Piccolo to grant you health recovery when your stamina is maxed. So let's put the pieces together here. I want you guys to think about this real quick, okay? We're using armored skills to avoid blowing our stamina on snap vanishes. And we have a Super Soul which will constantly heal you when your stamina is maxed. Trying to piece it together here. I don't know if I hope you guys can follow me. By the way, Ill Bomber pauses your stamina recovery, but if you were somehow healing, your healing would last the entire time you were invisible, uninterrupted. Meaning, you'll be getting 5 to 6 seconds of uninterrupted healing, and a decision on where you want to take the fight when you use Ill Bomber combined with max stamina, and I'm neither Kami nor Piccolo. It's kind of neat, guys. You gotta, I hope you understand. You gotta understand, Pop. You got it. Please. Do or Die is going to be the last skill on the base set. This thing is here for a few reasons, and all of them are pretty much good. For starters, this thing is an armored buff that blows your opponent back if they are in close range. It'll give you an 11% defense buff, which is great and lasts for a few seconds, and is a very viable option to use after your opponent's snap vanishes out of your combo, or you want to pop it before rushing in on offense. If you needed a reminder, by the way, so long as you're over 3 bars of stamina, you have a 33% defense buff that naturally kicks in as a male Majin. With how we're going to be playing this build, I'm hoping to keep you guys over 3 bars of stamina at pretty much all times. But this does mean that you'll have to do a bit of tanking by either sitting in combos or using your armored moves to keep you from getting pinned down. Stacking an extra 11% defense on top of that 33% buff, or 32% buff, whatever it might have been, should be a great tool for you, but this isn't where the defense ends for us, believe it or not. There's more tanking to be done, and we're not stopping until we're unstoppable. That sounds... that sound kind of cool, guys? Somebody Tag me on Twitter. That's something cool. I think
We're not stopping until we're unstoppable.
Jim, I don't know if you're listening right now. Please put that on screen in cursive.
We're not stopping until we're...
No? Next. Our ultimates aren't really going to be for anything outside of wiping out Namekians when we get them low, to be honest. But in case you guys did want something that we have no break confirms into, we've got Heat Dome Attack. This is one that we can use after any of our warp combos since it's a universal confirm, and it does decent damage for a killing blow. You can throw this thing out also as long as your cinematic combos or the warps are working. Just be sure that the opponent has less than 2 bars of stamina or is broken for the safest situation. You'll also need to avoid using this thing at the roof of the map. It'll act pretty wonky and might for your opponent, unfortunately, so that's always going to be an issue. Either way, it's an easy one to recommend, so get to trying it out if you haven't yet. Heat Dome Attack is hot. It's pretty much... I didn't mean the pun. This is going bad. Our second ultimate we've got here is Super Rose Kamehameha. For the same reason as Heat Dome Attack, you can honestly run any ultimates you want to, but I like it being here as a definite confirm into a helpless state sort of ultimate. Your opponent can't recovery roll, but they can evasive if they have enough stamina, meaning your best bet is using it after a break on an opponent who is below 2 bars of stamina, or even on a stamina broken opponent. Either way, it has a nice chunk of damage that isn't hard to pull off at all, and it could be a definite killing blow if your opponent does fall into that range or is like a Namekian kind of healing back up. So it's there mostly for that. You can use ultimates if you want to on the no break confirm side if you just want to get the damage out. But again, the key is kind of more best suited for us using our armor skills, but I understand if you want to use this to kind of burn off a quick like 5,000 plus on your opponent, so it's up to you guys. For our transformation for the first time in the CAC build series, we're going with Potential Unleashed. It's been kind of a while, but hey, this is a fairly satisfactory universal choice without much in terms of drawbacks, but a pretty standard set of pluses most races can see a benefit in. Our basic attack, strike super, and key blast super damage all see a slight increase of 15%, which is great since we're not putting any investment in our damage for the baseline of the build if you guys are going to copy the stats. Any damage that you get is of course going to be helpful when it comes to like bringing the opponent down, but the biggest reason we're using this transformation is the fact that we're going to be getting another 7% defense increase when you do activate it. So guys, put on your big boy fedoras, turn to the front of the classroom. We're going to do a bit of math real quick. As long as you're above 3 bars of stamina, we're getting a bonus of 32 or 33% defense. When you use this transformation, we get bumped up to 39%. Take it a step further beyond with Do or Die's 11%, and you're looking at a clean 50% increase to our base defense, meaning we're taking half damage from any and all forms of damage. I said in yesterday's video, this is the hardest race to play well at a high level, and that's because what can happen to you if you make the same mistakes you make on the other characters, you know? If you lose your pace and end up falling too low in terms of your stamina, you'll be taking an additional 250% damage, and you lose your defense buffs. You will be your own worst enemy if you can't master taking it slow and powering through your enemy's attacks. If that's too much of a task for you, or you're just not able to play without burning stamina every time you get tapped, or you just need to play as a male earthling and spam the step, light heavy step over and over, Male Majin might not be the race for you, and in all honesty, it won't be the race for a lot of people, you know? The Frieza race has the worst combo strings in the game for online play, but they do have redeeming qualities in their transformations that can at least work with their speed and mobility. While Majins don't have such speed and mobility, they have combo strings that set you up to at least have a dominating presence, and with all of your defense padding and the armor on this build, learning how to bait your opponent into running into some of your attacks or immediately countering them, or countering something they're trying to do that's a little bit risky, will probably get you into the groove of playing these guys without much frustration. Playing any race outside of an Earthling at this point is a gimmick. Believe me, I know this. I know damn well all you have to do is pick an Earthling and do blah blah blah, and you'll be fine. But if something appeals to you from whatever race that you want to use, outside of that, I understand wholeheartedly why you would want to do that and play a tougher race than what you see all the time. And in doing that, you gotta master all the small things that come with that race. That being said, Male Majin is gonna be a difficult one to pick up if you're new to them. So, if you're ready for the challenge, guys, go for it. Infinite respect for playing Majins or even making it this far in this video to you, because it means you have some type of interest in these guys. So, whoever you may be out there, and if you're thinking about taking up the challenge and trying to get one out, you're well on the way to becoming Liddy Forgetty. Hashtag I respect you. Remember, our Super Soul is going to be I'm neither Kami nor Piccolo, so be sure to grab it. We'll be recovering stamina anytime our stamina is full. I messed that up. I'm going to say we're going to be recovering health anytime our stamina is full. There we go. It was the second one, guys. It wasn't the first one. I promise. And as always, for your evasive, you're free to use whatever you want. Be mindful of when you'd want to use an evasive when you make your choice. If your evasive doesn't move you from location, but you know you're like seeing a lot of X super attack or X ultimate lately, you might want to choose something that's like a direct counter to that. Maybe your opponent is using a no break confirmer to a certain ultimate. Things along those lines. I'm running Candy Beam for the sake of it being a free breather for about another 5 or 6 seconds, like how ill Bomber is. In that time, you can either land on the floor and get some stamina back and start healing, or ill Bomber to completely vanish safely and ditch the enemy's targeting or anything in between, you know? You just have to choose being in close range for something like this, or evasives like Mach Dash or Instant Rise that move you. It's all up to you guys. What's poppin' people, SSJAipom here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video, and in today's clip I'm sharing the Brute Force Female Saiyan Strike Super Synergy build. That's a lot to say. I'm not going to do it again. This is our second build video for the week of the Female Saiyans, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is actually split into 2 sections. I'm giving you guys 2 separate presets that I'll be referring to as Assault and Pressure. The Assault preset is built around synergy between your combo strings and chaining from one super into the next for some crazy damage. And the Pressure preset, on the other hand, is built around putting your opponent in situations where they either have to use their stamina or pay the price. We tried to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with the Female Saiyan combo strings, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CSC races. It just kind of means that the combos that we outlined for you in this video will not work with the same commands with something as, like, say, a Frieza-race character, Namekian, or a Majin. Remember, with the synergy builds, we're trying to avoid carry tools, meaning any supers that kind of steal the show as the just do this and you win on any race are kind of disqualified. So this stands for like Aura Slide, Mighty Explosive Wave, Punisher Drive. You get the idea. These are pretty much the universal skills that you see all over the place, and there's not much, you know, uniqueness in there. Super Mad Dance is going to be the first tool that we throw in the Assault preset. The skill kicks off a cinematic combo once it connects, and you can actually link into it at any point in your combo strings pretty much. This is a great anti-tanking tool if you realize your opponent is kind of just sitting your combos and like not taking you seriously. Remember that Female Saiyans kind of have pretty mad damage output without investment in their basic attack, so that's a thing. And it also does a surprisingly good chunk of damage when you do get this thing off. The skill gets even more crazy when you transform it, and it adds, I'm pretty sure 2 or 3 more hits into the cinematic combo, which is great. This is one of my favorite underused moves currently, and it'll scare opponents into snap vanishing earlier in your combo strings after they get hit by it like the first 2 or 3 times. This skill was thrown on because it's a nice way to blow out your momentum, but if you want a bit more synergy, you can actually run Savage Strike or Super God Fist. We avoided Savage Strike because it was featured in a male Saiyan build already, but it's still a pretty good move. Super God Fist is one of the skills that's kind of taboo because people will say it's a carry tool. If you want to use it, use it. Super Dragon Flight is a secret beast on the skills list that many people have not tried out yet, and it's kind of sad because you can link into it pretty cleanly after warp combos, but what makes this thing so special is the fact that you can use other supers right out of it. This thing does pretty decent damage, if not great damage, but being able to go into other skills on this set directly out of it means that your punishes come at a pretty much breakneck pace and become really good if your opponent decides to just kind of sit in and tank your combos. At the roof of the map, you can actually go directly into Super Mad Dance, which is great. If you want to catch your breath, you can fire off Sonic Bomb after landing it by just setting the explosion to appear in the direction that your enemy gets knocked in. And of course, you can go into Kaioken Assault to show them why this version of the preset is called Assault. It's kind of beast. It does well over like 8,000 damage if you link Kaioken Assault into it, or out of it, I should say. So, guys, you gotta understand, this is here for you gotta. Sonic Bomb is our underused location marking super that you can link into after your knockback combos. The advanced mechanic lets you change where the explosion happens by using the analog stick. Set it to appear in the direction you knock your opponent for the knockback version, or make it detonate on yourself if you warp into the path where your opponent is going. The self-explosion one is a bit more stylish than necessary, and it might actually miss a lot of times, but it's an option. This is a strike super in case you were confused, by the way, so be sure to test it out for the one time. This is a really good move. I like it, actually. I think it's a pretty nice addition to the strike arsenal that not many people are taking advantage of. Our last super attack on the skill set is going to be Kaioken Assault. This skill does a very far range dash before triggering a cinematic combo that builds up pressure and damage before lining up your opponent for any sort of offense that you do want to go for yourself. Your opponent can snap vanish the skill, which is good news for you if you want to ensure that they waste stamina. You just kind of give up 1 bar of ki and they give up 2 bars of stamina as a sort of trade. And if they don't, they take quite a bit of damage for trying to tank your attacks. You can go directly into the skill after a Super Dragon Flight connects to increase the chance of making them waste that stamina, but the most important thing to remember is that you'll have to be on your A game with your neutral play with this default set. You don't have a counter attack usable on this one actually, and we're not running Divinity Unleashed in this build, so getting your key is going to be a matter of fighting more so than, you know, being able to throw out that little buff after a knockback. So this is probably the first and only build I'm thinking of doing like this, where you have 4 offensive options, but, you know, for assault you gotta be super hyper offensive. So in the end, I think the ends justify the means a little bit more than having to run a counter on every single build, you know. Spirit Sword is an ultimate that's pretty easy to combo into after your knockbacks or warp combos. We cover the skill a ton on the channel, so there's not much to say outside of the fact that it's probably best to go for it after like stamina breaks like most ultimates, or when your opponent has fallen below 2 bars of stamina. That being said, this is not a hard one to work with, guys. You can just kind of use the combo confirms here and piss your opponent off for not having used a stamina break to, you know, slap him across the chest. It's a pretty good move. Victory Rush is a pretty good ultimate that we can use after any of our knockback combos. This thing does great damage, and it's fairly easy to combo into with the female Saiyan combo strings, simply because everything they do is pretty much a knockback or a heavy knockdown that you can kind of capitalize on. When your opponent falls below 2 bars of stamina, if you wanted to go for this thing instead of a break, it's definitely one you can go for and keep that pressure going. I feel like if the fight goes on decently long and you've already landed a few Dragon Flights or like Kaioken Assault or something, this is definitely going to be a dangerous reminder that your opponent is kind of under your control, and you can still crap out that damage that CACs are known for. So, hey, I'm pretty sure with investment this thing is going to be crazy. Potan's stats are not at all like affected by a build anyway in the clips that you're seeing now, so I don't know, she might be a little bit OD. It might be OD, Pop. It might be OD.
Damn it! Damn it!
We're going to be running Super Saiyan on this preset with the Kappa Super Soul. I'll make you regret that, to try and get the most out of our Strike Supers. Much like we explained in the previous Saiyan videos, you can use a Revert Tech mid combo to reset, but it's not necessary at all. The way we get our offense out is pretty much with our super attack, so you might want to stay transformed if anything. Be careful when going Super Saiyan though, because it kind of messes up your stamina recovery in the idle state, so that's a thing. If you want a safer alternative, you can run the Future Super Saiyan with the Kappa Super Soul at the cost of a little bit more damage output, but you'll be fine because your stamina recovers at a quicker rate. You see what I mean? So you can make these little changes that kind of nuance your build. If you want to go more for damage or like survivability, that's kind of where the two would intertwine. I don't know, it's up to you guys. As always, your evasive skill is going to be up to you guys in the slot. Instant Rise is my current go-to just because you can control where you move, and it's a lot like Phantom Fist. You don't want to use this thing unless all hope is lost pretty much, no matter what it is, I imagine, so try to think of situations where you absolutely need an evasive to get you out of a shitty situation. Think along the lines of like no break ultimate confirms, unvanishable stamina break attempts, etc, etc. Anything to get you to safety is probably #1 priority, so that's probably what we're going to go with for here, and every build video afterward, to be honest with you. With all that being said, in the event that you guys aren't digging the synergy that we lined up for you in the moves with it previously, I've got a pressure-themed alternative that syncs up incredibly well with the female Saiyan combo strings that I felt didn't need to be in its own video because it's pretty much still a strike build, so you have an alternative pretty much set up that you might be actually familiar with based on the builds that we've done previously on the channel. The best part of the two presets that we lined up here is that you can mix and match to make ones that feel best suited for you, meaning you have a lot of options here to make female Saiyans go absolutely crazy. So let's get started with some interchangeable ones, or in fact, we're going to the preset that we call Pressure. Sledgehammer is an absolute threat on any moveset if the character can confirm to it, and female Saiyans have quite a couple of ways to get a fully charged Sledgehammer off. So that's the thing. This skill is very easy to abuse in terms of stamina break loops, and if that hasn't been patched yet, that's probably still going to be a thing you can do. For the more legit usage idea, it gives you heavy knockdowns you can use to get some stamina back or set up for more punishes. When you mix it up with other skills we lined up for you, it becomes a bit crazy, and there's even a way to combo directly into Kaioken Assault right after a fully charged Sledgehammer. That's a little bit out of the ordinary if you guys are advanced tech masters, quote, 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 quote. I'll leave the fun of finding that up to you guys. Here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 11 for the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the female Earthling Valiant Knight build. Today's theme is a practical sword-wielding preset designed around getting in close and slashing away your opponent until they're unable to fight anymore. If you missed the disclaimer for this week in particular, this build was done on the second PSN, so I don't have all the skills I'd like to recommend to you. Stay tuned after we break down the initial build for some recommendations on interchangeable skills, and if you'd like further breakdowns, you can find the skills I mentioned in skill analysis videos where they fall, wherever they are on the channel. We tried these super attacks and ultimates that work well with female Earthling combo strings and perks, but it doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CSC races. It just kind of means that the combos that we have outlined for you in this video won't work on the same commands as with something like a Frieza race character or a Majin. This build is designed around having an attack for almost any situation and mixing it up when you're in close. Since female Earthling strengths lie in their Ki Blast damage by default, this build is set up to have a high damage and Ki Blast super on standby. That's very easy for us to combo into, as well as the Sword Fighter gimmick. Of course, based on your stats, you will skew the damage values you see here or there. There's no QQ bang on this character either, so that might change anything. But anyway, all the filler fluff out of the way, allow us to uphold peace with the shining blade of justice.
Let's go! The first skill that we're dragging along is Burning Slash. This is a race limited skill, meaning it's only available on Saiyans and Earthlings, so having it on your moveset is an immediate style point. Burning Slash pulls off a brief series of swipes for fairly moderate damage. Tilting your analog stick towards your opponent while using the skill will let you shave off some of your recovery frames to create a loop situation where your opponent has to either sit in it and take slashes over and over until their window to snap vanish pops up, or they snap vanish. You can use this before you go for a stamina break as well to rack up a bit more damage pre-break, or as a loop until your opponent gets the chance to snap vanish just because you want to keep on slashing them. It's a very good pressure tool and even more powerful in the hands of a male Earthling or the male Earthling counterpart of the female Earthling species race CAC over yonder. That being said, you probably don't want to finish off the technique when you use it, meaning don't double activate it unless you want to like end your loop with the Ki Blast part of the skill. I wouldn't use it in a situation where the enemy is in the juggle state, meaning that you want to use it like when this thing is able to be used at any point in your combo string before you pull off a knockback or the cinematic warps. It pretty much confirms at any time, and it looks like you're definitely shredding your opponent to ribbons. So if you want to keep on slicing people up and looking like the guy who's like, how are you using a sword in your combos? What the hell is going on here? This is definitely a way to do it. I adore this move. I like the leaning forward loop that you can use it. And if I didn't explain it good enough here, you can check out the Trunks skill analysis video. I'm pretty sure we went over this thing in depth more than we have in the other videos. That video is kind of long though. It goes over a lot, so you got some more stuff you can learn about if you haven't. What the shoe? This next move. Shining Slash is going to be on our moveset for utility more than anything. With this skill, we can close the distance and even restand our opponent after certain knockbacks. During a stamina break, it's even more effective since it becomes something that you'll be able to confirm into after any combo you pull off for the most part. And Shining Slash gives you a step cancel after it's been fully charged. And synergy wise, you can use the skill after Super Dragon Flight during a break for decent damage and setup potential. You can grab after the step cancel, create a situation where you want to use it again, or just bait out snap vanishes from your target. Like, this skill is great, especially since you've got situations you can combo into it. It definitely gives you options to keep on the offense while at the same time having it on reserves in case your opponent isn't like expecting it and decides to sit in your combos. That being said, it's fairly predictable after a while if you keep on spamming it. So unless you've got it in a situation where you're just ODing, guys, you're just ODing. There you go. Remember,
You're not exactly spec'd to do damage like crazy on a strike super, with like strike supers on this build. So you might want to be a little, you know, a little cautious of how you use up your ki here if you're going to copy the stats of this build. But if you are like a strike super female Earthling, then guess what? Ooh, it's going down. We're also going to be running a move that you should be familiar with on the series if you've been following up until now, Super Dragon Flight. You're able to combo into this thing after most of your warp combos. This is great for a quick burst of damage on demand, but even better when you realize that you can cancel out of it with any one of your super attacks. We're going to be using Shining Slash to cancel out of it during stamina breaks to close distance and keep our punishing going, and outside of the stamina break, we'll cancel out of it with Kaioken Kamehameha. Again, on a character more suited for strike damage thanks to investment, it's going to be even better, but since female Earthlings don't get much returns for their investment alone, the skill won't be your main goal. You've got it on the set for canceling into super attacks to keep your momentum going, but it's not going to be like the, you gotta keep on using Super Dragon Flight, guys, you gotta. Like, it's not going to be that, it's gonna,
Yeah, got it. Over yonder.
I mean, I know I say this all the time, but there's a lot of things that you guys have to, like, you gotta understand. We've got Kaioken Kamehameha on the preset because it's a fast-moving beam type super that we have to cash out our damage on. It's a highly interchangeable slot if you want to. I'm just a fan of its hitbox and how it lines up in most cases after any one of your knockbacks, and even after Super Dragon Flight if you wanted to cancel into it. It's definitely got some synergy with the current moveset, and the damage on it isn't too bad at all. Super Explosive Wave from the future Gohan mentor is a great skill if you want to throw it on in case, or instead. It still takes up 2 bars of ki when you do it, so that's a thing. And you already know all about the location marking supers from yesterday's video or the videos before it. So if you wanted to go for something like Flash Strike instead for more damage for less ki, I completely understand. If you want a simple color change, you can pretty much go with Earth Splitting Gallic Gun. I think that's the name of it. It's pretty similar execution wise, you just have to be mindful of how long the recovery is after these things fire. That being said, it's just here for flashiness, I guess fluff, you know, it's a very nice looking move. If you wanted something that hits kind of similar to it, you can use like Burst Kamehameha. I'm pretty sure that's the one that can do a pretty sizable chunk as well. I don't want to go with anything too crazy, but at the same time, it's like, hey, you've got some damage here if you want to use it. I definitely like the way it lines up after Super Dragon Flight, though, in all seriousness. I'm in a really good mood today. I don't know if you noticed. I don't know if you noticed. Our first placeholder ultimate is going to be ×20 Kaioken Kamehameha. A while ago on Twitter, a prided wife told me that it got fixed a while ago to connect online, which I kind of doubt, but hey, if it does work, it's here. To fit our theme, I've got it on the set to hold the spot for right now. If you want a more like confident choice for an ultimate, check out Heat Dome Attack. I would have put Heat Dome on the set. Just because it's like pretty much a pseudo Trunks build, you know. Heat Dome can be confirmed into after warps in your combo so long as you're not at the ceiling of the map, and add to the fact that it hits decently hard. It's a great choice for a no-break ultimate if you can get your hands on it. The ×20 Kamehameha can be used when your opponent slips below like 2 bars of stamina, and is confirmed into after pretty much any knockback combo. You could even use it after warps too if you wanted to. Either way, this slot is going to be all to your personal preference so long as it's an ultimate that you can combo into. It's probably the safest during a break, to be honest with you. I would most likely go for it during a break, because if your opponent can get enough stamina to snap vanish during the cinematic part of you kind of looping around and hitting them, it's kind of wasted bars of ki. I think it's like 5 bars of ki to pull this thing off too, for not that much damage. So it's a placeholder for now. You can definitely use one of the beam type ultimate confirms that we had, like Final Flash, Super Kamehameha, Special Beam Cannon if you wanted to. It's here if you want to use it, guys. Sword of Hope is going to be our stylized ultimate choice to fit the theme. A quick note for the footage you're seeing, recovery is set to off to simulate the opponent being in a stamina break. You'd only ever really want to use this skill when your opponent is stamina broken for the sake of it being safe. The skill is easily broken by your opponent just kind of grabbing you or hitting you with a command grab type super like a Savage Strike or Super God Fist, so you want to make sure that your opponent is definitely helpless. The skill does also get kind of shat on if your opponent can block. It does like no guard pressure to anyone blocking apparently, so that's definitely a thing. Since we can combo into our heavy break so easily though, it's not much of an issue getting into this thing safely, so just be sure to do that if you really do want to go for the Sword of Hope, or you can kind of wing it if your opponent gets knocked back and you think you can go for it and kind of stay on them without getting grabbed up or them, you know, blocking. I've lined up 2 practical punishes you can use in an attempt to get the most out of this thing when it's time to punish your opponent. It's fairly straightforward as a skill, but if you'd like to learn a bit more about it in depth, check out the DLC Pack 4 skill analysis video on the channel where we break it down in more detail. All you need to know is that this thing is an armored killing machine, but killing machine. What What the hell is my English? Guys, I'm gonna start a new channel, SSJAipom 2. It's gonna be an all gibberish. It's gonna be the brand new scenario that you guys can go with. All you do need to know is that this thing is an armored killing machine, but it isn't exactly going to be operating at its fullest potential on this build. We're not exactly spec'd to be a strike super sort of character, but you're still able to get over 10,000 damage, give or take, when you use this thing at max key. So I'd say it's worth using for a finish, especially since your other attacks on your preset can pretty much either rack up the damage quickly or like pick up slack throughout the rest of the fight. Just go for this thing for the finish of the fight, and you're gonna be like, hey, I just sent that guy to the Shadow Realm. We're going to be running Kaioken again for the sake of it being a universally good choice. Potential Unleashed is a decent choice if you want a more tame, less risky transformation, but I know some of you guys might not be able to get it that easy, or whatever. Regardless, the stamina advantages you gain from the higher levels of Kaioken are immeasurable if your neutral play is good enough, and the damage increases you'll get are always going to be welcome no matter where they come from. We've got a few Super Soul choices depending on how you like to play. I want to remind you that the transformation isn't at all necessary on the build, it's just here if you want to use it, but we're not going to be building around it on this preset, unlike the Red Ribbon build where Kaioken was like the, oh, by the way, this is how the build turns into something crazy. You can definitely use things along the lines of the Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken Super Soul if you wanted to go for the bonus key recovery in Kaioken and less stamina drain if you wanted to lean towards Kaioken. But for more practical choices, you're definitely along the lines of your all pieces in the game, from Champa to boost your strike super damage, before creation comes Ruin to boost your Ki Blast super damage instead, so you have that big chunk of damage coming off your opponent's health when you actually do go into one of your Ki Blast supers on the set. You've got Vegeta Blue Super Soul, I think the name is Sorry You Were Wide Open or something like that, to help you get more ki flowing after landing a stamina break and even making the stamina break last longer. And even now it's my turn to extend how long your stamina breaks last so you can ensure that you kill off your opponent. We're definitely not showing any mercy with this set, so building around your break time is always going to be a viable choice. You can also get something that kind of gives you innate ki recovery as well. I know female Earthlings already have some, so maybe you could have something else padding on top of that. I'm pretty sure Android 17 and 18 do have Super Souls that kind of give you auto ki recovery, which is a thing that you can go for as well. It's pretty much all to personal preference right there. Again, mess around with the Super Soul, see which ones feel best for you, and you'll probably find something you like a lot. For your evasive, you're free to use whatever you want, just kind of be mindful of when you'd want to use an evasive when you make your choice. If your evasive doesn't move you from a location, but you know you've been seeing a lot of X random super attack or X random ultimate lately, you might want to choose something that is a direct counter to that, like maybe your opponent is using no break confirms into ultimates and stuff like that, things along those lines. Hey, what's poppin', people? Young angsty teen here with another Dragon Ball Xenoverse 2 video. This is build number 9 for the week of CSE series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can find pretty much all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is the Frieza Race Malevolent Flash build. It sounds kinda hot, like picture the old packs Yu-Gi-Oh cards, people collecting those. It sounds kinda hot. Me personally, I think it sounds kinda hot pop. Anyway, we try to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with Frieza Race combo strings and perks, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CSE races. It just means that the combos that we have outlined for you in this video will not work on the same commands as something as, say, like a Namekian or a human. This build was designed first and foremost around the blinding effect to get some stamina break confirms on the Frieza Race characters. That being said, your opponent may very well have a Super Soul that ignores the blinding effect entirely. If that's the case, you still have some damage options that will get you through the fight, so don't freak out too bad at first glance. This build is all about annoying your opponent with the ability to blind them out of nowhere and getting them to get frustrated and rush onto you until you can finally get a stamina break. The blinding effect usually lasts long enough for us to like charge a heavy attack and confirm that way, or immediately go for a stamina break while the enemy is blinded. Now, let us illuminate this dark world for those who don't believe in our might. It's time. Let's go. I personally always picture members of Frieza's race being guys willing to play dirty or like crafty. Lucky for us, our combos let us use some of the blinding skills with relative ease. We're running Thunder Eraser on the set because we have quite a few confirms into it that will still blind the opponent. And in the event that the Super Soul that stops them from getting blinded is in effect, we can combo into it while they're in the helpless state for a moderate damage extension on some of our combos. This is one of the skills that you can probably just throw out when your opponent is just rushing in as well, especially if their approach is a bit more predictable than, like, you know, someone who has better neutral play. You are at a disadvantage entirely if it gets blocked though, so keep that in mind. Either effect that this attack gets off when it lands is perfectly fine for this build. Since we're so fast and not hell-bent on just landing one thing to get it done, it's okay. Whatever blinding effect you do get or whatever extension you do end up getting is going to help you out in the long run. Remember, damage is damage regardless unless the person has some way to heal up, and in most cases that's just behind Super Souls or like are there supers that like give you health back quickly? Like, I don't think there's any that give you health back quick enough to be like, just use it in the middle of a fight, you know? So, hey, you do have some options to extend your damage, and I gotta say, Thunder Eraser is a great one. If it is not blinding, it's good for like a nice 1.4k damage extension. So, hey, it's something you can use. Flash Strike is going to be our universal damage dealer here for a couple of reasons. I wasn't too comfortable like committing all the way to like blinding the enemy, especially with the chance of them having that Super Soul. And in my original choice, Lightning of Absolution, it takes up a bit more ki for just about the same damage. We also don't have a consistent confirm into the 3-hit version of Lightning of Absolution, so we're just going to play it safe with Flash Strike. You guys should know about Flash Strike. As long as we get a knockback, this thing confirms for a hefty chunk on your opponent's health bar. You can mix this thing into your dash cancels to like catch an opponent off guard with it as a cash out, especially if they seem to be comfortable enough to just like sit in the dash cancel loop over and over for stamina recovery. Flash Strike is always going to be a recommended one from me because it's very practical and does great damage for the ki cost. You can use any other location marking supers if you really wanted to, just know that the ki cost and the damage values change depending on which one you pick. I'm pretty sure Death Cycle Bomb costs 2 bars of ki for about the same damage. I don't really use I-Beam, I'm more into the like the fingers flicking towards the opponent and they get blown up, that kind of visual effect for me. But hey, it's up to you guys, whichever one you want to use. I think Flash Strike is a great phenomenal choice for universal damage, and of course the Super Soul where your opponent is not getting blinded will not stop them from getting blown up, so that's a thing. Senko Ki Blast is a skill that I went with for our counterattack slot. If you didn't know, this skill gives us some iframes if you can time it correctly, and the blinding effect can't be blocked, meaning you can basically use this at any point you would have used Phantom Fist, After Image, Sudden Death Beam, etc. We've got this on the set for the same reason as Thunder Eraser. Blinding our opponent will either get them to panic and snap vanish, or give us another confirm into our stamina break. Players who like Frieza race characters usually appreciate ways to get stamina breaks off for their damage, or ways to get their damage out, so I figured this would be a nice skill to synergize on the moveset just to keep mobile and get things done. We covered it a bit more in the future Gohan's like super attack analysis video, so you can check that one out for more information on it that I can give right now. At the ceiling of the map, this is a pretty nice one as well. You get to like stay in front of your opponent as you blind them, which is pretty good. I like that. I think it's pretty neat. You just might lose the iframe sort of thing there, so be kind of cautious at the ceiling. But other than that though, it's a very good move, especially when your timing for getting the iframes down is perfectly fine. Like, you can avoid getting punished entirely with this thing, which is great, especially because the Frieza race characters do have some iframes on their backswing that kind of mirror future Gohan's backswing iframes as well. So you do get a couple of neat little options and tools here that you can mess around with. I do think this synergizes very well with the set. You gotta understand, on a set like this, Divinity Unleashed is going to be a great tool. It's not required at all in the set, so you can actually replace it with anything. Just know that you've got some safe strings to go into this thing if you do decide to keep it. But if you choose to skip out on it, I'd imagine going for another super that does great damage instead of Flash Strike. If you've watched the previous build videos, you know how much I love Divinity Unleashed. It's definitely a staple move on like super themed presets, or presets that are like very ki centric, like this one where you kind of want to save yourself with your ki. So I'll give it another push for the one time here if you guys don't want to use it. Other options for your damage could be, you can go for the Doria Beam if you wanted to. You can go for Ill Rain on your neutral if you wanted to. Genocide Shell, things like that, things along that side. Whatever you wanted to go for, by all means, it's up to you. I think that Divinity Unleashed is going to be a great fit for Frieza race characters, especially because they have the multi-hit combo string, so you're getting up a lot of ki back for each attack. Even if you do whiff, you get a lot of ki back for just that manual vanishing, you know? So, hey, I gotta say, guys, Divinity Unleashed is looking like a good keeper here. But again, it's up to you. Our ultimate attack is going to be Reverse Mabaku Senko. This is a move that pretty much fell off the face of the earth, but it was a pretty popular one back when it didn't cost any ki. I wonder why, you know, people like to cheat. It's a counter attack that will burn a large portion of your opponent's health if they trigger it. Remember our game plan with this moveset, we're going to be constantly blinding the opponent to get them to make more and more mistakes as they get angry and try to land any type of damage out on us. If they become so predictable that they rush in on a counter attack or try to punish you for whiffing an attack, you can trigger Reverse Mabaku Senko like how we would trigger our other counters in hopes of punishing them greatly for bumping into it. I wouldn't use it when the opponent has enough stamina to avoid it though, just for the sake of it being able to do that large chunk of damage to punish them, for sure, like guaranteed. It's a great way for like, it's a great move for you like easily bait out, if you can tell the person that is using it is thirsty though. So don't let your opponent know that you have this thing. Don't try to keep on using it every chance you get. Keep this as your secret weapon. Remember guys, we are members of Frieza's race. We gotta have a trick up our sleeve, and that is what this move is here for. There are a couple of issues you might run into with it. I noticed that it does some slow turnaround thing if your opponent's behind you when you try to trigger it, which is very weird. I don't like when that happens. I don't like when my character auto-corrects themselves and they do that really stupid slow animation. And if you played Xenoverse 2 PvP, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It makes you look very dumb when your character turns around in the slowest possible way. Like that's an issue that you might run into with this thing sometimes, so keep that in mind as well. Either way, Reverse Mabaku Senko does a crazy chunk of damage, and it'll do even more damage when we actually do transform. We've got Soul Punisher on the preset as well. We gotta love it as our ultimate attack that we can confirm into without needing a stamina break for a definite burst of over 10,000 damage. I don't need to say much more about the skill since we spoke about it briefly yesterday and in the Freezer Race guide, but being able to use it without a break in a situation where our connection is good enough is great, and since it doesn't use the gimmick of blinding the opponent for this confirm, you can even use it if they have on the Super Soul that makes them immune to our blinding super. So remember, we're still able to fight, we're still able to compete, we just can't blind the opponent for the stamina breaks. It's cool, it's fine, listen, bot, we're here, it's fine, it's fine. You gotta love it. As far as transformations go, we're sticking with Golden Form for the 30% boost to our Ki Blast supers. Of course, it's not exactly necessary this time around. You can definitely go with Kaioken or Potential Unleash if you really wanted to, but if you choose to stick with Golden Form, we have a bit of options here. If our opponent is immune to blinding, go Golden and just kind of nail them with a Charged Ki Blast as a sort of failsafe. We have some Charged Ki Blast confirms you can combo into to at least have combo extensions in that regard. In Golden Form, our speed boost and damage boost alongside blinding when it does work will mean that we get to run circles around our opponent and punish them in a variety of ways. For the Super Souls we have in mind, Before Creation Comes Destruction is a pretty good splashable staple on any Ki Blaster character, in general. It's a very good boost. You can also run Gotcha for your base form to get some stuns in long enough to use ultimate attacks, and in the event that you do go with Gotcha, you can replace either ultimate attack with an ultimate attack that you like for some more flexibility, while at the same time having synergy on your side for wiping the enemy out. You can go full-on fail-safe mode and put the I am the universe's strongest Super Soul on, so that when you do transform, your Charged Ki Blast becomes your greatest source of damage like yesterday's video. Or even the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta Super Soul to make your stamina breaks last longer and get more ki back during the stamina break time. Clearly you have a lot of flexibility with this preset, as with anyone, because you're a CAC, so use that one that seems the best for how you like to play or tweak it, and you'll probably find a lot of success with it. Fake Blast is going to be our evasive. It's a bit of a catch-22 though, because even though it's a decent close range evasive, it keeps you in place, meaning that you'll still be sitting inside whatever super attack or ultimate attack is currently hitting you. This means you either want to avoid getting hit by those no break confirms or constantly stay close to your opponent. When your opponent is hit by this thing, they're blinded and you can either take up some offense of your own or run off to catch your breath if you really wanted to. That's pretty much the generic thing there. Fake Blast is going to be our fail-safe stamina break option. Imagine getting your opponent to like 2 bars of stamina, and then they snap vanish behind you and then start to combo you. You kind of just hit Fake Blast and then land your own stamina break right there to basically get a free punish off what can be the end of the game right there. So there you go. It's a pretty good move, but you might want to avoid spamming it, as it's an evasive. You're going to be dumping 3 bars of stamina to get the evasive off every time you use it. Visually, make sure your opponent's character is facing you when you're using the evasive as well. If they cannot visually see the blast, just think about it like this: if they cannot see the blast with their eyes, they won't be blinded by it. That's pretty much Xenoverse logic right there. And remember, a Super Soul that ignores blindness will make this entire evasive useless. I'm pretty sure Fake Blast doesn't have much recovery on it though, so you can either dash away, step away, or guard the instant you use it. Try it out yourself, and of course if you aren't feeling it as an evasive, like I say in every video, replace with anything that's more comfortable for you. I just thought with the blinding effect, you would be kind of a dickhead and go ha! You know, just pocket scene. Pocket scene. If you guys weren't feeling the utility skills that we mentioned a little bit earlier, you're always free to kind of experiment with other supers that you think would work out best with the game plan. The blinding motif for the set again was in place to give you guys options to go for stamina breaks and pressure your opponent in the events that the blinding effect does work. The minor changes your Super Soul makes on the build changes the playstyle up greatly from soul to soul, so try it out to give you like a feel for what I mean, you know. Ice Claws and other skills that can blind your opponent. I don't really like it where it left us recovery wise after using it, but it's definitely a skill you can throw on maybe a striker variant of the build if you wanted to. Solar Flare is another blinding move you can use. It's like the blinding move, it's like the iconic one. It takes up 2 bars of ki, but it can hit around you like if your opponent ends up snap vanishing. Jim actually caught me with that as Krillin in a spar we were having, and it caught me off guard for sure, so it's definitely a thing you can use as viable for sure. Dust Attack is another blinding skill, but it's not exactly one you can combo into as freely as other ones on a Freezer Race character, and helpless opponents get knocked back instead of blinded, and in that respect it's very lackluster. The damage it does is negligible and all that, so Dust Attack we kind of skipped out on for this preset anyway. All in all, this is definitely a preset you can mix and match on to get things more comfortable, opposed to having like the extreme setup we have right now. I like having Senko Ki Blast and Thunder Eraser there as the polar opposite versions of blinding the enemy, and Fake Blast is a doozy when people run into it from just mashing their buttons when they have like full hope, you know, so it's definitely a thing you can do. You can turn the title of battle insanely when your opponent is below 2 bars of stamina. What What's poppin' people, Chip Skylark here with my shiny teeth and me, and in today's clip, I'm sharing the Cybernetic Hero Namekian build. This is build number 6 for the week of CAC series, but if you'd like to see some cast character guides and overviews, you can pretty much find all of them on the channel already. With that being said, today's video is a build I made up on my current superhero kick after seeing the Justice League trailer, cause like, bro, yeah, I love DC so much, man. It's been Marvels, it's just been Marvel after Marvel after Marvel. DC, man, I gotta see some of it. I gotta see some more Ben Affleck Batman. Anyway, we tried to use super attacks and ultimates that work well with Namekian combo strings, but that doesn't mean that the build can't be used on other CAC races. It just means that the combos that we have outlined for you in this video won't work on the same commands with something as, say, like a Saiyan or a Frieza race. Remember, with the synergy builds, we're trying to avoid carry tools, meaning any supers that kind of steal the show as just do this and win on any race are pretty much disqualified. Those skills being like Aura Slide, Punisher Drive, etc, 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 etc. With that being said, let's get out there and save Kantan as the heroes that they need. Jim, insert some like cybernetic sounds if you can. Would we have time for that? No? We're gonna kick things off with Namek Finger. This is a great skill to have on a Namekian because it's pretty much a free reset at any point in our combo string before we do a knockback attack. This means we can keep on applying pressure with light jabs until our opponent's snap vanishes, and we don't have to worry about them getting that juggle state. What's insane for us synergy-wise is the fact that Namek Finger can snag up helpless enemies if you can somehow catch someone in a knockback state with it. A little spoiler here, our build is going to let us use Namek Finger to the best of its ability and boost us all the way up to chop the shit out of our opponents in record time without any drawbacks. I think it's kind of cool. I think you guys might like it. Stick around. Gigantic Omega is one of my favorite skills that we covered on the channel a very long time ago in the Broly Mentor skill analysis video. This is a great follow-up after some strong knockback impulse combos, and it gives your Namekian access to a dash cancel. We went over how these guys pretty much needed some sort of like help with their mobility in the Namekian race guide like yesterday, so this is one of those skills that you can kind of attribute to like needing, you know. This is one of the things that's like, hey, you finally get a dash cancel that you can use like willy-nilly. Granted, you have a little startup and all that, whatever with the attack, but still, it's very reliable after combos. It's very nice. All Namekians need for like their bread and butter sort of combo is like heavy, light, and this thing can be comboed into after you either finish off the combo or drop it at that second light attack, which is really good actually. It's really cool. Considering that it sets you up to start the dash cancel loop all over again, you kind of have beastly options here. So Gigantic Omega is one that you shouldn't sleep on. You've probably seen it a while. Like you've probably been seeing it used. It's a very good move. It's slept on though, but it's very good. I gotta say, try this one out. It's beast. Mach Punch would have been a great fit here too, but we used it in the Caulifla build, so I was like, I kind of want to avoid that one for now. So just try this one out if you haven't, guys. It's really good. Backflip. Backflip is one of those skills that's frowned upon because of how easy it is to abuse. It's a skill with no drawbacks and no costs, and essentially makes every action you do safe if your timing is good enough. That being said, this is going to be our get out of jail free card if we miss, but surprisingly enough, this is one of the skills that we can swap out directly with one of our secret weapon skills I'll go over a little bit later in the video. Backflip is a fine start and it definitely looks heroic, but it's definitely one that can become irritating if you rely on it a bit too much instead of going on the offense. Hint hint, wink wink, nudge nudge. We're going hyper offense with this build, baby. Don't think about that backflip too much, Pop. You gotta listen. No, look. Your opponent has to get smacked in the face. We're chopping people today, guys. We're chopping people like a hero would. I-Beam is a super attack that we covered back during the Android 16 skill analysis video. The skill lets you follow up any knockback combo with a momentum stopper that lets you loop combos, or you can like use it immediately in combos to reset and start the combo loop all over again. This is a great skill that goes pretty well through Namekian, and even if your opponent gets out of the way when you like go to use it, you still get to kind of drift around like you were using Aura Slide or like Punisher Drive. So it's definitely a beastly move that can even hit behind your head sometimes when your opponent's snap vanishes, unless that's been patched out. I remember back when it like was a thing, you could like back up into your opponent and still shoot them with it. It was kind of weird. It's crazy. With that being said, try this one out for sure. It's a slept on move on the move list, and it's pretty good, guys. Like being able to stop your opponent after knockback combos just to loop a combo again, or being able to stop your combo mid combo to just do the same combo over and over again, has crazy damage potential that you guys probably like can abuse in more ways than one, you know. On this preset with us doing basically basic attacks the whole time, this is gonna be a neat tool, guys. Super Kamehameha is our ultimate on the slot because we can combo into it fairly easily. However, our super attack damage on the Namekians is naturally pretty low, or lower than it would be on other races, in favor of our like massive health and basic attack damage. For that reason, the ultimates aren't too important, but they are definitely options for you in case your opponent like slips up and you do end up getting confirmed into one. With the build that we have outlined here, we won't need to like rely on our super attacks too much anyway, so that's a thing. Just know if you wanted to like style out and hit someone with the Super Kamehameha or like a Final Flash without needing a stamina break, we got those. We got those, guys. Victory Rush is pretty much a staple. It's like a legit ultimate that we can use after any one of our knockback combos. If you watch the Female Saiyan build videos, you know all about this thing. I don't really have much to say about it. Nothing I have to say at all, you know, so it's a thing. The most interesting part of this build is the fact that we're going to be running Kaioken on the Cybernetic Warrior himself. You probably noticed that this build is running 4 key bars. That was a personal choice made for a pretty specific reason, and that's the fact that like I like to lock myself at Kaioken ×3 so that I've been saving this Kaioken Super Soul has no negatives and boosts our damage output by like 17% while transformed. It also lets us snap vanish twice as our regular stamina bar would allow. And we can even use the offensive vanish alongside Namek Finger for resets at the ends of our combo strings. That's what I was kind of alluding to earlier, because it's like, oh shit, it's kind of cool. It's absolutely insane and even more legit when you realize that we're getting a pretty nifty speed boost as well on our dash speed. And like, I gotta say, it's gonna be beastly with our Kaioken Super Soul giving us back way more ki for each successful hit. This is probably one of my favorite setups so far that we've done, like, you know, in the week of series anyway. And you'll only see some parts of the negatives when you go to like Kaioken above 5 bars of ki. You can even pull off a mid-combo revert tech to like give yourselves the reset when it's like time to work. Long story short, Kaioken is our secret condition to beat some ass unconditionally. So it's like, understand, we got the chops, baby, we got the chops. Listen, that radial chop setup is just too much, guys. It's too much. You gotta understand. You gotta. Everyone who knows me on Twitter knows it's in the manual, guys. It's in the page 767. Okay, 767. Read it. Your evasive skill is up to you in the slot. Instant Rise is like my current go-to in every build just because you can kind of control where you move in a slot like Phantom Fist. You guys know the same spiel over and over. You don't want to use your evasive unless like all hope is lost pretty much, so no matter what it is, make sure that it's something that you could use in a situation like that. Try to think of like when you're gonna get caught on like a no-break ultimate attack confirm or like unvanishable stamina break attempts, etc, etc. Anything to get you out to safety is like your #1 priority. Hyper movement is a decent one, but in my opinion, it's not too good because like your opponent can see it coming in situations and just kind of step out the way or something like that. It's good for like a no-break ultimate, but I'm gonna stick to like Instant Rise for PvP anyway. With that being said, in the event you guys aren't digging the synergy that we lined up for you with the moves listed previously, we have a few interchangeable ones that you can mix and match with what we have listed that won't break the integrity of the build. Your synergy will still be intact and you'll be able to have even more beastly options to mess with your opponent with. This is like the advanced setup. It's like when you bought the regular game and then you got the DLC. This is a DLC that makes the game a little bit more like, holy shit, what just happened? Dodon Ray, a great super attack that can be linked into at literally any point in your combo strings. This thing restands, which is great for stopping an opponent for like sitting and tanking your combos by like staying there in a juggle state, and even gives you access to step and dash cancels as soon as it fires out. The synergy is absolutely sick on Namekians, and as a tool that we can use to like stay mobile, we'll be using this in the Kaioken transformation to keep our opponent on lock while we go absolutely insane with our combo strings and new cancels. This build is absolutely set off by the damage, so man, I just guys, I like it. I'm hyped thinking about playing this thing. Oh, Jim! Thunder Eraser is a pretty forgotten move that actually has confirms on Namekians. I was like pretty surprised at how practical they were too, so I was like, oh, this is actually a thing you can do. The skill blinds your opponent once you hit them in the face with it, and it's pretty good for pressuring a snap vanish, and even better if you want to like mask a stamina break or something like that. Or like even go for, say, a safe Kaioken transformation. This thing is pretty cool, and it was one of my favorites during the beta days. If you ever seen that super old like video of Potan fighting, like she had it. It was one of the moves I was like, yeah, this is too good. If you use it but don't land the blinding effect, I think it either did more or less damage as the trade-off. I can't really remember off the top of my head right now, but it was pretty cool. Being able to do that was like dope. It's pretty easy to combo into after knockdowns as well, so if you want to do like a small like extension of your combo to do a little bit more damage, I guess you could do that to cash out. Not a really good cash out option for a bar of ki compared to things like Gigantic Omega, but hey, you gotta remember that Namekians are full of heavy knockdowns, so playing nearest to the ground or the floor is like pretty much your best bet in general with the Namekian, just because you can do those heavy knockdowns, so it's a thing. Phantom Fist, After Image, Burst Rush, all great counterattacks that you can throw on this build if you're fond of those, but Rolling Hercule Punch is going to make the fans go wild while we're beating Ash and Kantan and saving the civilians. This skill gives you super armor while you roll around before a counterattack, and we covered it in the Hercule skill analysis video, and I gotta say, it's absolutely wild how safe this thing is. Like, it's a little bit disturbing. It's a bit on the what the hell is going on here side. Consider it like an offensive backflip that your opponent can't do much about aside from respect. Like, you have to respect it. With that being said, this one has a hell of a hit stun and will annoy your opponents way more than backflip can. Like, I'm telling you guys right now, like, it's a little stupid how effective this move is, but it's great. It's great. Use it to completely maximize your safety on this preset, and you probably won't put it down. Unfortunately, this one can easily bleed over into carry tool territory just because it's so safe. So you gotta do me a favor, be honest here, guys. Be honest. Look, if you made it this far in the video, hashtag I'm honest. All right, I'm honest. Hashtag I'm honest. Do me a favor and don't rely on it too heavily. Show restraint and kick some ass regularly. All right, just be safe every once in a while with the roll, but don't open every combo with it, Pop. You gotta understand. You gotta. Please. Hashtag I'm honest in the comment section, please.
Where have you been?